Hello everyone, welcome to What If Goku Landed in the Naruto Universe movie. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Goku is a male. Chapter 1. The journey begins. On planet Earth of Universe 7 in Trunks' alternate future, a fierce battle takes place between the Scion warriors and the evil god Zamasu, who had fused with the devilish Goku Black. All seemed lost until Goku, in search of a hermit seed, finds the button of the omnipotent god Xeno-sama, who, after listening to Goku, decided to destroy Universe 7, which was no longer salvageable. Everyone run quickly to the time machine, Goku shouted desperately, while Bulma, Trunks, and Mai quickly got on the machine ready to take off. Vegeta and our hero held onto the legs of the same machine, which rose at great speed. Goku turns to watch as Xeno, with his hands full of energy, pronounced his last words to the devilish Zamasu. "Let this world disappear," said Xeno. While an enormous glow covered everything, the machine disappears at great speed. Already in the vortex of light on its way to the past, Goku, wounded and tired, held on tightly, but the shock wave of Xeno's attack reached them, causing a jolt which makes our hero let go. "Kakaroto, give me your hand," shouts Vegeta as he tried to reach him in vain. "H," shouted Goku, who was lost in the wormhole during the time travel, which shook Goku from all sides with strange energy charges which left him unconscious, but also had a strange effect on his body, which slowly shrank until suddenly the end of the tunnel is seen, followed by a strong glow. In the Forest of Death in Konoha, Akunoichi was checking the place since she trained very often in that hellish forest. Anko Mitarashi, a beautiful female ninja who had a strange character, not to say sadistic, was practicing with her snakes when suddenly a glow surprised her near where she was. What the hell was that, Anko thought, and then headed to the place. On a huge rock was lying face up Goku, who was slowly opening his eyes. Of all the possible places to land, and it had to be on top of a rock, said Goku, complaining while he rubbed his butt. "Where am I?" Goku thought while trying to feel the key of his friends without luck. "I think I'm in trouble," said our hero in a low voice. Suddenly he noticed that his voice sounded somewhat strange. When out of nowhere Anko appeared, who stared at our hero. "Hey, your boy, can I know what the hell are you doing in such a dangerous place?" she said very angrily. Goku turns around and with raised eyebrows responds, "I'm not a child, besides, why do you walk around in such strange clothes?" said Goku, referring to his trench coat and mesh shirt that left nothing to the imagination, and angrily approaches and hits Goku hard on the head. "Your parents didn't teach you manners, brat," said the Kunoichi, while Goku got up with a huge bump on his head and repeated angrily, "That I'm not a child that you don't understand." Anko, with an arched eyebrow, took out a small mirror from her trench coat, and showing Goku's reflection asks, "If you're not a child, what the hell are you?" Goku, with eyes as big as a plate, sees himself in the mirror as a child no older than 11 or 12 years old. "What happened to me? My God, did I turn into a child?" Goku shouted while grabbing his face. Anko thought that this child was crazy, but that he needed help since he was hurt, and his clothes were torn, so she decided to take him to find his parents, or his guardians, but for that she needed the Hokage's records. "Hey, what's your name?" the Kunoichi asks. Goku turns to look at her. He replied, "My name is Son Goku, but my friends call me Goku," stretching out his arm to shake her hand. Anko answers the greeting with indifference. "Yes, whatever, come with me. We will go with the Hokage," said Anko. "What is a Hokage?" Goku asked, to which Anko replied, "No, Hokage is Hokage and is the leader of the Konoha village. He is the most important and powerful man in the land of fire." Goku couldn't help but get excited. "Then he must be very strong?" asks Goku with a big smile on his face, to which Anko answers, "If he is very strong, why?" "Well, I simply wish to fight against someone very strong," says Goku without stopping smiling, which causes laughter from Anko. "Ha ha ha, come on kid, you're crazy. Do you think a dwarf like you could stand up to the Hokage?" "Yes. I don't even think you could lay a finger on me," said Anko between laughs. Goku, with a calm look, approaches Anko and says, "So you want to fight me?" Anko stops laughing and an evil smile appears on her face. "Okay kid, this is your funeral," says the Kunoichi, trying to scare our hero, who simply ignores it and starts warming up. "You're dead," Anko screams with a kunai in her hand, launching herself at Goku as he continued his stretches. But in an impressive way the Scion stops the kunai between his fingers and accidentally breaks it in two. Goku, holding the broken tip between his fingers and with an innocent look, says, "I'm so sorry. I think I broke your knife. I'm really sorry, but it was your fault for attacking without warning. Anko, with her eyes wide open and impressed, jumped back in defensive mode. Go Brad, I see you are not just words, but this is not over, says Anko before summoning a wave of snakes ready to attack the scion, who smiles at the attack and moving at lightning speed appears behind the kunoichi, which tickles her from behind, scaring her. Bastard, how did you do that? Shouted Anko, to which Goku replied. I just ran and got behind you, answered with an innocent face, which provoked Anko's fury even more as she threw a kick to our hero's face, which she blocked with her forearm. Subsequently, the kunoichi launches desperate attacks at high speed, which Goku easily blocks, and without moving from her place he only stopped them with his hands. That's all you can do? Well, no way, said Goku, somewhat disappointed, which threw a light blow to the kunoichi's chin, who remained in a static state, and with her eyes looking towards the sky. Seconds later she collapses unconscious. I think I exaggerated a little, thought Goku as he put his hand behind her neck. In the Hokage Tower, someone was watching Goku victoriously approach the unconscious Anko Mitarashi to see if she was okay. This through a crystal ball. In an office full of papers, the old third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, impressed, thought how an infant was able to knock out an experienced jounin with a single blow, and not only that, his speed rivaled that of the late Minato Kamikaze. I have to meet this young man. He really is something out of this world, said Hiruzen in a low voice and with a face full of seriousness. Back in the Forest of Death, Anko opened her eyes with a strong dizziness but without any damage, only to see the face of her opponent, who smiled happily and asked, Are you okay? I didn't hurt you. Anko gets up quickly and prepares to fight, but the dizziness does not allow her to stay standing for long. She falls but is caught by the little scion, who floated slightly to be able to hold her well and lean her against a nearby tree. You really are impressive, brat, said Anko with a slight smile, and accepted her defeat. No, you are also very strong, but you make many unnecessary movements which leave openings in your defense. That's why you lost, but that snake technique was impressive, answered Goku with his typical smile. This child is very interesting and tender, and seeing him up close makes me want to hug him like a teddy bear, thought Anko. Suddenly Goku put on a serious face. Someone is approaching, says our hero. Between the trees appears an Anbu with a dog mask. Calm down, he's a friend, says Anko, standing up and greeting the Anbu. Kakashi, what a surprise, what brings you here? To which the Anbu answers, the Hokage sent me for you, and the boy who accompanies you saw everything that happened through his crystal ball. Goku thought, crystal ball looks like Uranai Baba. Well, if you accompany me, the Hokage waits. With that word, both Anko and Goku marched to the Hokage Tower. In the Hokage Tower, outside his office, Kid, when you caught me, I don't know if it was because of dizziness, but it seemed like you were floating, Anko says, a little skeptical since she was still dizzy at that moment, to which Goku calmly replies with his hands behind his neck. If he was floating, can't you? Of course not, kid, Anko said angrily. Goku started to float slightly, which surprised the kunoichi as well as the Anbu. What the hell are you? Anko asked, her eyes as big as soup plates. But before Goku could answer, the Hokage asked for permission to come into his office. Already in front of the Hokage's desk, he kindly asks Goku to sit down, which the scion does right next to Anko. Good afternoon, young man. As you can see, I am the leader of this village, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is a pleasure to meet you, said the Hokage with a gentle smile on his face. Goku, for his part, answered the greeting in a friendly and cheerful manner. Hello, I'm Son Goku, but my friends call me Goku. This caused everyone present to laugh slightly. This boy is as enthusiastic as Naruto, thought Hiruzen. Well, son, tell me, where are you from? Asked the Hokage. Goku, with his fingers on his chin and looking at the sky, began to think. Come on, kid. I thought we'd already become friends, Anko said, to which the scion replied. Yes, I know, but the problem is whether they're going to believe me. Everyone looked surprised. What? What kind of story could this kid have that would make them doubt him so quickly? Don't worry, just tell us, says the Hokage, to which Goku answers. Okay, if you say so, with slight doubt, but first I'd like to ask you all, do you believe in aliens? Tell me. Chapter 2, The Fury of the God of Destruction and the Brother of Anko Mitarashi. In the Hokage Tower of Konoha Village, Son Goku asked again. Come on, tell me, do you believe in aliens? Hiruzen as well as Anko and Kakashi did not know what to say, but after a few moments the Hokage answered. You mean beings from beyond the stars? To which the boy responded with an assertive nod. Now you'll know that you're a little man from the moon or something like that, says Anko angrily and sarcastically, to which Goku, with an innocent look, replies, Not from the moon, I come from the planet Vegeta, leaving everyone present with a poker face, wondering if he was or was pretending to be a man. But Hiruzen couldn't completely distrust his words since he saw what he could do. Meanwhile, in a far place in Goku's home dimension on planet Bills, Have you found him yet, Whis? Asked the god of destruction Bills, who was quite irritated by Goku's disappearance. No sir, not yet. Remember that he got lost in a space-time tunnel, which makes it harder to find him. It's possible that he didn't realize it, but wandering through those quantum tunnels can leave him in an almost cryogenic state, says the god's servant, Whis. Stop chattering and get to the point, Bills shouts. Very simple, sir. It's been almost 3 years since he disappeared, but for him it must have been just a few moments. Bills, for his part, showed no interest in that, even though if they found him they would have to tell him that his wife had decided to continue her life with another man. But I suppose that Goku will not care, since from what he knew the scions only mate for the simple concept of reproduction, Bills thought, while he was impatient for the disappearance of his best warrior for the multiversal tournament that Zeno-sama was about to hold. Come on, sir, don't act like that, we still have Minaka, says Whis sarcastically and jokingly. Bills turns to look at him and angrily shouts, You're crazy, Goku is my trump card for that tournament, and even with Vegeta. There's also the fact that Zeno-sama is Goku's friend. If he doesn't participate, we'll all have to think of an epitaph for our tombstones, and that includes you, Whis, commented the destructive god. Whis, for his part, continued his search through his staff. Traveling to another dimension is different from moving through our multiverse. From what Vegeta told me, Goku Black used the key scythe to open a dimensional door. I did the same thing, but on a smaller scale so as not to cause damage to the time-space, said Whis, who then began to murmur while concentrating. Let's see, a world full of pirates, no. Shinigamis, no. A world of magic guilds, no. Men dressed in armor made of precious metals. But how strange is that, said Whis. Gold is a very fragile metal to provide protection. Enough, stop the nonsense, Whis, and hurry up. Sir, patience is a virtue, said the guardian angel of the destroyer god. Suddenly his staff lit up. I found it, sir. Goku's key is on a planet in another dimension, ruled by a feudal system and protected by armed groups known as shinobi or ninja. Okay, bring it, Bills says. No sir, it's not easy, this is going to take time, Whis responds. How much? Asks Bills. To which Whis declares, 3 years, maybe 4, of course, if he doesn't want to destroy Universe 7 and all its delicious food, says Whis with a hand covering his mouth. Bills gets irritated but knows he is right, since the Super Dragon Balls were being guarded by Zeno, and they couldn't use them. Well, I'll try to buy more time and postpone Zeno-sama's tournament somehow. I have to convince him, says Bills, while you contact Goku and tell him that we will go for him, but that it will take time, just like what happened on Earth. Since he disappeared, he has to find out. If it turns out what his wife did, sooner or later he would find out, said Bills as he walked away inside his castle to think of an excuse for Zeno as to why the Universe 7 team was not ready yet for the tournament to be held. Okay, here we go, said Whis, whose staff glowed more brightly. Back to the Hokage Tower. Goku told his story from the day he knew Bulma, the secret of the Dragon Balls, his battle against the Red Patrol, Piccolo Daimaku, and the final of the martial arts tournament where he fought with Piccolo's son, his life with his wife and first son, the arrival of his evil brother and his scion past, his death and resurrection, the fight with Vegeta, Freezer, the androids and Cell, Majin Buu, the destructive god Bills and his brother Kampa, and his last battle against Zamasu, all from A to Z, without them believing a single word. So you are a being from another planet who has defended the Earth without expecting any payment, in addition to being an adult in the body of a child who has faced from humans, aliens, half-machine humans, monsters, demons, and even gods, said Sarutobi while he looked at the boy with his arms crossed. That is the biggest garbage I have heard in my life, and I was with that lunatic Orochimaru, Anko shouted at our hero. Why don't you tell us the truth once and for all? Goku was thinking that he knew they wouldn't believe him, but he had nothing to lose by trying. Tired and hungry, Goku was preparing to escape, flying at full speed out the window until suddenly a glow appeared in the office which revealed a hologram of Whis. "Goku, how good, are you okay?" said Bill's guardian angel. Goku shouted happily. "Whis, is it really you?" "Of course, boy, but what happened to you?" "You shrank," asked the angel. Goku simply shrugs, not knowing what to say. "I think it's an effect of dimensional travel. It must have affected your cellular metabolism. I didn't understand anything," Goku thought with a question mark above his head. "But what is that?" Anko said, scared while pointing at the hologram. "I'm not that, I'm Whis, the assistant of the god of destruction, Bills," he answered, somewhat offended, while the Hokage looked at him in silence and thought. This boy wasn't lying. If that were the case and everything turns out to be true, we would be in the presence of a being close to the power of a god with the ability to annihilate us without even trying. "Are you a friend of young Goku?" asked Sarutobi, to which was answered with a smile. "More like he is my disciple. Thank you for taking care of him," said Whis in a kind and polite manner, to which Sarutobi replied. "No, it has been a pleasure. Well then, I would appreciate it if you could take care of him a little longer, since it would cost me some work to be able to go and pick him up." "Of course, you will be rewarded in due time," says Whis in a calm and serene manner. "It will be a pleasure," says the Hokage, just as serene as Whis. "Well, if you allow me, I have to talk to Goku for a moment." Whis approaches the scion and begins to explain the situation, why he was searched for, and why he disappeared for 3 years. What happened on Earth in his absence, and that Vegeta was protecting her, as well as what had happened with his family, which was fine but with the defect that his wife had married or through. Goku for his part seemed to be very serious, listening to everything that happened. Suddenly he put his hands on his neck and looked at the ceiling. Comments. "Well, what can you do anyway? I was never very smart or romantic. The truth is, I married her for a promise that I actually misinterpreted because I was hungry at those moments, but as long as she is happy, then I am too," said Goku with a smile on his face, which only wanted the best for the woman with whom he shared many years of his life. Something that surprised everyone present was accepting Whis, who already knew Goku's character, who preferred a life of adventures and battles than doing nothing and being bored at home or working in the fields. "Well then, see you, Goku. I'll be there in 4 years, so get ready, since the multiversal tournament will start in that period. If you don't worry, Whis," our hero answers, and then sees the image quickly disappear. "Well, Goku, what do you think about being a ninja while he's here?" Sarutobi comments, to which Goku smiles and nods his head, since he had no money or place to sleep. "Well then, I would like to ask you a favor, Goku. Could you show us your powers?" asks the Hokage. Goku smiles and says, "Of course, no problem." "Well then, Kakashi, bring Guy and tell him he has a rival," ordered the Hokage, to which Kakashi went at great speed without hesitating for a moment, as Goku pulls Anko's sleeve to get her attention. "I'm hungry," said Goku, holding his stomach. "And I'm such a brat," answers Anko, frowning. "Well, it has a lot to do with it, Anko," the Hokage answers, drawing the kunoichi's attention. Anko said, to which the Hokage placed his hand on her shoulder. "From now on, you will be in charge of taking care of Son Goku, or should I say Mitarashi Goku," the Hokage said. "What'd?" yells Anko. Why? asks Anko. "Well, first of all, you found him, and secondly, it seems like he became fond of you," answers Hiruzen, while he sees Goku rubbing his stomach while he sticks to Anko. "He just wants to eat, no matter who gives it to him, and I don't want a pet," answers Anko, pointing at Goku, who had hung on her. "Anko Mitarashi, I didn't ask you, I'm ordering you." With a loud and demanding voice, the Hokage orders. The kunoichi could not refuse, and with a defeated voice she asked, "And how am I going to justify its existence?" Anko pointed out, to which the Hokage took out a paper which indicated that her little brother had been sent to the village since his distant relatives could no longer take care of him, and since Anko's parents had died years ago outside the village, no one would doubt the story, especially the council of elders and clans. Anko, with her eyes half closed, looked at the paper and wondered when this damn old man prepared everything. "Okay, here," said Hiruzen, throwing her a bag of money. Go and feed your brother since from what I heard, he eats a lot. Mockingly said the Hokage to the kunoichi who, with her head down, drags Goku to the exit. Come on, let's go eat something, Goku, said Anko with a tired, sad and resigned voice. And don't forget to take Goku to my training camp when you're done, said Hiruzen to the discouraged Anko. Near the Ichiraku ramen stand, Anko was walking carrying Goku like a sack on her right shoulder, and while she was walking, a little girl between 11 or 12 years old was passing by them who had long blonde hair tied in 2 pigtails, wearing orange and blue pants and a thick jacket that seemed to be too big for her at first glance. What caught their attention most were the marks in the shape of 3 whiskers on her cheeks as well as her blue eyes. Goku watched her while he was on Anko's shoulder. What caught his attention the most were the 2 key signatures that the girl had. One was normal, but the other radiated an evil power. Goku followed her with his eyes until she was lost among the crowd of people on the street. What's wrong with you? Do you like that girl? Anko asked with a mocking smile. Goku answers. Not only that, I found it interesting. Leaving the snake kunoichi with a huge question mark over their heads, as they sat down ready to order their food. 1 hour later at the Hokage training camp, our hero had already arrived with Anko while the Hokage was with Kakashi and Guy. Well, Guy, he is your opponent, says the Hokage. The ninja with large eyebrows and dressed in green lycra and a jounin vest was surprised, but orders were orders, so both he and Goku got into a fighting stance. Kakashi would be the referee. The Hokage approached Anko to ask how it had gone with Goku. She only limited herself to handing him the empty bag where the money he gave her was. Hiruzen, with his eyes wide open, asks, What happened to the money? Anko indifferently told how the scion ate everything there was in Ichiraku, causing it to close early today, and the kunoichi informed him that she had put the remaining debt to the Hokage's account since they did not have enough, since she did not have money. Hiruzen cried comically while Anko laughed inwardly in revenge for the mission of taking care of Goku as her new brother. Back in the battle, both Guy and Goku weren't moving. Their position was perfect. They were ready to attack and defend, Guy thought. Well, ready or not, here I come, shouted the jounin, who launched himself at great speed to end the fight, quickly appearing behind Goku and subsequently trying to hit him in the back, but he didn't count on the fact that his fist would go through Goku, who faded little by little, surprising Guy and the spectators. Suddenly a voice was heard. It was from Goku, who was behind Guy. I surprise you didn't, and that's saying something because the multi-image technique is quite old, said Goku with a smile on his face. I see you're fast, kid, but I am too, declared Guy before disappearing from everyone's sight. Goku, with a calm face, also disappears using his speed. Suddenly, the impacts of the blows began to be heard, and the waves they caused traveled across the field, which was damaged by each explosion, raising grass, rocks, and trees. No wonder I couldn't beat him, Anko thought, surprised that someone could resist the onslaught of the green beast of Konoha. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the two appear, since Goku managed to connect a powerful knee to Guy's chin, which was shot into the air from the blow received. Goku, without thinking twice, wins and jumps to follow him. But Guy reacts and hits Goku on the head with his hands together, causing him to fall, closely followed by Guy, who stands in front of him and begins to wrap him with some bandages that were under his sleeves. I'm sorry, little one, but this is over. Although I admit that you put up a fight with me, so I don't think you'll die with this. Feel the power of youth, Primary Lotus, shouted Guy. But to everyone's surprise, he couldn't finish his attack as the scion stopped in the air, leaving Guy hanging thanks to the bandage that was wrapped around our hero. That was close, said Goku with a smile, but it's nothing special. Well, it's time to finish, proclaimed the scion, who breaks the bandage that wrapped him. Therefore Guy began to fall, but Goku held part of the bandage with his left hand, to Guy's surprise and horror, as Goku pulled him towards him with force, and with his right arm he connects a powerful blow to Guy's face, who falls like a meteorite against the ground, leaving a huge crater and a cloud of dust. On the other hand, the spectators were impressed and horrified by Goku's power. It's a good thing they didn't choose me as their opponent, Kakashi thought with a drop of sweat on his forehead. For her part, Anko thought that she could ask for his help to train and become stronger enough to take revenge on her former sensei, who had made her go through endless hardships. This while she put her hand on her neck on the right side where a mark in the shape of 3 black blades stood out. The Hokage on the other hand thought about the power he had, and that at first glance he hadn't even taken it seriously since he was breathing normally and without a single drop of sweat on his forehead. It will be of great help to the village and its inhabitants, but I have to be careful that the council does not find out about his abilities, and much less that bastard Danzo. His ambition and hunger for power are almost sickly, and Goku could become the super weapon he has always wanted. Goku for his part removes Guy from the crater and carries him to where the others are. "Are you okay?" asks Goku, a little worried since he hit him with more force than he should have. Guy with a super swollen cheek responds, "If not, worry, you sure showed the power of youth," comments Guy before fainting. "Well, I think that's enough for now. Well done, Goku. From now on you are a Konoha ninja. But to keep up appearances you will have to attend the Shinobi Academy starting tomorrow," comments Hiruzen, surprising both Kakashi and Anko, while Goku with a knocked out Guy on his back just made a confused face and asked out loud, "I hope you liked it. What is an academy?" as the air blew around those present in the semi-destroyed field. Chapter 3: The Prodigy Student and the Empty-Headed Girl. On the shores of Konoha in Anko Midarashi's apartment. It was a quiet night, or so it seemed, until suddenly a knock was heard, followed by a cry of pain from the owner of the apartment, Anko Midarashi, who had the misfortune of sharing her only bed with little Goku. "Damn, this boy moves a lot," said Anko, who as only pajamas wore white panties and a gray sports bra, while Goku was in boxers and a white t-shirt. The boy snored at the top of his lungs without stopping moving. "Why is this happening to me?" said Anko in a low voice and in a tone of complaint. Then she looks at the child, who sleeps with an innocent and calm face. "How can he sleep like this after everything he did today?" wailed Kunoichi, which passed her hand over the face of the little scion, and with a loving smile on her face she thought about how cute he looked, and that maybe it wasn't so bad to have a family since Anko had been alone for a long time. Then she began to remember what happened in the test against Guy. Flashback. Hokage training camp. "What is an academy?" Goku asked, which left everyone except the unconscious Guy with a poker face. "You stupid kid don't know what an academy is," says Anko, to which Goku just shakes his head. "So you've never been to school?" asks Kakashi, while Goku suddenly remembered that his sons Gohan and Goten attended that thing called school. "School, is that where they send kids to learn weird things?" answers our hero in the form of a question, to which the Hokage nods his head. "Yes, Goku, it is necessary for you to go, since whether we like it or not your appearance as a child does not allow me to give you a rank beyond that of genin for the moment," says Hiruzen. "Well, anyway, I just have to go, right?" says Goku with his hands on the back of his neck and his typical smile. "Goku, do you by chance use the wind release with your chakra to fly?" Kakashi questions. The scion looks at him with doubtful eyes. "What is chakra?" asks Goku, which surprises those present. "It is the vital energy of the body that we use to perform jutsus, like when I attacked you with my snake summoning jutsu," answers Anko. "That concept sounds very similar to the energy we use in my world, but we call it ki," says Goku, a little surprised by the resemblance, but with great differences between ki and chakra. The Hokage for his part analyzed what had been said and remembered ancient legends of the power of ki, which despite lacking the handling of the elements made up for it with its tremendous destructive power. "Well, that doesn't matter as long as you can perform as a good shinobi," said the Hokage with a slight smile, to which Goku with a thumbs up declared that he would give his best effort with his typical smile. End of flashback. Anko continued watching Goku and then, without warning, gave him a kiss on the forehead. "Well, from today on we're in this together, my little brother, so don't give me any problems," Anko said in a low voice with a smile and a gentle look at the scion. "I think I'm starting to soften. Besides, I think he's old enough to be my father," thought Kuniochi while remembering what Goku had told them about his past. But without giving it much importance she went back to bed to go back to sleep. In the morning in Anko's apartment. "Take this, Goku," said Anko, handing a package to our hero, who simply opened it. "It's my dogi," said Goku, surprised, as he stretched it in the air. "If the Hokage sends it to be repaired and removes the symbols on the chest and back as you specified, I can't let my brother go to the academy in rags," answered Anko with her arms crossed and proud of herself. After changing and having breakfast, the two were on their way to the academy. Remember the way, since starting tomorrow you will go alone, Anko told Goku, who just followed her while admiring the surroundings of Konoha, outside Shinobi Academy. Okay, Goku, we're here. Take these papers and give them to the teacher. He already knows what to do, Anko said before saying goodbye to Goku, who does the same with a smile and enters the building. What a cute and energetic boy, said one of the mothers who were around the school. You and your son look very good together. These words brought out a huge vein on Anko's forehead, who with a comical angry face responded, He is not my son, he is my younger brother, scaring the mother, who later apologized and then ran away from the place. Interior of the academy. Goku was with the Chunin and homeroom teacher Irika, who had already been notified of his arrival by the Hokage. Okay class, everyone take a seat, said Irika while the children did what he asked. Today we have a new student who just arrived to the village a short time ago, says Irika while Goku was at his side. His name is Goku Mitarashi, I hope you get along with him. Irika finishes saying, asking the boy a few words for his classmates, who happily introduces himself. Hi everyone. I'm Goku, I hope we can be friends, finished Goku, while around the room only low murmurs could be heard, which were from some children who made fun of his short stature or his extravagant hairstyle, while others who recognized the last name murmured about his kinship with the hexy but sadistic Kunoichi of the Snakes. Almost everyone murmured except for some students who were Naruto Uzumaki, who just smiled since the boy seemed to be nice. Hinata Hyuga, who was very nervous and embarrassed while paying attention to the scion. Shino Abirame, who didn't make any noise. Kiba Inuzuka, who only played with his dog. Choji Akimichi, who wouldn't stop eating his potatoes. Shikamaru Nara, who slept on the desk without paying attention. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, who just spent their time admiring and idolizing the gallant Sasuke Uchiha, who coldly didn't even pay attention to those around him, and Goku was no exception, since when he saw him he thought he was as stupid and noisy as Naruto, which he disliked for the aforementioned reason. Okay Goku, sit in the free space between Naruto and Hinata, said Irika, pointing to the spot while Naruto raised her hand to get Goku's attention. Hey, this way, said Naruto animatedly as Goku walked over to later sit next to little Naruto. Hello, I'm Goku, it's a pleasure, says the scion, to which she responds. Hello, I'm Naruto and this is my friend Hinata, who's shyly and avoiding the gaze of the scion who greeted her. How strange she is, thought Goku. Okay kids, let's start with class. Today we'll start with taijutsu, so let's go to the practice field, said Irika, who was later followed by his students. What is taijutsu? asked Goku, who was following Naruto. This is the art of hand-to-hand combat, answered Hinata, embarrassed and stuttering in a low voice. Oh, what interesting, Goku said with a smile. Academy training camp. Well, we will start with the training fights. The fight will not be more than 3 minutes. The rules are simple. You have to get the opponent to surrender or knock them out to win. The use of weapons or jutsus is not allowed. Understood? Said Irika in a commanding voice, who was next to the other teacher Mizuki, who was taking out a list to decide the order of the fights. The first will be Naruto Uzumaki and Ino Yamanaka, said the teacher. Well, observe well, Goku and Hinata, I will show you the abilities of the future Hokage, said Naruto as she walked to the ring. Future Hokage? Goku asked Hinata, who answered looking at the ground and with a tone of sadness. Naruto's dream is to be the Hokage of the village and thus be able to demonstrate her value to the entire village. Goku, without saying anything, returned his gaze to the ring. Begin, Irika orders as referee, while the two kunoichis fought with all kinds of blows and aerial kicks. The girl in purple has good movements, but Naruto moves very badly with so many flashy but ineffective movements. She will only tire faster. Who the hell could have trained her so badly? Goku thought as he continued watching the fight, which from one moment to the next ended thanks to a powerful right hook from Ino to Naruto's face, which fell to the ground. Well enough, the winner is Ino Yamanaka, says Irika, while Ino with a smile mocks Naruto. Now she knows the difference between us, shorty. says Ino, to which Naruto angrily replied while getting up with difficulty. It's not my fault that my body doesn't allow me to move as I wish, since you have the advantage of having that little boy's body, said Naruto mockingly. What are you saying? Ino claims furiously. For your information, the only one with a little boy's body here is the Marquis Forehead. Ino yells, pointing at Sakura, who was enraged and steaming from her ears, accompanied by a bloodthirsty look. Well, for me you are flat as a board, Naruto pointed out, which had opened the zipper of her jacket, showing that under it her breasts stood out, which were quite impressive even with her ugly white shirt with an orange spiral drawn in the middle, since Naruto, despite her age and short stature, was the most developed girl in the class, even more than her friend Hinata, and showing that she was the owner of a chest that would rival that of a supermodel. But that more than liking it bothered her, since it did not let her fight well, and her tomboyish attitude did not allow her to do anything but show them off when she wanted to bother the Uchiha's crazy fans. Enough! Shouted Irika, who gave a punch to the Uzumaki, who falls to the ground with a comical bump on her head. Ouch! Why? He's hitting me, asks the pained Naruto. And you're still asking, you blockhead? Irika shouts comically, while the other students watching the fight laughed at what happened to Naruto. On the other hand, Goku showed a nervous smile with a drop of sweat on his head. What's wrong with these people? Thought the scion, while Hinata was red as a tomato from the embarrassment of what her friend did. This won't end like this, you'll pay for it, you tomboy with cow breasts, said Ino, muttering angrily as she walked away from the ring, while Naruto met up with Goku and Hinata. It was an interesting fight, said Goku with his typical smile, while Naruto also with a smile confirmed that she would win the match next time. Each of the students passed through the ring until Mizuki, list in hand, named Sasuke, which provoked cheers and screams from his fans. Your speaker will be Mitarashi Goku, said the Chunin, which excited Goku, who never runs away from a good fight. Come on, Sasuke, finish off the dwarf, cheered one of her many fans. He's an idiot, said another fan. Don't let yourself go, Goku, you can finish off the baby-faced idiot, said Naruto, supporting Goku, who gave her his famous thumbs up as he headed to the ring. Okay, you know the rules, ready, said Irika in a commanding voice. Start, giving the order to fight. This will be easy, thought Sasuke as he got into a fighting stance, but to his surprise his opponent was standing in front of him without moving. How strange. Doesn't this guy know how to fight? But the strangest thing is that it seems like his presence is fading little by little. He's like a ghost. If he doesn't feel it, I won't be able to attack him, thought the Uchiha, somewhat nervous. What's wrong with you, Start? Shouted one of the many students. What's wrong with you? Sasuke, finish him off at once, said one of the fans. This kid has completely disappeared his presence. If Sasuke doesn't feel hostility from him, he won't be able to attack him so easily, thought Irika seriously as he watched the fight. With a war cry, Sasuke throws himself at Goku, who disappears the moment Sasuke tries to kick him. Where is he? Says Sasuke desperately. I know, he's behind me. Turning violently just to not see anyone, Sasuke moved his head from side to side without realizing that Goku was behind him, as he moved quickly from one side to the other along with the movement of the Uchiha's neck so that he would not see him. I know you're up there, says Sasuke, turning to the sky. With nothing else to lose, Goku gives a light karate chop to the back of the last Uchiha's neck, which instantly causes Sasuke to collapse and lie on the ground unconscious. Everyone present is completely silent, surprised by what they saw, until Goku breaks the silence. Hey, I think I won, he said to Irika, who was still surprised, but Goku's words brought him back to his senses. The winner is Goku Mitarashi, Irika announces. Goku for his part goes to where Naruto and Hinata were, who were looking at him with their eyes wide open. Is something wrong? Goku asks with a confused look at his two friends. Naruto reacts quickly and answers. No, nothing, you fought very well, Naruto said with a hand on her neck while she laughed nervously. Oh, thank you very much, it was nothing, Goku answered with an innocent gesture typical of the scion. Back in the classroom, after Sasuke had recovered, classes resumed normally. Well, it's time for the cloning jutsu test, comments Irika, causing a gesture of discomfort in Naruto, which was terrible at it, but it was her opportunity to show off to her friends and classmates. Iruka was named to each of his students until he reached Naruto. Well, it's my turn, said the girl animatedly. Good luck, said Goku and Hinata at the same time. Good start, ordered Iruka, to which Naruto concentrates her chakra and with strong words, clone jutsu. A cloud of smoke covers her, to reveal a scrawny and poorly made doll of herself, causing laughter from those present and the discomfort of Iruka. Naruto, what is this supposed to be? Asks the teacher. A clone, answers Naruto, embarrassed. At least pretend like you're trying, yells Iruka to the girl, who puffs out her cheeks and with arched eyebrows answers. Of course I try, but it's a boring and unexciting jutsu. I prefer the jutsu I created myself, says the Uzumaki. What? Said Iruka before the girl, putting her fingers together, and screamed Hexi Jutsu, causing a cloud of smoke that showed a completely naked adult Naruto, only covered in some areas by the cloud of smoke, causing a nosebleed in the men present except for Sasuke and Goku, since the former thought it was idiotic, and the scion, who was very innocent, in addition to demonstrating his lack of livid since he was very confused by what was happening. You're an idiot, yells Iruka, who comically deforms again, gives a slap to the little Uzumaki, who returns to her place with tears like a waterfall and a huge bump on her head. You are a depraved, says Sakura in a scolding tone, to which Naruto just sticks her tongue out at her and ignores her. After putting some paper plugs in his nose, Iruka calls Goku to try the clone jutsu. What do? I don't know how to do that, thought our hero as he passed the front and was watched by everyone, especially Sasuke, who looked at him with hatred for the humiliation in the training camp. Start, Goku, asks Iruka to the scion, who suddenly had a moment of inspiration and decides to use the multi-image technique, showing images of Goku throughout the classroom, leaving both teachers and students with their mouths open. It can't be possible, and without hand position, thought Iruka. For his part, Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but feel an enormous hatred for Goku, who had not only surpassed him but completely pulverized his pride. Naruto, on the other hand, had a sad look, seeing how her new friend achieved on his first day what she wanted to achieve all this time, but that didn't mean that she had given up. This is just one more challenge that she must overcome to get there. Hokage. Well done, Goku, return to your seat, says Iruka, to which Goku obeys, thus ending his test. Iruka approaches Mizuki, and in a low voice they begin to speak. And I thought Sasuke was a prodigy, comments Iruka, to which Mizuki answers. If he could be as talented as Kakashi Hatake or Itachi Uchiha were in their time, true geniuses. Iruka turns to look at Goku and, without stopping looking at him, said. He is a child prodigy. Chapter 4: The Busy Life in Konoha, A Promise in the Moonlight. During break at the Shinobi Academy, all the children were with their respective friends while enjoying their lunches. Our hero met Naruto and Hinata. You eat a lot, Goku, said Naruto with a bowl of instant ramen in her hands. What happens is my metabolism is very fast and I have to eat a lot to have energy, answers Goku with a giant half-eaten rice ball in his hands. It's a huge rice ball, huge, said Hinata. Yes, my sister prepared it for me, says Goku with a huge smile as he remembered how Anko prepared his lunch for today, and despite the fact that she said that taking care of Goku was a nuisance, she seemed very happy while she made him food. Suddenly an object heads towards Goku and his friends at great speed. Goku, upon realizing it, pushes his companions aside and then dodges the object, which was nothing more and nothing less than a demonic wind shuriken thrown by Sasuke, which leaves a cut mark on Goku's clothes. Have you gone crazy, damn Sasuke? Naruto yells, to which Sasuke replies, Don't get involved, this is between me and the new one. Suddenly the shuriken returned like a boomerang to where Goku was, which he catches with his hand very easily, surprising his friends and Sasuke, who just remained silent until Goku said, Take this, it's yours, with a face full of tranquility as he threw the shuriken again at super speed, passing by Sasuke's right cheek and then hitting a tree which is split in half and then hitting the wall of the academy courtyard which is crossed, and then making a U-turn into the sky to get lost among the clouds. Sasuke falls to his knees trembling while a little blood came out of his right cheek. Normally I don't like to mess with the weak, but you went too far, leave us alone, says Goku seriously and somewhat threatening, then returns to his lunch with Naruto and Hinata. Sasuke, trembling and looking at him, usually thought, Weak, he thinks I'm weak. He felt sorry for me and returned the shuriken just to scare me, because if he had wanted he would have killed me. After that, Sasuke gets up to return to the classroom furious and prepared to train harder and get stronger, since a stone had appeared in his path to fulfill his wish to take revenge on his brother, and his name was Goku Mitarashi, his new rival. Goku, for his part, somewhat annoyed, checked the broken part of his dogi while saying, Enko is going to get very angry with me. They just fixed it, and it's already broken or through. Naruto approaches the scion and energetically says that was impressive. How is it that he helps you so strongly? Asks the little Uzumaki. I had several teachers as well as all kinds of training, answers Goku. What kind of training? Naruto asks again, but before Goku answers, Hinata interrupts them. Are you okay? Weren't you hurt? She asked worriedly. Don't worry, nothing happened to me, said Goku, who later lifted the bottom of his dogi's shirt to show him that he was telling the truth. Blushing, the poor Hyuga, who saw the naked torso of the scion and to Naruto's surprise had also blushed a little, but not only them, since all the females in the class also saw it, surprised and somewhat excited, since it was the first time they contemplated such a muscular and well-formed body that would put Hercules himself to shame. What's wrong? Goku asks, which brings out of their trance the girls who were watching him. No, nothing, just take off your shirt please, says Naruto, who was still a little embarrassed. This was something new for someone who had invented the Hexijutsu. For their part, Ino and Sakura, who always argued over who would sit with Sasuke at lunch, were speechless as they kept remembering the sculptural body of our hero. Did you see her body? Pig, asked Sakura. Yes, big forehead. Well, it's not surprising. I heard that her sister has a sculpted and very beautiful body, answers Ino. Really? asks Sakura again. Yes, and to be honest, he is very attractive, besides being very kind and charismatic, says Ino. What? Don't you see how small he is? He's almost the same size as Naruto, says Sakura. Think what you want, and sooner or later he'll have to grow up, and I plan to be with him at that moment, says Ino with a smile and a seductive look towards the scion. You've gone crazy. What happened to your obsession with Sasuke? Sakura shouts. Listen, in front of the marquee. I can be with whoever I want. Besides, Sasuke wouldn't turn to look at us even if we were engulfed in flames. And if you want to keep chasing Mr. Depression, go ahead. I prefer a real man, not a child, Ino said with great confidence in her words and ready to go to where Goku was. But she is stopped by Sakura, who was holding her by the shoulder, and with a darkened look. Ino was bewildered by this. But before she could say anything, Sakura screams at the top of her lungs. It's not fair that you go after all the boys I notice. Leaving Ino with a completely blank face and a large drop of sweat on her forehead, and a few seconds later she screamed. But you said he was a dwarf. I said that so that you wouldn't approach him and continue following Sasuke. The truth is that I started to like Goku since he showed up in class with that beautiful smile, while you didn't notice him until he took off his shirt, so you leave me Goku and keep Sasuke, Sakura answered, shouting. After that, the two kunoichis began to fight in a comical way, which brings out a drop of nervous sweat from all the students present, including Goku and his two friends, while Shikamaru approached the scion, and with a tired and bored face put his hand on Goku's shoulder, and then said to him, Same sincere condolences, since those two have become your fans, and believe me, they will make your life a real nightmare, comments Shikamaru, and then withdraws to the classroom. Goku smiled nervously, and with a twitch in his right eye he thought, Vegeta, why the hell didn't you catch me before I fell into this strange place? Luckily for our hero, the bell to restart classes had rung, which meant that everyone would have to return to their assigned places and he wouldn't have to endure Sakura and Ino's crazy antics, at least during classes and after school, since Anko ordered him to go straight home after them. The hours passed and classes had ended. Goku said goodbye to his friends to make his way home, worried about the scolding he would receive from Anko for his clothes that had been torn because of Sasuke. Anko Mitarashi's department. I'm here, said Goku as he crossed the door of the apartment. It's good that you're here, Shorty. How did it go? asked Anko, who after a few moments was surprised by the enormous cut on the front of Goku's clothes. "But what happened to you?" asked Anko. "Well, this was an accident I had while arguing with a friend," answers Goku. "What friend?" asks Anko angrily. "A certain Sasuke Uchiha is a somewhat serious boy, but I don't think he's a bad person," answered Goku with his typical smile. Anko approached the scion and later put her hand on his head. "You really always try to see the positive side of people, right?" says Anko with a voice and a face that expressed a slight blush. "It's not that, it's just that I think he's a good guy but he doesn't know how to treat others," said Goku as he remembered that his friend and rival Vegeta was the same when he had just met him. "Anyway, the food is ready, go change, later I'll fix your clothes," said Anko after a light sigh. "Yeah," said Goku animatedly as he entered the bedroom he shared with the kunoichi to put on a new shirt that she had bought him before he returned. "This kid really amuses me a lot," thought Anko as she returned to the kitchen with a smile, while humming a song. In the village of Konoha, the days and months passed quickly. Goku had already grown accustomed to life in Konoha, as well as his relationship with Anko, which had improved considerably, to the point that the neighbors thought she might have a brother complex, although they didn't say so because they were very afraid of the sadistic snake kunoichi. At the academy, Goku was considered one of the best prospects of his generation, and his hiding ability had improved a lot since he had to deal with Ino and Sakura during recess, and he didn't want to be rude to them, so he always preferred to escape, and fortunately the other girls in the class didn't want to give up on Sasuke, so he only had to deal with the two of them. On the other hand, Naruto and Hinata had become his best friends and were together almost all the time. Little Uzumaki always practiced with Goku, who after seeing her match against Ino decided to help her improve her fighting style by showing her the principles of the turtle style, and teaching her the Janken technique, which she learned from her grandfather Gohan. While Hinata enjoyed walks with the two of them around the village, and during one of these Goku found out that the person who had trained Naruto in taijutsu and taught her those useless moves was none other than the Chunin Mizuki. Something that baffled Goku, since that teacher always he was kind to Naruto but with no intention of helping her improve, unlike Irika who was strict but with the desire for Naruto to become a great genin, and Goku had realized this since Irika behaved more like a brother who cared for his little sister than a teacher, since Anko behaved the same way with him. Shinobi Academy. The day of graduation so long awaited by all the students had arrived. "Okay kids, today you will become shinobi. But first we will announce the Rookie of the Year," said Irika with a smile on his face, and then announced that the Rookie of the Year was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, exciting his fans. But suddenly two of the students got up angrily to shout and claim, "This is a robbery because Goku is not the Rookie of the Year," shouted Sakura. "Yes, he proved to be far superior to the Uchiha." Ino accompanied. Sasuke for his part looked at them angrily, but they answered his gaze, which showed that they no longer had any feelings towards him, and what's more they considered him unpleasant after remembering the cruel and indifferent treatment towards them by the last Uchiha. Irika calmly, and with his eyes closed, answered, "Yes, Goku is the strongest and most talented student of you, but in the written exams he did very badly since he passed them with flying colors. That's why he came in second place." After the scandal that had occurred with Goku's fans and the election of the Rookie of the Year, the class continued normally until the names of the graduates began to be given one by one. Unfortunately, Naruto was not among them, which left with a bad taste in the mouths of both Goku and Hinata, who saw their friend very depressed and without desire to do anything. Already at the exit, the parents began to receive their children. Highschool. Hinata's father congratulated her seriously and without showing much emotion. For his part, our hero was hugged by Anko, who lifted him in the air as if he were a teddy bear. "Congratulations, Goku, you're finally a genin," said Anko while Goku smiled a little embarrassed. "Have you seen Goku's sister? She has a great body," Kiba was saying to Shino in a low voice when suddenly a kunai passed over Kiba's head, cutting some strands of his brown hair and scaring him instantly, causing him to sit down in fright. "I also have a good ear. The only one who can talk about my body is my dear understanding little brother," said Anko with an evil smile and bloodlust in her gaze directed towards the Inuzuka. "Anko, don't hurt him," Goku asked. Anko turned to look at the scion with tender sheep eyes and with a tear said, "I don't swear I wasn't going to do anything to her. I wouldn't be able to embarrass you on your special day, little brother. Anko answered, trying to justify her action. Goku turned his attention to Naruto, who was on a swing completely alone and without company, and then heard insults and mockery directed at the girl among murmurs from the adults. This annoyed Goku, who went towards his friend. Are you okay? The scion asked, to which she answered yes with a sad and downcast voice. Don't give up, you're not one of those people who gives up so easily, says Goku, trying to cheer her up. Naruto raises her head to see Goku and with an angry face and tears answers. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me. You think that everything in life will be solved with your stupid smile since you don't have any worries because you are Mr. Perfect. Screamed Naruto, crying desperately with her heart broken into 1,000 pieces. Goku didn't know what to say. He was surprised and at the same time scared by his friend's reaction, who then runs away from him saying, Just leave me alone. While she disappeared from the sight of our hero, who just remained silent and unable to do anything for his friend, since he understood that she was right and that she never tried to get to know her well because she was only waiting for Whis to come for him to return to her world. 6 p.m. at Anko's apartment. Everything was ready to celebrate the graduation of the scion, who was sad and said nothing on the way back. What's wrong with you? Goku, why is he making that face? Asks Anko, worried about Goku's behavior. I fought with my friend, says Goku sadly, while Anko sat near him and asked, Which friend? Naruto Uzumaki, answers Goku. Oh, and I understand, so you really care about her, says Anko. Of course, answers Goku. She is my best friend in this world, says the scion. Anko, with a serious look, decides to tell him the secret of the village. Goku, tell me, in class did you hear about the 4th Hokage and the 9-tailed fox, the Kyuubi? Asks Anko, to which Goku says yes. Well, I will tell you the true story of what happened that day, answers Anko, who begins to tell him about Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the secret of the Jinchurikis, and how Minato and Kushina sacrificed themselves to stop the Kyuubi by waxing it in their daughter, who was Naruto, which is why she is hated by the village despite the fact that she stops the monster and prevents it from escaping. Goku, with a serious face, gets up from his chair and runs away. Where are you going? Anko asks, screaming. I have to apologize to Naruto, Goku says with a shout as he speeds away in search of his friend. He's a good boy, Anko thought with a smile on her face. But I'm not going to give him up so easily, much less to that Naruto, said Anko, who was no longer in the least interested in hiding her brother complex. Goku hears the alarm from the Hokage tower while he is on his way to Naruto's house while he was jumping on the rooftops. But what happened? Goku said as he sees the tower's emergency lights, so he decides to go see what was happening. Hokage tower, Hiruzen, what's going on? Asks Goku as he entered through the window. The Hokage looks at Goku and, relieved by his arrival, tells him that Naruto stole the scroll of seals that had secret jutsus of the first and second Hokage. Goku, worried, decides to join the search for Naruto in order to apologize and help her free from the imminent punishment that awaited her. Hiruzen tells him where to go with the help of his crystal ball. Goku goes out the window towards the wooded area near the tower. In the forest near the Hokage tower, there was a dirty and wounded Naruto who was protected by Iruka, who used his body as a shield to stop a large shuriken that had been thrown by Mizuki, who confessed to having deceived the girl into passing it if she stole the roll of seals, and also told her the truth about why the villagers mistreated her, which left her extremely sad. But the tears and words of support full of love and understanding from Iruka to Naruto lifted her up and encouraged her to move forward. I won't let you kill my master, said Naruto with her fingers together, and shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating an endless number of Naruto clones which were solid and could fight individually and independently of the others. Do you really think you've already won just because of this, kiddo? Mizuki said with an evil smile that suddenly began to increase her muscle mass, breaking her shirt, showing a more muscular and strengthened body. You will be the first to see the power that Lord Orochimaru has given me, said Mizuki, while a mark on his arm spread and covered his entire body, turning him into a monstrous humanoid tiger that threw itself at great speed against the clones that were destroyed one after another, and then with a powerful right hook to the girl's stomach, deflecting her while she spat blood on the ground, motionless with pain and watching as the monster Mizuki approached to give her the coup de grace. Don't do it! Iruka shouts, who couldn't help Naruto because of the shuriken that was stuck in his back and wasn't letting him move. This is the end for me, Naruto thought. Suddenly Mizuki throws a punch at the girl who is on the ground, but to his surprise she was no longer there. Where did she go? Mizuki shouts. Calm down, kitty, don't you think I should control you? A voice surprises Mizuki, and it turned out to be the voice of the scion who was holding Naruto with his arm around her waist while he was standing on the branch of a nearby tree. Goku, what are you doing here? Naruto asks in a low and surprised voice. Goku smiles and tells her that he will tell her later while he went down to the ground. Damn, you will die too! Shouts Mizuki, who throws himself towards Goku, who with very serious eyes and without saying anything throws a powerful blow that pierces Mizuki in the abdomen. It can't be! Mizuki screamed in pain. Goku pulled his arm out of Mizuki's body. Dash! I will have no mercy on trash like you, says our hero, who then kicks Mizuki in the chin, sending him flying into the sky. Kamehameha! Goku shouted, firing his attack at the evil Chunin, who disintegrated amid screams of agony while Goku's attack was lost in the darkness of the night. Goku approached Naruto and with a smile asked if she was okay. Naruto hid her face and with shame said, Goku, I didn't ask for your help. I could beat him alone. Yes, I know, but despite that, I wanted to help you. Goku answers calmly. But I'm a monster, Naruto said, looking down at the ground with tears in her eyes. You are not a monster, you are just a pretty girl who has been very alone and who only sought affection and understanding from others, says Goku with a calm voice full of understanding and concern for the Uzumaki, who could not take it anymore and collapsed to then hug the scion while crying nonstop. Goku moves Naruto away a little so he could see her face, which was full of tears. Whatever happens, I will protect you and I will not allow anyone to hurt you ever again. Goku was making this promise while the two were illuminated by the light of the full moon, which showed a Naruto with her eyes wide open with some tears and very blushed, who could not stop looking at her savior. Chapter 5: A relationship beyond a simple friendship, the choice of teams. In the forest near the Hokage Tower, our hero and Naruto were still hugging each other, but suddenly a voice brings the little Uzumaki out of her trance. Sorry to interrupt your romantic moment, but I need help, said Iruka, who was very badly hurt because of Mizuki. Surprisingly, Naruto quickly lets go of Goku and steps aside nervously and red as a tomato. This is not what you think, Iruka-sensei. It's just that I felt dizzy and Goku just held me so I wouldn't fall, said Naruto while she laughed somewhat nervously. Yes, of course, dizzy, Iruka answered with a slight tone of sarcasm, while Goku only showed an innocent face of confusion at the conversation between the girl and her teacher. Dash. Naruto, come closer for a moment and close your eyes, Iruka told the Uzumaki, who did what her teacher asked her to. Congratulations on your graduation, said Iruka with a brotherly smile as he put his ninja headband on Naruto's forehead, who smiled and shed a few tears of joy at what her teacher Iruka had said. Goku just witnessed this in silence, and with a smile on his face, happy for his friend, while the rescue team arrived at the scene to treat Naruto's and Iruka's wounds, who was the one in the worst condition of the two. At Konoha Hospital, Iruka and Naruto were being treated while Iruka gave his report to the Hokage about the deception of the girl who did not know about Mizuki's evil intentions and how Goku finished off the traitor ninja. For his part, the Hokage asks both Iruka and Naruto to keep secret what happened today, especially what happened to Goku, to avoid reprisals from Mizuki's family or friends against the scion, which was the least of it since Hiruzen did not want the Council of Elders to find out about Goku's tremendous power. How are you feeling? Goku asked as he entered the hospital room where his friend and his master were resting. Well, thank you very much, said Iruka, turning to see Naruto, who at the moment Goku entered, ducked down in shame, avoiding the scion's gaze, and in a low voice thanked him for saving her, which left Goku very confused by the way his friend behaved. The Hokage and Iruka, for their part, only saw what had happened, and in low voices they whispered to each other. Did something happen before we arrived? The Hokage asked. Well, I'd say that finally the masculine Naruto reached puberty, Iruka answered with another whisper. With such a developed body, and he's just entering puberty? Shouts the Hokage, surprising everyone in the room. You've gone crazy, behave yourself, perverted old man, Iruka answered, yelling in a comical way, which made the Hokage feel scared with a huge drop of sweat on his forehead and a little scared by the Chunin's reaction. Goku and Naruto, for their part, just laughed out loud at the comical behavior of Irika and Sarutobi. On the roof of the hospital around 11 p.m., there was Naruto, who had some bandages, and in her hands rested her orange and blue jacket, which was torn and dirty, while she silently watched the Hokage monument, which was illuminated by the lights of the village. "Is Naruto okay?" Goku asked as he approached the Uzumaki. "If it's just what?" Iruka said, suddenly falling silent. "Tell me what's wrong?" Goku asked calmly and a little curiously. "I'm so sorry, Goku. I was so rude to you during the graduation. You were just trying to help me and I just took out my frustrations and jealousy on you," said the girl as she bowed her head, apologizing to the scion. "You don't have to apologize, you were right. I was very cold and inconsiderate with you since I only saw everything from my point of view. I never had problems, and for some reason everything always turned out well for me, and that's why I never thought about those around me," said Goku, who expressed a slight sad smile to Naruto. "No, that's not true. You've always supported Hinata and me. You even helped us train. You've always been there to encourage me and protect me from the girls in class who made fun of me," said Naruto, who was slowly getting embarrassed and speaking more and more quietly until she fell silent, while she looked at the ground, playing with her fingers and carving the tip of her foot on the ground. "Naruto?" Goku says, wondering why his friend remained silent. "Goku, tell me, what do you think of me?" The Uzumaki asks our hero. "I like you a lot," says the scion with a smile. "I'm not saying, do you think of me as more than just a loud tomboy of the class who is a friend to hang out with?" she asks again as she approaches Goku, who was still confused by what the Uzumaki had said. "Naruto, I've always thought of you as a pretty girl," says Goku with an innocent face and his typical smile as he remembered when Master Roshi had taught him to differentiate between ugly women and pretty ones when he sent him to find one as a requirement to train him. "So you think I'm pretty?" said the Uzumaki, who was blushing and with her hands on her cheeks looking to the side, trying to avoid Goku's gaze, who simply nodded yes. "It's late. It's better that you rest. Besides, I have to return home before dawn or Anko will get angry with me," said Goku, who was saying goodbye to Naruto, who, before being able to say anything, saw him jump over another roof and, jumping after jumping, disappear from the girl's sight, who only saw where the scion had gone. "He sees me as a pretty girl, that means I still have a chance," Naruto thought, who suddenly and without warning screams to the sky. "But what the hell am I thinking? I'm not like that. I don't want to end up like those lunatics Haruno and Yamanaka," said Naruto. Falling to her knees and looking at the ground, she said in a low voice and blushing a lot, "I think I'm in trouble. How am I going to see him at school from now on?" Naruto said, covering her face in embarrassment. While Irika watched what happened, hidden behind the door that led to the hospital's rooftop. "She's no longer a child," the Chunin thought with his eyes closed and a proud smile towards the one he considered his younger sister. In Anko's department, our hero was scolded by the snake Kunoichi for being late and not letting her know where he was. Goku was sitting on his knees on the ground with a huge bump on his head while listening to Anko's sermons, who was only in black underwear, and with a wooden sword pointing towards our hero, who only listened to the Kunoichi, who ordered him that if something similar happened again or through him, he should let her know, since he was her responsibility, and that if they were a family, communication between them was important. After the scolding, the scion was in bed remembering what happened with Naruto and thinking that he should care more about the feelings of others and try to be less selfish. This while being hugged by Anko as if he were a stuffed animal while she slept. A few days later at the Shinobi Academy, all the students were ready for the selection of teams, which would be led by a jounin, that is, an elite ninja who would train and prepare them for future missions, when suddenly a girl entered wearing a sleeveless orange turtleneck shirt with blue lines on the shoulders, which shows off her aesthetic figure without problems. Tight black shorts above the knees and black kunoichi sandal-type boots, as well as blue wristbands similar to Goku's, only a little bigger. Her blonde hair was tied in two pigtails, and she had the Konoha band on her forehead in addition to her characteristic 3 whisker marks on her cheeks. "Naruto, is that you?" Sakura asked in surprise and couldn't stop looking at her. "If it's me, why are you asking that, bubblegum head?" the little Uzumaki responded, surprising everyone, even Sasuke, who just looked at her with his eyes wide open. "What are you doing here, Naruto?" "Only those who pass the course can enter," Kiba said with a mocking smile. "Well, for your information, I passed the course," Naruto answered angrily as she approached the Inuzuka. My God, her breasts are very big, thought Kiba, who blushed while looking down at her due to the Uzumaki's short stature. What are you looking at, idiot? Says Naruto, who then kicks Kiba, who falls to the ground unconscious with spirals in his eyes. Well, now she looks very pretty, but she's still the same tomboy. Ino murmurs to Sakura, who only nodded in agreement with what the Yamanaka said. Hinata, hello, Naruto said while her friend waved back. What happened, Naruto? Why those clothes? Hinata asked. The old one broke a few days ago and Irika-sensei went with me to buy a new one, said the blonde, who moved her head as if she was looking for something. If you're looking for Goku, he hasn't arrived yet, said Hinata. No, I'm not looking for him, Naruto said, stuttering, leaving Hinata a little confused. Suddenly Goku entered through the living room window at high speed. I did it, I thought I wouldn't make it, said the scion, who put the metal plate with the Konoha symbol as a buckle for the blue belt of his orange dogi instead of using it as a headband. Come Goku, sit with me, said Sakura, taking the scion's arm since the order of places no longer mattered now that they graduated. Wait, forehead, I'll be the one sitting with Goku, shouted Ino, who was holding the scion's other arm. Shut up, pig. Why don't you go back to your pigsty and leave Goku and me alone? Sakura replied with another scream as they dragged Goku to a place that, to his misfortune, was near Sasuke, who only glared at him with his eyes. On the other hand, Naruto watched the spectacle of Sakura and Ino with a frown and puffed out cheeks. Are you okay, Naruto? Hinata asked, worried about her friend. Yes, everything is wonderful, said Naruto, putting her hand behind her neck and with a fake smile so as not to worry Hinata and prevent her from realizing that she had developed special feelings for our hero, and the main reason for her surprising image change since she wants to look more feminine for the scion. Okay kids, sit down and be quiet, said Irika as he entered the classroom while the students obeyed what he said. From now on you are genin, so you will have to divide into teams to carry out all kinds of missions, so I will read how each of the teams were formed with their respective members, said Irika seriously as he began to read the names of the teams from 1 to 6, which did not matter much. Well, Team 7 will be made up of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, declared Irika, causing the two kunoichis to hit the table because, in addition to not getting along with each other, the two were with Sasuke, who neither of them liked. Don't worry, I'm not finished yet. Since there is one more student this year, there will be a team of 4, and by direct order of the Hokage, Goku Mitarashi will be on Team 7, said Irika, causing discomfort in Ino for not being able to be with Goku. A cry of happiness from Sakura, who believed that it was the work of destiny and the power of love that would allow her to be with the scion. Sasuke, for his part, only showed a look of discontent and anger for having to live with his rival, and finally Naruto, who smiled happily without saying anything and with a slight redness on her cheeks since she would be on the same team with the boy she liked. Irika continued with Team 8, which was made up of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Abirame, then Team 9, which mattered so little, and Team 10 made up of Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara, known as Ino Shikacho by their parents. Irika finished. Ino Shikacho is the same name of that giant boar I met when I was traveling to train, thought Goku, nostalgically remembering the moment when he fought for the first time with Ten Shinhan and Chaos. Okay, that's all, now wait for the arrival of your new sensei and good luck, said Irika as he left the classroom. The hours passed, and each team left as the Jounin came to pick them up, while Hinata said goodbye to Goku and Naruto since Kurina Yuhi, her new sensei, came for her team. Ino held onto the bench tightly for not wanting to separate from Goku, while Asuma Sarutobi, her new sensei, pulled hard to get her to let go, succeeding while she shed comical tears that left everyone present with a drop of sweat on their heads and Sakura laughing through her teeth at what was happening with her rival. Almost all the teams had retired except Team 7, whose new teacher had not arrived. Where the hell did that guy who was supposed to train us go? Sakura said, complaining. Sasuke just stood silently with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, ignoring the noisy Sakura while Naruto was talking to Goku. I see you're much better now, the scion commented. Yes, I'm much better, thank you, Naruto said, a little blushed. Those clothes look good on you, says Goku, which caused a big smile on the Uzumaki's face while she opened her eyes in shock. With it you will be able to move more easily and fight more comfortably just as you wanted, said Goku with his typical smile, which caused Naruto to lower her head, disappointed and darkened by what the scion said. Sakura, for her part, saw what was happening, and her feminine instinct activated an emergency alarm which caused her to approach her two companions. "Hey, let me join the conversation, after all we are partners," said Sakura, putting her arm around Naruto's neck, who was surprised by this action, and then saw how Sakura placed her mouth near her ear and in a low voice tell her, "Listen, bleached blonde, don't even think about getting close to Goku, he's mine." With a dark and threatening voice, Naruto breaks free from Sakura's grip and, taking a step back, answers, "Well, I don't see your name written on it. Besides, he and I have been friends for a long time, and we have even walked on many occasions, and we have eaten together all the time, which gives me an advantage over a crazy fan like you," said Naruto angrily and responding energetically to Sakura's threat, who was not intimidated and approached to be face to face with the Uzumaki. "Do you think that with that you already won? For me, it's just the behavior of a couple of friends from the same gang, not a couple," Sakura answered with a smug and threatening half-smile. "Well, I look like a woman for less," Naruto said sarcastically as she moved her hips and proudly stuck out her chest, an action that enraged Sakura, who lunged at Naruto. "Daughter of the..." Sakura shouted before the scion got between the two, trying to prevent a tragedy. "Calm down, both of you, I'll pass you. You're supposed to be on the same team," said Goku, worried and not understanding why the two kunoichis were fighting. Sasuke watched the argument with a serious face while thinking that his three teammates were a couple of idiots. Suddenly the jounin in charge of Team 7 appeared and just stared at them, confused by what was happening between the members of his supposed team. "What are you doing?" asked with a raised eyebrow the new sensei, who was none other than Kakashi Hatake, Goku's friend, who only thought about those moments. "What have I gotten myself into?" While looking at his new disciples. Chapter 6. Thank you for being with me, the bell test. In the classroom of the Shinobi Academy. "What are you doing?" asked Kakashi, who had stopped being an Anbu to become a jounin and wearing black clothes, a rolled-up shirt, black fingerless gloves, a green jounin vest, his typical mask that covered the lower half of his face, as well as a ninja band that he used as an eye patch on his left eye. "Kakashi, it's good to see you. Will you be our new sensei?" said Goku, happily greeting the jounin, who affirmed it with a positive nod and an eye smile, answering the scion's greeting. "Have you already met?" Sakura asked, confused, while her other two companions had the same expression as her. "Yes, I am a friend of Goku's sister. I met him when he first arrived in the village," answered Kakashi, who then asked them to go up to the roof of the academy to begin the introductions. On the roof of the academy, Kakashi leaned on the rooftop railing while the genin sat on a step looking towards the jounin. "Good, why don't you introduce yourself so we can get to know each other better?" said Kakashi. "How should we introduce ourselves?" asked Sakura, raising her hand as she asked. "Well, your name, likes and dislikes, hobbies and dreams for the future, that kind of thing," Kakashi answers in a bored voice. "Why don't you do it first, and then we'll see how it's done," says Naruto. "I am Kakashi Hatake, and I don't feel like sharing my likes and dislikes, nor my hobbies. I don't think they're of any interest to you. And my dreams, well, I've never thought about that until now," Kakashi said in a tired voice. "That was useless, he just said his name," Sakura commented with her eyes narrowed and annoyed by her sensei's attitude. "Well started, Goku," says Kakashi. "I am Goku Mitarashi. I like to train and fight with very strong people. I don't like bullies who mess with others, and my dream is to be able to fight once again with Vegeta and Mr. Bills," said Goku, very animated and with a big smile. "Goku is so cute I can't stop looking at him," thought Sakura, who was blushing and with both hands together near her mouth. "Goku is never satisfied with his strength, he always strives to be stronger, that's what I like about him," Naruto thought, also blushing and with a tender smile as she watched our hero. "Who are those Vegeta and Bills that I mentioned? And if he wants to fight them so much, it means that they are very powerful. Hell, that means that there are more guys like him in this world," thought Sasuke, who had a serious and gloomy look towards Goku. "Okay, you're still the blonde," says Kakashi. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen and being with my friends. I don't like perverts or people who judge you without knowing you, and I have two dreams. One is to be Hokage and show my worth to the whole village, and the second is..." Naruto whispers in a low voice, crouched down and very embarrassed. I didn't hear you, say it louder, says Kakashi. My second dream is to get married and have a family with the boy I like. Naruto shouts, completely red in the face, surprising everyone present. This is a surprise. According to the reports that came out, she was a tomboy with a soft mouth, but all I see is a very feminine girl with desires for greatness and to establish a family with her future partner. Kakashi thought, a little surprised by the mistaken reports. You're still doing well, the one with the pink hair. I am Sakura Haruno. What I like is, the boy I like is, says Sakura blushing and with her hands together, glancing at Goku. My hobbies are, my dreams for the future are, said Sakura, unable to finish because of her emotion while looking at Goku out of the corner of her eye, which caused a drop of nervous sweat to appear on the heads of her classmates and teacher. Something you don't like? Kakashi asks. Yes, the boastful and rude boys as well as the blondes, especially the busty midgets, says Sakura angrily, while Sasuke and Naruto just looked at her in silence with annoyance which she just ignored while she continued admiring Goku who just smiled at her. Well, you're the one with the black hair, says Kakashi, pointing at Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, and I don't have many likes or dislikes, and I don't even have a dream since it will come true. I will rebuild my clan as well as crush anyone who always gets in my way and kill a specific person, said Sasuke with a serious voice and a dark and gloomy look. He's probably talking about Itachi, Kakashi thought. Ha, he thinks he's all the big shots but he'll never be able to beat my Goku, thought Sakura. Is he really okay in the head? Naruto thought. First Piccolo, then Vegeta and now Sasuke, why does this always happen to me? Thought Goku, lamenting his fate. Okay, I'm going to conduct a test to see if you are fit enough to be a genin and if not, you'll return to the academy, says Kakashi, scaring 3 of the 4 genin. So we'll see each other at training camp number 7 tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Also, bring your ninja gear and don't eat breakfast or you'll throw up, said Kakashi in a mocking and threatening tone, worrying the genin even more. You may withdraw, Kakashi ordered as they obeyed him. Wait, Goku, I need to talk to you for a moment, the Jounin said to our hero, who stayed to listen to his request while his companions had already left. Goku, I need to ask you a favor for tomorrow. I want you to pretend that the test is difficult for you since I need to see the performance of the other 3 as a team, do you understand? To which the scion smiled and raised his thumb, accepting his sensei's request, and then retiring to his house. In Anko's apartment, Goku told what had happened to the kunoichi who smiled knowing that if he took it seriously the test wouldn't last even 2 seconds. Well Goku, I hope you can help Kakashi with his mission, says Anko. Don't worry, I just hope they manage to understand the reason for the test, Goku replied. Whatever, I don't care about children in the slightest, I only care about you, said Anko with a mischievous smile. Come on, don't say that, they also worked hard to graduate, says Goku. If you say so, answered Anko who got up from the chair to get ready as she was going to take a bath. Okay, I'm going to take a bath, get everything ready for tomorrow Goku, says Anko as the scion got up from his chair to obey. Hey Goku, wouldn't you like to take a bath with me? Said Anko with a joking smile and seductive voice, to which the scion innocently pleased that yes, leaving Anko petrified, who only wanted to play a joke on the scion that after a while they were together in the tub already filled with hot water while Goku sat with his back in front of Anko who was just silent and blushing at the action of our hero. What's wrong? Goku asks. No, nothing. Anko answered, a little embarrassed to remain silent for a few minutes, which seemed uncomfortable for the kunoichi who while watching Goku's back decided to speak. Goku, are you really an adult in a child's body? Asks Anko, to which Goku answers. Well, yes, I've never cared about my age since my friends said I always acted childishly. Oh, and you, do you want to be an adult again? Asked the kunoichi. I don't really mind, this body is much more comfortable to move around in, Goku answered with his typical smile. After hearing that, Anko approached and hugged Goku from behind, putting her breasts behind his neck, and with her eyes closed and resting her head on top of the scion's in a low and affectionate voice she said, Big or small, it doesn't matter, you'll always be my cute Goku, my cute brother, thank you for being with me. An action that left Goku a little embarrassed, who just smiled at the words of his sister, who had a serious case of brother complex and the scion hadn't noticed. 5 a.m. Training Camp Number 7. The members of Team 7 had gathered in the center of the field just waiting for their sensei to begin the test. Time passed and the minutes turned into hours. Goku fell asleep on the grass. Sasuke leaned against a tree while Sakura watched the sleeping scion, while Naruto pretended not to care, although she also liked to see him sleep. It was almost 11 a.m. when Kakashi suddenly appeared. "He's late!" Sakura and Naruto shouted. "Sorry, a black cat crossed my path and I had to take the long way around," Kakashi said as an excuse. "Anyway, let's get started," said Kakashi, taking out an alarm clock and setting it for noon. "The test is very simple. You have to remove these 3 bells by any means necessary. If you don't do it before noon, you'll fail." "But there are only 3 bells?" Sakura said. "Exactly, that means at least one will fail and return to the academy. Get ready, start," Kakashi ordered while the 4 hid. Suddenly Naruto appeared in front of Kakashi. "Okay, a one-on-one, you and me," Naruto said confidently. "You're very strange," said Kakashi, surprised by Naruto's behavior, as she threw herself at Kakashi, who took out his book and began to read while dodging and stopping Naruto's attacks. "Damn," said the kunoichi when suddenly Kakashi disappeared from her sight, appearing behind her with his hands together, and his index and middle fingers also together. "You mustn't neglect your opponent," says Kakashi. "Naruto, be careful," Sakura shouts, trying to warn her partner. "Too late, 1,000 years of death," shouted Kakashi, pointing at the kunoichi's rear, but he was stopped by Goku, who suddenly appeared and held Kakashi's hands. "I'm sorry, but I won't let you be that," said Goku calmly, and then both he and Kakashi engaged in hand-to-hand combat. "Goku, control yourself a little more. It's hard for me to stop your blows," Kakashi murmured in a low voice. "Yes, I know, but it's very difficult to decrease my strength that much," Goku answered, murmuring while the two put on a good performance since the 3 genin believed it. "I knew it, Goku is very powerful, he can fight on par with the Jounin," thought Sakura while she was hiding behind some bushes. "The dwarf fights very well, but I noticed something strange about him. Could it be because he's hungry?" thought Sasuke, who was hiding in the top of a tree. "I'll help you, Goku," said Naruto, who summoned 6 shadow clones ready to attack Kakashi. "Damn, this will get more complicated if I don't do something," Kakashi thought, then hugged Goku and threw himself into the lake that was near the training camp. "No, Goku!" Naruto and Sakura shouted at the same time, while Goku and Kakashi at a little visible end of the lake stuck their heads out to get some air and talked about how to continue with the test without Goku having to intervene. Suddenly, Naruto worriedly prepared to jump into the lake to help her friend when Kakashi appears with Goku encased in a huge water bubble. "What is that?" Naruto said with concern. "It's a jutsu water prison," Kakashi answered. "And now that the big rat has fallen, the small ones follow," said Kakashi in a mocking tone towards the 3 genin, making them angry and causing all 3 of them to attack him at the same time. "How dare you do that to me, Goku?" Sakura shouted as she threw several kunais. "I'll show you what a little rat can do," Sasuke said angrily and furiously. "I will defeat you and then I will help Goku," said Naruto, who was accompanied by several clones. The 3 attack at the same time, but without any coordination or teamwork, since Sasuke burned Naruto's clones with his fireball jutsu without caring about burning his partner. Sakura tried a surprise attack but easily fell into a sleep genjutsu, leaving her out of combat, while Goku inside the bubble only watched the movements of his friends, which were not coordinated. "But what are you doing? Don't attack him like a fool, join forces to try to get the bells," Goku thought, worried about his team's actions. An hour passed until the alarm clock rang. The genin finished the test and were breathing heavily as they sat next to 4 small wooden posts. Kakashi began the evaluation. "They failed well," said the Jounin seriously. "You, Naruto, wanted to do everything by yourself, really. You, Sakura, only thought about Goku. Even when you attacked me, you weren't interested in helping Naruto, even when she was almost burned to death by Sasuke's attack. And you, Sasuke, are the worst. You think that no one can even come close to you. That's why you showed disdain for your teammates while you were looking for a bell. Goku is the only one who is saved. At least he tried to help Naruto, even if it meant revealing his position to the enemy and sacrificing himself in the process," finished Kakashi while the genin just crouched down in shame for what their teacher said. "What's so difficult about understanding the importance of exercise?" Kakashi asked while the genin didn't know what to say. Teamwork, said Goku with an expressionless and calm face, surprising his teammates. Wait a minute, if we had worked as a team, one of us wouldn't have a bell, Sakura said. Exactly, I wanted to see if, even with that crossroads, they would overcome and fulfill the mission above their own well-being, but it never crossed their minds to think that if they had coordinated they could have taken at least one of the bells from me, said Kakashi with anger in his words. Okay, I'll give you one last chance after lunch, but Sasuke won't eat as punishment since you almost burned your classmates, said Kakashi, who then proceeded to tie Sasuke to one of the wooden posts and then retreat, leaving the others eating. For their part, the genin were eating while Sasuke's stomach was rumbling with hunger. Goku was about to intervene when suddenly, "Here, eat something," said Naruto, who with her chopsticks tried to give food to Sasuke, who was surprised by the Uzumaki's action. "What are you doing, Naruto? If Kakashi-sensei finds out, we'll be in trouble," Sakura said, scared by her partner's actions. "Naruto is right, we need Sasuke's help for the test, and if he gets tired from hunger, he'll only get in our way, so help Sasuke while I watch so the sensei doesn't see us," said Goku, supporting what Naruto had done while he got up to pretend to look for Kakashi since he could feel his presence hidden behind the bushes. Suddenly, Sakura also decides to feed Sasuke, who watches Sakura for her decision to break the rules. "Don't get confused, I'm doing this because we need you for the exercise, and the cow breasts and my Goku are right," Sakura said seriously as she stretched the chopsticks to Sasuke's mouth. "If I already know, I'm going to cooperate," said Sasuke seriously while eating the bite. Suddenly an explosion occurs in front of the genin, scaring them. "You have broken the rules!" Kakashi shouted threateningly and ready to attack while Goku and Naruto went into defensive mode. "We fed him because he's our companion," Naruto said seriously. "If we are in this together, and we will face it together," said Sakura, who was very scared but had no intention of giving up while Sasuke looked for a way to get free from the ropes to be able to help his companions. "So you're in this together?" Kakashi asked in a serious voice. "Yes," said Goku, who also observed him very seriously. "Okay, they pass," Kakashi said in a calm voice, which surprised the genin except Goku, who could stop pretending. "What do you mean?" asked Sakura, who was still confused. "It's very simple. You put your team above the rules and your own selfish desires. You worried about the well-being of your teammate who was suffering in front of you. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon a friend are worse than trash. You showed the ability and unity necessary to be a genin, that's why you passed," says Kakashi calmly and wisely to his new disciples, who began to celebrate. We did it, said Sakura, who hugged Goku. "If we are already real ninjas," said Naruto as she jumped on the scion, who was about to suffocate as Naruto hugged him by the head, putting Goku's face between her breasts, which prevented our hero from breathing as he fell to the ground unconscious with spirals in his eyes and causing a new argument between the kunoichis over Goku, while Sasuke only showed a slight smile of satisfaction. "Okay, Team 7 starts working tomorrow, so go home and rest," Kakashi ordered as they said goodbye and went their separate ways. Goku stayed behind to meet up with the Jonin. "Thanks, Goku," said Kakashi. "No, I didn't do anything, it was all Naruto's idea," the scion answered with a smile. "I see," the Jounin exclaimed in a calm voice. "If anything tells me she's destined to achieve great things in the future," Goku said with a big, confident smile toward his friend. "I'll be waiting to see that moment," Kakashi said with an eye smile directed at Goku as the two went their separate ways and prepared for tomorrow. Chapter 7 Vegeta's Challenge. Konoha appears at the Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. Goku and his teammates were eating to celebrate having passed Kakashi's final exam. "Goku, how many plates are you carrying?" asked Sakura. "I think with this 12, Goku answered with a smile. "Anko told me, but you really eat a lot," said Kakashi, who just watched in amazement as Goku devoured each plate. "He's like a pig," said Sasuke in a serious voice when suddenly and without warning he received 2 slaps on the head from Naruto and Sakura, who couldn't stand him speaking badly of their love interest. "What's wrong with you? Have you gone crazy?" Sasuke asked while rubbing his head. "That's what you deserve for speaking ill of Goku," said Sakura, who was frowning as she looked at Sasuke. Yes, I agree with the bubblegum head on this occasion. Eating a lot is a sign of good health, said Naruto, who also had her eyebrows furrowed and looked at the Uchiha angrily. Hey, don't fight, Goku demanded clearly but calmly. Yes, we are very sorry, Naruto and Sakura said at the same time while at high speed they sat each one on each side of Goku, which caused a huge drop of nervous sweat in both Kakashi and Sasuke. But if I remember correctly, you said that you ate a lot because your metabolism is very fast, Naruto said. Yes, that's what my friend Vegeta told me since he and I are very similar, Goku answered happily. This surprised everyone from Team 7. So he's strong and gentle like you? Sakura asked with a smile. Well, according to my calculations, Vegeta must have the same strength as me, but his character is a little more similar to Sasuke's, said Goku with his fingers on his chin while he thought about how to describe his friend, an action that ended up petrifying Naruto, Kakashi and Sakura, while Sasuke for his part pretended indifference even though he was interested in meeting this Vegeta. Someone as strong as Goku and with the character of Sasuke. He must be a hideous monster. Both Kukoichis thought at the same time, and then both of them hugged Goku, who continued eating while they were thinking about what Vegeta would be like in person, while Kakashi and Sasuke had a nervous drop of sweat on their foreheads again as they watched Goku, who had become a Casanova with two beautiful girls on each arm, and he didn't even seem interested in eating. At the same time in Goku's dimension on Earth in Universe 7, at the Capsule Corporation, everyone is gathered since Whis would tell them what happened to Goku and the plan to bring him back. Achoo! Vegeta sneezes. Did you catch a cold? Bulma asks her husband. Ha, we Scions are very resistant to the diseases of this planet. Surely someone is talking bad about you, Dad, Trunks said jokingly, while Vegeta continued behaving in the cold and calculating way that characterized him while he felt the ki of Gohan and Goten who were approaching. Gohan, Goten, how long has it been? Said Bulma, greeting Goku's children, who were the last of all of Goku's friends to arrive. I'm sorry I'm late, I was helping Goten move since he'll be living with me and Videl from now on, Gohan said with a hand behind his neck and the typical smile of the Sun family. What happened to your mom? Bulma asked doubtfully as she looked for her. Well, she's on vacation taking care of her new husband, Gohan said with a nervous smile. Did something happen, Gohan? Asked Krillin, who was with his wife and daughter at his side. What happens is that Mr. Whis came to the house a few days ago and told us where Dad was and that he had already found out what Mom did, said Goten while remembering what happened. Flashback. Milk's house 3 days before the meeting at Capsule Corporation. So is Dad okay? Gohan asked Whis happily. If he's safe and sound, Whis replied with a calm smile. You see, Goten, Dad is fine, Gohan said with a smile. Yes, Gohan, how good! Goten exclaimed happily and contently. Suddenly Milk, who was silent and listening, stood up and approached the guardian of the Destroyer God. Whis, does Goku know that I remarried another man? Milk asked seriously, to which Bill's guardian answered yes. Then he must be devastated since it must have been a surprise for him. But matters of the heart are very difficult to deal with, and after what happened in the Cell tournament, I couldn't bear the idea of being alone again. Besides, my new husband is a hard-working, calm man. I couldn't control my feelings. I hope Goku doesn't hold a grudge against me, said Milk in a melodramatic but sincere way towards Whis. If it's up to Goku, he just told me that there was no way he could be since he didn't understand romance very well and that he married you only because he had promised you and that if you were happy, he was happy as well, said Whis calmly while Milk had frozen after hearing those words. Bu. But he told you that when he was angry? Right? Asked Milk, stuttering and very surprised by what she heard. No, in fact, he was very calm and smiling while telling me that if you were happy then he would be too, and he was also accompanied by a very beautiful woman who was wearing very revealing clothing and they seemed to be good friends, said Whis while covering his mouth with his hand, which caused Goku's ex-wife to faint from the shock. Mom, are you okay? Gohan asked as he tried to revive his mother. End of flashback. And that's what happened. Then my mom said she needed time to better assimilate what was said, so she enrolled me in a school here in the city and asked Gohan to take care of me, said Goten with a calm face but somewhat confused by his mom's reaction. Ha 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 ha, and what did that human expect? That Kakaroto would sink into tears and commit suicide? Because of her loss, we scions only come together for reproduction, and besides, Kakaroto is a very strange scion, said Vegeta. So you just see me as a baby-making machine? Bulma claimed, very angry. Of course not, scions can fall in love. We only do it when we find the right women, those we really want to be with. We usually choose strong women, but Milk is very strong, said Krillin. Physical strength doesn't count, but mental and spiritual strength does. That woman is physically strong, but mentally and spiritually speaking she is very weak. Just remember how she panicked and fainted when Majin Buu attacked Earth, Vegeta said seriously with his eyes closed. That makes sense, since despite lacking physical strength, Bulma has faced many dangerous situations without looking back, which demonstrates her mental strength. Gohan thought seriously as he watched Bulma, who was next to Vegeta, and remembering that Vida was the same since she was very intelligent, strong and tenacious. She never gave up on anything since she used all kinds of tricks and methods to unmask the great Saiyaman when they were young. Somehow, Kakaroto will one day find the right woman or women. What do you mean, women? Bulma exclaimed. Polygamy was normal on the planet Vegeta. Vegeta commented calmly. But this is Earth and that is forbidden here, said Bulma angrily. Yes, I know that, Vegeta replied with a half smile on his face. But Kakaroto is no longer on Earth, Vegeta said, leaving everyone present stunned. Suddenly Whis made his appearance, and decided to tell what happened to Goku while they were eating. Already at the tables, Whis told them about the parallel dimensions and the consequences that Goku suffered when moving between dimensions, which rejuvenated him and ending up in a world full of ninja warriors. As well as the fact that he was opening a gap to go after Goku, but this required an enormous amount of power and time, and if done wrong the universe would be completely destroyed. In addition to the fact that they could not use the Super Dragon Balls since Zeno-sama guarded them with suspicion after what happened with Zamasu. Also that Bills had been able to delay the multiversal tournament for 4 years, so they had to prepare, and last but not least he told them that with the current energy he could send some things to Goku to help him in his stay in that world, which was taken advantage of by everyone since they prepared from Scion armor, combat dogis, a large vessel full of hermit seeds from Master Karen, a spaceship with a camera of gravity with which he could train, his sacred staff, and a lot of correspondence with photographs and greetings from everyone that could be stored in capsules and put in a small case that was given to Whis, and he would send it to Goku. Well, with your permission, I'm leaving. I'm going to give this to Goku on behalf of all of you, said Whis, ready to leave. Wait, Vegeta said as he approached Whis, and said something in a low voice to which Whis understood, and with a smile he took off into the sky in a trail of light. What did you tell him, Vegeta? Bulma asked. Nothing important, this is a matter between Kakaroto and me, Vegeta answered seriously as he headed back to the house, leaving Bulma and the other guests confused and curious. In the ninja world in the village of Konoha, Goku was completely alone, practicing a little in the training camp before dinner since he had the habit of exercising before eating. It's already 6:30 p.m. I think I'd better go home or Anko will get angry, Goku said as he picked up the alarm clock that Anko had given him, when suddenly with a flash the hologram of Whis appeared, surprising our hero. Whis, what are you doing here? There's still a long way to go until you turn 4. The Scion exclaimed to his master. No, Goku, I just came to drop off some things that your friends and your children sent you. Seriously, Goku said, excited and happy to know how everyone on Earth was doing. Suddenly a bubble of light descends towards where Goku was, which burst, dropping a box into his hands, which the Scion recognized as a capsule case. Well, with this I have fulfilled my mission, said Whis, ready to leave, but suddenly, oh yeah, I forgot, I have a message for you, Whis said calmly, leaving Goku very curious to know the message. What is the message? Asked the Scion. You better prepare for our meeting, since I will personally go for you, and the next time we meet I will show you who is the most powerful Scion. Understood, Kakaroto? Finished Whis, who imitated Vegeta and then laughed a little at his imitation. Okay, Goku, then with this I'll finish. See you, said Whis, who disappeared in a small flash, while Goku had a defiant smile on his face, which showed that he had clearly understood the message. Just wait, Vegeta, because when we meet again we will settle our outstanding accounts, thought Goku, who only looked at the starry sky while remembering the face of his eternal rival. 2 days later at the Hokage Tower at 10 a.m., Goku was inside the tower to deliver a document that Anko had asked him to deliver to the Hokage in person, which was her vacation request. The scion arrived at the Hokage's conference room, which had the door open, and inadvertently observed Naruko's discussion with Sarutobi because he had rejected his photograph for the shinobi registry, but apart from the fact that Naruko had hit Konohamaru, Sarutobi's grandson, who had entered in order to challenge him for the position of Hokage, the grandson was accompanied by his sensei Ebisu, who only observed the kunoichi's action. "Hello, am I interrupting?" Goku said, which caught the attention of the Hokage and everyone present. "No, Goku, have you already brought the vacation request?" "Yes, hello Naruko," greeted the scion, which caused the tomato-red kunoichi to run away in embarrassment that Goku saw her do what she did to Sarutobi's grandson. "Why did he leave like that?" asked Goku. "You'll understand when you grow up," said the Hokage with a smile. "But you already know my story," said Goku. "When I say grow up I mean here," said Hiruzen, tapping his finger on their heads. "Ah well, anyway I'll go after her, and that little one is chasing her," said Goku as he left the room, and his words surprised Ebisu, who silently and angrily only thought that Naruko would be a bad influence on Konohamaru. In the Konoha shopping area. "Stop following me, brat. It's your fault I looked bad in front of Goku," Naruko said angrily to Konohamaru, who wanted her to train him and teach him the Hexijutsu with which he derived the Hokage. This before Goku arrived, and with a few compliments the Uzumaki accepted. "Well, first you have to inform yourself to do the Hexijutsu, so let's look for women with good curves," said Naruko, who wanted to sound intelligent. "But you have good curves," said Konohamaru, who looked at Naruko's body and then received another blow to the head. "I don't count, child. Besides, who is the teacher here?" Naruko answered with a large vein on her forehead. Later both Naruko and Konohamaru walked through the commercial area while looking at men's magazines, beautiful women, and spied on the women's bathrooms, which caused endless insults and attacks on Naruko while Konohamaru was left alone for being the Hokage's grandson. All this was observed by Ebisu, who despised Naruko for being the container of the Kyuubi. In a forested area of Konoha, Konohamaru and Naruko were sitting on a log and chatting. "People only think of me as the grandson of the Honorable Hokage. It's as if I don't have a life of my own. That's why I want to be Hokage, and for people to see that I'm more than just the grandson of the supreme chief of the village," Konohamaru told Naruko, who only listened to him in silence, then stood up and told him with defiant eyes, "You think life is easy. If you want something you have to work hard for it, and if you want to be Hokage you have to go over me first." Which surprises Konohamaru, who couldn't answer since Ebisu had appeared to take him away, and challenging Naruko with a cold look demands that she stay away from Konohamaru, who gets enraged by the treatment of his new friend like that, and then screams, "Hexijutsu," which was accompanied by a cloud of smoke showing a beautiful naked brunette woman, which frightened and enraged Ebisu. "This is the end of your assets with me," said Ebisu, pulling Konohamaru, who had lost the transformation jutsu due to the pulling of his master. Naruko, fed up with Ebisu, performs the shadow clone jutsu technique. "You don't impress me, brat. Remember that I'm a jounin," said Ebisu with a boastful and threatening voice, but he didn't count on Naruko mixing it with her Hexijutsu, creating the Harem jutsu, which caused a nosebleed to the jounin, who fell semi-unconscious, and exciting Kamehamaru, who laughed non-stop. "This isn't over," Ebisu exclaimed as he stood up with difficulty, but suddenly, and without warning, Goku teleported behind him and with a karate blow put him to sleep. "Why are you sleeping for a while?" said Goku, who had seen what happened. "Goku," Naruko exclaimed in surprise as Konohamaru approached the kunoichi and asked her in a low voice, "Hey boss, is he your boyfriend?" Which proved to the fury of Naruko, who, angry and very embarrassed, chased Konohamaru, who only mocked her. "The boss has a boyfriend," Hiruzen's grandson sang at the top of his lungs, while Goku just laughed at the comical spectacle given by Naruko and her new disciple, who seemed to be as loud and energetic as her. In the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen could be seen having seen everything from his crystal ball. "What I was missing was a male version of Naruko," said the Hokage with his eyes closed while he held the bridge of his nose with his fingers, which had already become convinced that Naruko would be the example for his grandson to follow. Chapter 8: Goku vs. Sasuke, a fun encounter in the pool. I am 10-10. In the training camp 7, Goku and his team, who were led by Kakashi Hatake, could be seen all together in a target practice with their kunais at 3 different targets. Kakashi showed his mastery while throwing 2 kunais at the same time, which bounced between them and then hit the center of 2 different targets. This impressed the 4 genin. "Okay, now I want to see your aiming ability," said Kakashi. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, do you think I can make that shot you made?" asked Goku very excitedly. "Well, Goku, it's not impossible, but it takes practice and perseverance," Kakashi answered. "Come on, let me try," Goku said insistently, to which Kakashi accepted with a smile. Our hero stood in front of the targets and took the kunais. Remembering Kakashi's wrist movement, he threw the kunais, which had the same effect as Kakashi's and stuck in the same way, leaving everyone present stunned. "Goku, you are impressive," Sakura said happily. "If you were able to copy Kakashi-sensei's movement." Naruto also commented with a big smile, supporting what Sakura said, while Goku just scratched his cheek embarrassed. For his part, Sasuke was enraged and wanted to put the scion in his place. Later the practices continued with a speed test where Sasuke tried hard getting a record time for a genin, but the pleasure was short-lived since Goku beat his record without any difficulty. Then the physical strength test continued with a weightlifting which Naruto and Sakura performed with difficulty with a weight of 150 kilograms. On the other hand, Sasuke, with great effort and wanting to beat Goku, lifted a weight of more than 200 kilograms, being suffocated after lowering it. "Very impressive, Sasuke," said Kakashi, who later asked Goku to choose a weight and lift it for the test. The scion obeyed and took a weight which was more than 600 kilograms, which he lifted with one hand and without any difficulty, while the entire Team 7 remained silent and with their jaws on the floor. "Kakashi-sensei, is this the heaviest one?" Goku asked, disappointed since Bulma had been able to create weights of more than 1,000 tons. The silence was broken with a great cry of excitement from the kunoichis, who ran towards where their love interest was. "Goku, you are very strong, and you should know that I like strong men," Sakura said with a seductive look as she ran her finger over Goku's chest. "Don't touch him like that," Naruto said angrily as she separated Sakura from Goku. "Don't get involved in what doesn't concern you, mini succubus," Sakura answered, which caused another comical discussion between Naruto and Sakura, while Sasuke just looked at Goku in silence with dead and gloomy eyes, which showed that the Uchiha did not have good intentions towards his partner. At lunchtime, Goku had gone to buy some drinks for everyone on his team when suddenly Sasuke appeared with a serious face, which left Goku confused. "I'll wait for you at the training camp at 6 p.m. If you don't show up, the dwarf and the bubblegum head will suffer the consequences," said Sasuke in a gloomy voice as he passed by Goku, who put on a serious face at the threat given by the Uchiha, and then headed back to the team and continued with their activities normally. Training field 6 p.m., and with light rain, Goku and Sasuke stood face to face, both with a challenging look and ready for battle. "Now, clumsy, I'll show you why I'm the Rookie of the Year," said the Uchiha furiously, while Goku seriously just watched him. Sasuke threw himself against the scion with all kinds of kicks and punches, which Goku just stopped easily and without moving from his place, which enraged the Uchiha even more, who then threw 4 shurikens that Goku easily dodged, but Sasuke smiled since these shurikens had steel cables dipped in gasoline and gunpowder with which he wrapped Goku, while Sasuke generated a spark, which caused a huge explosion. Meanwhile, Sasuke moved away a little so as not to be affected. "I succeeded, I defeated him," said the Uchiha in a low and victorious voice. "What did you achieve?" asked a voice behind Sasuke, who turned around in fear to see Goku, who was behind him without a scratch. "Damn bastard," said Sasuke, who jumped at high speed from tree to tree, only revealing a light blue silhouette while he circled around Goku to throw him off. "It's over," shouted Sasuke, who launched an aerial kick to the head of our hero, who turned around and with a calm face answered, "Yes, this is over," which put Sasuke on alert, and he managed to move to the side and face Goku. "Despite using my maximum speed, the dwarf could see me. If I had attacked him, I would be the one on the ground now," Sasuke thought nervously, sweating buckets. "Are you giving up?" Goku asked calmly with a half-smile on his face. "No," shouted Sasuke as he threw 2 kunais, one stopped by Goku with his fingers and the other dodged by just moving his neck, which caused a smile in Sasuke, who used a substitution jutsu to change places with the kunai that Goku dodged and placed himself behind the scion ready to attack. "Rest in peace, Madarashi," thought the Uchiha with an arrogant smile. Suddenly and without turning around, Goku threw his fist backwards, connecting with Sasuke's face, sending him flying against a nearby tree, which stopped the Uchiha semi-conscious and bleeding from the mouth. Fine, with your permission, but I'm going home. I'm hungry, Goku said with a slightly bored tone as he began to walk towards his home. Wait! Shouted Sasuke, who was on one knee on the ground. Someday you will be the one kneeling in front of me. I promise I won't rest until I can defeat you, said Sasuke while wiping the blood from his mouth. I'll be waiting for you, said Goku with a slight smile, and then continued on his way while Sasuke sat next to a tree and watched the sky, which was already clearing after the rain, and sketched a slight smile while remembering the encounter. I still have a long way to go, but I won't give up. If that dwarf managed to get that power, then I can do it too. I just have to train until I faint. You'll see I'm going to destroy you, Goku, and then I'll kill Itachi, thought Sasuke with great determination as he remembered his infamous brother who had annihilated the entire Uchiha clan without mercy and his teammate who had surpassed him with ease and without effort, two great walls that Sasuke was willing to tear down to achieve the resurrection of the Uchiha clan and become the strongest man on the face of the earth. It was a hot weekend in Konoha. Anko and Goku were calmly heading towards a hot spring in Konoha which was very popular at that time. I'm very hot, said Goku in a tired and heated voice. We're almost there, hold on a little longer, answered Anko, who wanted to enjoy her vacation in a refreshing place, and while they continued on their way, near them you could see Naruto and Sakura who were hiding behind a light pole. Well, Shorty, this is our chance to show off with Goku, Sakura said in a low voice. But why do we have to help each other? Naruto also asked in a low voice. Listen, I really dislike you and I'm sure the feeling is mutual, but we can't let another busybody show up and try to take Goku away. Besides, I heard that his sister is very attached to him, and if I have to compete with someone, I'd rather do it with someone I know I can beat, Sakura answered with a frown, which infuriated Naruto, who couldn't answer because Sakura pulled her to follow Goku and Anko. Already in Konoha Spa, Goku and Anko were leaving the locker room ready to go swimming while they were watched closely by both men and women who were attracted to the two since Anko was wearing a very revealing brown bikini that showed off her sculptural figure while Goku in blue shorts showed off his great muscles and a charming and innocent smile. Near them were Naruto and Sakura hiding already changed and with white t-shirts which she wore over their swimsuits. Show time, Sakura said. I think it's better not to do this, Naruto replied, somewhat embarrassed. What do you mean? You can't back down now, Shorty, demanded Sakura, who at any moment would start arguing or fighting amongst themselves while Goku entered the water to cool off and Anko took a sunbath. Goku was swimming happily until he accidentally bumped into someone. I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking the way, says Goku, observing that he had collided with a pretty girl with a bun hairstyle and dressed in a nice white Chinese-style swimsuit which showed off her pretty and athletic figure. Don't worry, nothing's wrong, the deformed girl answered kindly, which caused an innocent smile from Goku, who felt better because of the girl's words. Upon seeing the Scion's smile as well as his muscular body, she couldn't help but blush. Wow! He is so handsome, the girl thought. Well, with your permission, I'm going, says Goku, who was stopped by the girl who was holding his hand. Wait, what's your name, handsome? She asks with a mischievous tone towards the Scion. I'm Goku, nice to meet you, what's your name? Goku said with his typical smile. God really is my type, thought the girl who decided to answer. I'm Tenten, nice to meet you, Goku. While the two shook hands and later sat together on the edge of the pool to talk more comfortably, an action that was seen by both Naruto and Sakura, who had a large vein on her forehead and a murderous look directed at Tenten. Who is that? Naruto asked angrily. It's a corpse, that's what it is, Sakura answered in a threatening tone and then got closer to listen to the conversation between Goku and her new friend who were talking about how they were both genin, as well as Tenten's love of weapons, and that they were both on a team that included the Rookie of the Year, both current and last year's. All of this between smiles and a good atmosphere that provoked the Scion's teammates even more. Okay, this is over, we have to put an end to it, Sakura said furiously. But how will we do that? Naruto asked. Very easy, Sakura answered as she took off Naruto's shirt, showing her in a one-piece orange swimsuit that showed off her cute and sensual figure that rivaled Anko's in every sense of the word. "You've gone crazy, why are you doing that?" Naruto shouted. Listen carefully, we have to make it clear to that cockroach that Goku is already a part, and we need to show him with action, so if you have those huge melons then use them. Sakura answered with a demanding and commanding voice while she also took off her white shirt, revealing a cute pink bikini that showed off her cute figure that didn't compare to Naruto's or Tenten's but was still very pretty to look at. Already prepared, the two headed towards where they found Goku and Tenten while they were admired by the men of the place. "Look, those two are beautiful," one of the men said to his companion in a low voice. "Yes, and you can say that the blonde is very hexy. I wonder if she's a model." The friend also answered in a low voice while the two kunoichis walked past without paying attention to the murmurs of all the boys who saw them pass by. "Ha, hello Goku, what a coincidence that we meet here," said Sakura with a happy voice, drawing the attention of the Scion and Tenten. "Oh Sakura, Naruto, it's good to see you here," Goku answered happily, causing Tenten to glare at them. "What's wrong with these busybodies that they don't see that Goku is busy?" thought Tenten angrily. "Goku, you still haven't introduced us to your friend," Sakura said with a fake smile. "Sorry, she's my friend Tenten, I just met her." "Tenten, they are friends of my genin team, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki." The Scion introduced each of the kunoichis. "Nice to meet you," said the three at the same time, and with a forced smile that was noticeable at first glance, she accepted for the dumb and clueless Goku. "Well, it was a pleasure," said Tenten, who was taking Goku's arm. "Hey Goku, why don't we go on the slide?" Tenten said with a smile and a wink. "That sounds fun, let's all go together," interrupted Sakura, taking the Scion's other arm. "The more the better." Naruto happily supported the pink-haired girl as she jumped on Goku's back, putting her left cheek next to the right of our hero who just smiled. "Damn pests," Tenten thought with her eyes half closed. "We won't let you do whatever you want, you idiot," Naruto and Sakura thought at the same time as they looked at Tenten with a defiant look during the ride to the slide. Already at the top of the slide, the security guard made it clear that only two people could go down the slide together, since due to its size, a raft had to be used, which caused a staring match between the kunoichis to see who would get on the raft with Goku. "Let's go Goku, you and I first," said Tenten while hugging the Scion's arm. "Wait a minute, why do you have to go with Goku?" Sakura asked. "If it's true I'm her best friend, I should go with Goku," Naruto claimed. "I was the one who suggested getting on this game, and you're already together, so if you sink, the Marquis's forehead can use the dwarf as a life preserver since she comes with those enormous floats built into the front," Tenten said in a mocking and sarcastic tone, angering the Uzumaki and Haruno, who stood in front of Tenten with a serious look. "Well, at least we don't wear a stupid bun-shaped hairstyle," the two kunoichis said at the same time, causing them to start an argument and push each other. "Hey, don't fight," said Goku. "Don't get involved," the three girls shouted, scaring the Scion who preferred to be on one side while they continued fighting. "Enough!" exclaimed the security guard when suddenly, amidst shoves, the three of them fell into the slide and slid down at high speed amidst shouts, blows and shoves, before colliding with the water, causing a huge explosion that raised a large amount of water, which wet a large number of the visitors. "They're fine, they weren't hurt," said Goku, who quickly went down to see how his friends were doing. "If nothing happens," the three kunoichis said at the same time as they slowly and carefully approached the edge of the pool since some parts of their swimsuits were torn and showed more flesh than they should. "But what's going on here?" Anko asked as she walked towards Goku and her friends. "No, nothing, I was just playing with my friends," Goku said with a slight smile. "Ah, so these are your friends," says Anko with an eyebrow raised and looking at the three girls. "Hello, we are friends of Goku, nice to meet you," said the three kunoichis, somewhat embarrassed by what had happened on the slide and their current appearance. "Nice to meet you, I'm Goku's beautiful and hexy older sister. I'm Anko Midarashi." Anko introduced herself while hugging Goku and posing sensually, looking at the other girls with a mocking look and smile towards them, which caused a huge vein of anger in the heads of the Scion's three friends, who came out of the water to face Anko, who had released Goku to stand face to face with them in a circle. "I won't let creeps like you get near my little brother," Anko thought. No matter who Goku is, he's mine. I'm going to pulverize them, thought Sakura. He is the man of my dreams. I'm not going to give up without a fight. Tenten thought. Goku is the only person who is worried about me apart from Iruka-sensei. He will be my boyfriend no matter what happens. Iruko thought. After a moment of silence, the four of them began to laugh out loud, only to quickly stop. I hope we can be good friends, the four kunoichi said at the same time, and then continued laughing, seeing each other with an evil aura coming off them. It's good that we're all friends, said Goku with his typical innocent smile, while the other visitors trembled with fear watching the macabre spectacle that the kunoichis gave. They are very beautiful, but at first glance you can see that they are crazy, thought terrified one of the boys who had flattered them before while he watched the group. This will be a lot of fun. Now I have more friends in this world, Goku thought while he continued smiling without realizing what was happening. Chapter 9 Journey to the Land of Waves. I will finish you, Scion. In the village of Konoha, a small shadow could be seen moving at high speed between the houses and trees of the village, which was being pursued by Team 7. Damn, come here, you damn bag of fleas! Iruko shouted. How can something so small run like that? Sakura asked in frustration. Stop complaining, losers, and help me catch him, Sasuke exclaimed angrily. Suddenly Goku appeared using his super speed, catching the small animal that was none other than Tora, the pet of the daimyo's wife who escaped from her owner whenever she had the chance. I got it, Goku says happily while holding the furious cat that wanted to get free no matter what. Well done, Goku. Now return to the Hokage Tower, ordered Kakashi through intercoms in the ears of the members of Team 7 who obeyed the order without question. Hokage Tower. The little scion handed the cat to his owner, who hugged him tightly and promised that she would never lose him again, while the poor cat writhed in despair as they left the room. I feel sorry for that cat, said Naruto, who had her eyes half closed looking towards the door. Well, Team 7's next mission will be to take care of the High Counselor's baby, said the Hokage as he read a paper. No, no more. I want a real mission, Naruto shouted, protesting. What's wrong with you? You'll start with simple missions since whether you like it or not you're just rookies, Iruka shouted in a scolding tone while the Uzumaki sat on the floor puffing out her cheeks and pouting with her entire team watching her with a drop of sweat on their heads. Okay Naruto, I think you're right, said the Hokage, who began searching through the papers for a Class C mission for them. Are you sure, Lord Hokage? I think it's still too early, says Iruka a little worried. Don't worry, they'll be with Kakashi, the Hokage answered calmly. Besides, with Goku it will be a piece of cake for that, thought the Hokage with a slight smile that later he asked for a client who requested a bodyguard service to be brought. A few moments later a poorly dressed old man appeared with a bottle of alcohol, and in a slightly drunken state. What's a joke? These brats are my bodyguards, asked the old man. Sir, even if you don't believe it, they are well prepared, said Iruka. It's hard to believe with those two dwarves and the one with bubblegum-colored hair, Tsunade answers, mocking and angering Naruto and Sakura with the insult, but they were stopped by Kakashi. My name is Tsunade and I am a famous bridge builder. I want to be taken back to my country safely, commented the builder with a serious look, which formally closed the deal while Kakashi asked his team to prepare to leave on their trip. Meanwhile the genin retired to their homes for their equipment, food and weapons, as well as to say goodbye to friends and family to meet an hour later at the great gate of the village. Finally, this is the first time I'll leave the village, Naruto said happily and very animatedly, while Sakura turns around with curiosity seeing the object that Goku has on his back. What is that thing, Goku? Sakura asks. Ha, this is my sacred staff, a gift from my grandfather before he died, Goku stated with a smile, leaving the entire Team 7 surprised as they made their way to the Land of Waves. Everything seemed calm and without news. Meanwhile Sakura and Naruto talked with Kakashi about the elemental countries, the importance of the ninja villages, the 5 Kages, and the fact that there are no ninjas in the Land of Waves. Suddenly everyone passed by a puddle of water which alerted the Jounin as well as the Scion, since the latter could feel 2 ki inside it when quickly from the puddle jumped 2 renegade ninjas armed with toothed chains and gloves with steel claws that at great speed entangled an immobile Kakashi, who after a pull from the enemy ninjas was dismembered in front of his disciples, who were terrified seeing what happened, and at high speed the enemies took advantage of the confusion and placed themselves behind Naruto, who was paralyzed. It's your turn, said the enemy ninja, who couldn't finish his threat because Goku had connected a powerful elbow to his head, who fell unconscious while his surprised partner tried to react but couldn't because the scion quickly knocked him out with a right hook to the pit of his stomach. Goku's attack was so fast that the genin as well as Tsunade and Kakashi, who was hiding preparing a counterattack, were silent, and without moving a muscle. "Are you okay? Didn't they hurt you?" Goku broke the silence, worried about Naruto. "No, nothing happened to me," Naruto said, still surprised by our hero's ability. "Kakashi-sensei, come out now!" exclaimed the scion as his teacher came down from a nearby tree, surprising the others who were happy that their sensei was alive. "Goku is the best, there's no doubt about it," Sakura thought with pride and admiration for her love interest. "I saw myself as completely useless. If I continue like this, I'll only be a hindrance to Goku, and my dream of being Hokage and being with him will go to waste. I have to try harder," Naruto thought, a little downcast. Damn dwarf got ahead of me again, and not only that, he finished them off as if it was nothing, Sasuke thought angrily and jealously. On the other hand, Kakashi had tied up the two ninjas and in passing identified them as the renegade Chunin devil brothers from Kirigakure, which causes Kakashi to decide to interrogate his client, since he had hired them to get rid of scammers and assault, not to fight other ninjas. Tsunade, seeing himself cornered, decided to tell them the truth about why they were chasing him. How he was building a bridge to connect the land of waves with other nations, which would generate exports as imports, sources of work, and an economic improvement necessary for his country, which is going through economic problems because of the evil criminal leader named Gato, who has control of the land of waves, and for fear of losing his precious power over it decided to kill the builder, who due to economic shortages lied in the mission request, since if he had told the truth Konoha would have charged for a class mission. The entire team listened attentively and with discomfort to what the criminal was doing in that place and its people. "Okay, what do you want to do? Should we help you or not?" Kakashi asked his team. "I'm going, I won't let that guy get away with it," Naruto said with determination. "I'm going too," Goku said with a smile. "If the dwarves go, I will too," Sasuke declared with his eyes closed and a slight smile. "Me too," Sakura exclaimed, a little scared but wanting to become a true shinobi. "Okay then, let's go," ordered Kakashi, while the genin followed him until they reached an area with an enormous aquifer and a lot of fog, where a man on a raft was waiting for them to silently take them to the land of waves, where Goku and Naruto watched with fascination the enormous bridge that could be seen through the thick fog, until from one moment to the next they reached the shore to continue on foot to Tsunade's house. Not far from there, in a cabin hidden in the brush. "I'm not paying you to waste my time, kill that old man already," demanded a short man with dark glasses who was none other than Gato. Suddenly, a sword appeared from the shadows, threatening the dwarf. "You better calm down, we will fulfill the agreement, but it will be in due time," answered threateningly the owner of the sword, who wore a mask made with bandages, who was accompanied by another man with a red hood which did not let see his face, who from one moment to another both disappeared quickly, leaving Gato alone. "Damn monsters," said Cat in a scared voice. Forest near Tsunade's house. Team 7 was walking towards Tsunade's house when suddenly, and without warning, Naruto threw a kunai at a tree, hitting it right above the head of a white rabbit who was very scared. "Poor rabbit, you're a fool, Naruto," said Sakura as she went to pick up the rabbit. "I'm sorry, I thought it was the enemy," apologized the Uzumaki. Suddenly, a huge sword was thrown towards where Team 7 was. "Duck down," shouted Kakashi, as everyone did except Goku, who deflected the sword with a kick towards a nearby tree where it stuck, and surprisingly on the handle stood a tall muscular man who wore a mask made of bandages. "Zabuza Momochi," said Kakashi. "Wow, it's an honor to be known by you, Kakashi of the Sharingan," the perverse ninja answered in a mocking tone. "Everyone get into defensive mode, I'll take care of Zabuza," Kakashi ordered, while the four genin did what he said. "Goku, stay out of it for the moment. I don't want you to interfere unless it's an emergency," Kakashi ordered the scion, who only nodded his head assertively, leaving the genin and Tsunade with a look of surprise at his words. The Konoha jounin decided to use his secret weapon by lifting his band that he used as an eye patch, showing his left eye, which had the Sharingan, an extremely powerful visual jutsu that belonged to the Uchiha clan, which puzzled Sasuke a little while Zabuza and Kakashi prepared for combat, releasing an enormous killer instinct which caused great pressure on Sasuke, who was willing to commit suicide, but our hero stopped him. "Calm down, Sasuke. If you can't handle this, then you'll never be able to fight in a real fight," Goku declared scoldingly while the Uchiha calmed down after his rival's words. Returning to the fight, Zabuza had used a mist jutsu to be able to attack by surprise, and using a water clone he tried to catch Kakashi and his team with a quick attack, but the Konoha Jounin, who copied the same clone movement, not only stopped the attack but in a masterful and stealthy way he placed himself behind Zabuza and ready to finish off the demonic ninja. "The fight is never over, Kakashi," threatened the demon of the mist, who had not given up since with a powerful kick he was able to throw Kakashi into the lake, and with a quick movement of his hands create a water prison, teaching the sensei of the genin, who were beginning to despair and fear for the situation. "Okay, brats, now you will die," said Zabuza with a dark voice as he created a water clone to attack the genin and kill Tsunade. "Stay in defensive mode and don't move," Goku ordered in a serious voice as he unsheathed his sacred staff. "What does this idiot think he is, giving me orders?" Sasuke thought angrily, but in the blink of an eye and without warning, Goku shouted, "Sacred staff grows," which after shining a little grew at great speed, passing through the water clone and standing in front of Zabuza, who could not react when the scion hit him hard with the tip of his weapon, forcing him to break the water prison jutsu and release Kakashi at the moment, while the scion returned the staff to normal. "That was great," said Sakura, who couldn't believe what she saw of Goku's incredible weapon. "It's true that staff is impressive. Now is your chance, Kakashi-sensei, finish it," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "This damn dwarf is full of mysteries." Sasuke pondered very seriously. Back in combat, Kakashi, using the Sharigan, managed to copy Zabuza's water dragon, but with much more strength and power, which dragged the evil ninja, who could not keep up with Kakashi. "It can't be, I can't lose here," exclaimed Zabuza, defeated and powerless, while the Konoha Jounin was preparing to finish him off, but suddenly two Senbon needles pierced Zabuza's neck and he fell dead. Seconds later, and surprisingly, a boy the same age as Naruto appeared, who was wearing a Kirigakure Anbu mask. "Thank you for your help. I've been looking for Zabuza Momochi for a long time to kill him and protect the secrets of our village," said the Anbu, who was approaching to take the body of the demon of the mist. "Hey, what are you going to do with the corpse?" Naruto asked. "I'll destroy it with fire, of course," replied the Anbu. "So you're going to burn him alive?" Goku said with an innocent voice, surprising everyone. "How do you mean alive, brat?" asked Tsunade. "That guy is still alive, I'm absolutely sure," Goku comments, who could still slightly feel his energy. "Goku, help me, it's a trap, we can't let them escape," Kakashi shouted at the top of his lungs, to which the false Anbu became alert, and took out his needles to defend himself and his fallen ally, while Goku and Kakashi approached in order to end his misery, when in a surprising way a huge sphere of ki was said towards Naruto and Team 7, surprising everyone. "Get out of there!" shouted the scion, who was returning with his team at great speed, saving his friends from the explosion, holding both of them with his arms while Tsunade held tightly to his back. Sasuke, on the other hand, being very fast, was able to dodge the explosion without any problem, while the attacker appeared in front of the false Anbu with the intention of defending him and Zabuza. "What are you doing? Get out of here already, Haku, I'll take care of these insects," said the hooded man, who was extremely muscular, wearing dark blue pants with suspenders, no shirt, a red jacket with a spike on each shoulder, 2 small chains with spikes on each sleeve, and a hood that didn't let you see his face well, but his blue-green skin with black spots made him stand out quite a bit, in addition to having a small tail. "Okay, but be careful," said Haku, who was escaping. "I won't let you," Kakashi shouted, but this new opponent stood in front of Kakashi, who had no choice but to stay in defensive mode while he watched him closely. "This guy is not normal, he is dangerous, my instinct tells me so," Kakashi thought. The new enemy in a blink of an eye threw himself at Kakashi and with a right punch to the stomach sent him to the ground, creating a small crater, scaring the genin and Tsunade. "Die, Leaf Ninja!" the enemy shouted threateningly, who with the peak of the chain on his sleeve was preparing to eliminate Kakashi. But with great speed Goku used his staff as a shield to stop the attack. "I don't know who you are, but you've already crossed the line," Goku said furiously. The hooded man was not intimidated and attacked the scion, who dodged the attack with ease. I see that you are a little different from the others, but that will not save you," threatened the hooded man, who disappeared from everyone's sight using his super speed while our hero decided to be the same, also disappearing. "Where are they?" Sasuke said. "I don't know, but this is unreal," Sakura replied, stunned by what had happened. Suddenly, the impacts of the blows began to be heard, creating destructive waves throughout the battlefield and then appearing in a single place where Goku and the enemy were engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, causing small tremors and raising stones which floated around them. "This dwarf is very strong. If I get distracted a little, he could cause me great damage. But what surprises me the most is that I feel like I've already fought with someone similar to him for a while," thought the enemy. "He's so powerful he can't compare to anyone he's fought in this new dimension before." Goku thought seriously as the exchange of blows continued. "Come on, you can, Goku, finish it," Naruto and Sakura encouraged the scion. "Damn dwarf, so that's your true power!" exclaimed Sasuke, jealous and eager to find out how to get one like it. "Keeping the secret now is the least of it. If Goku doesn't kill that guy, everything will be lost," thought Kakashi, who was still on the ground in pain from the attack while Goku was slowly gaining ground, pushing his opponent more and more. "No, it can't be possible," shouted the enemy, who received a kick to the face from Goku which sent him flying into a large number of trees that were destroyed by the impact of this one when crashing into them. Tsunade and Team 7 were happy since the victory seemed to be a fact, but they didn't count on the fact that the enemy would quickly emerge from the rubble accompanied by a large column of red light as it floated in the air. "He's blown away," Naruto shouted, stunned by what the enemy had done. "That doesn't matter, I'll finish you off, ka me, ha. Goku shouted at the top of his lungs as he fired a huge beam of blue light that headed at great speed towards the enemy, who managed to deflect it with a blow of his forearm, sending it far away from there and causing a huge explosion near the sea. His hood had fallen off, revealing a reptilian-type being with large ears that covered a large part of his head, and on top of it were located some black spots. "Tell me your name, boy," the man demanded in a deep, furious voice. "My name is Goku, who are you?" Goku answered with a serious look. "My name is Lezik, and I hope you are prepared because next time I will finish you, scion," proclaimed the enemy, who quickly flew away at super speed, leaving Goku and company, who were calmer after the enemy's retreat. "Goku, are you okay?" Sakura and Naruto asked at the same time as they approached our hero, who just smiled at them, showing that he was. "Wow, boy, you're really strong," said Tsunade with a smile while praising Goku, who just laughed with one hand behind his neck. On the other hand, Sasuke, who saw them from afar and with an icy look wondered how Goku got that power, and what was that scion thing? Chapter 10 Half-Truths, an out-of-this-world workout. Forest near Tsunade's house. All the members of Team 7 were gathered around their client Tsunade, calming down a bit from what had happened a few moments ago. "What the hell are you really, shorty?" Sasuke asked demandingly, approaching Goku with a serious face, which made the scion nervous at the question. "Enough, Uchiha, this is not the time for that," Naruto said angrily. "If the most important thing is to take Mr. Tsunade home and treat Kakashi-sensei's wounds." Sakura supported her teammate, which bothered Sasuke, but he knew they were right, so he and Goku carried Kakashi and continued with their mission. Meanwhile, in a cabin hidden in the bushes, Zabuza could be seen lying in bed recovering from his fight with Kakashi while being cared for by the fake Anbu and partner Haku. "Damn Kakashi, the next time I see him I'll kill him," said Zabuza between complaints and hurt by the defeat. "It was your fault for being so confident and underestimating them," answered Haku, who had an innocent smile on his face. "Haku is right, if it weren't for him and me you would just be a huge pile of carrion ready for the vultures," said Lezik, who was entering the room at that precise moment. "Shut up, this won't happen again, I swear," Zabuza shouted, scolding his companions for making fun of him. "By the way, Lezik, did you finish them off?" Haku asked calmly. "It doesn't seem that among the Konoha ninjas there was a scion, which made the assassination plan difficult," Lezik replied. "Saiyajin, does that mean he is a being from the same world as you?" Zabuza asked, surprised. "Yes, they are extremely powerful and fierce in battle. They were considered highly dangerous warriors who wiped out entire planets and civilizations, but I understood that they had almost completely become extinct, so I am surprised that there are still some out there, and more than one in the world," Lezik answered with a serious face. Scion or not, I will not allow them to get in my way. As soon as I recover, we will kill them all. Haku, you kill the genin. I will take care of Kakashi, and you, Lezik, I will leave that scion to you. Zabuza ordered in a commanding voice while his comrades only nodded their heads assertively, giving the order. Tsunade's house. Tsuna and Team 7 had arrived at the house where they were greeted by Tsunami, Tsunade's daughter, who provided them with a bed for Kakashi as well as a roof so they could rest and recover their energy. A few hours had passed and Sasuke decided to return to the pending question he had asked Goku. Well, now we're calmer, so tell me, who are you really? Sasuke asked again. We told you that's enough, Uchiha, Sakura claimed angrily, but Goku interrupted her, standing up from his chair and ready to tell them everything. My real name is Son Goku. Anko Mitarashi is my adoptive sister. I come from the rare and almost extinct warrior race of the Scions, Goku said seriously, ready to tell the rest of his story when, without warning, Kakashi, who had come out of his room, interrupted him. Goku is one of the last survivors of his kind. Long time ago there was a lineage of warriors with incredible powers capable of destroying heaven and earth thanks to the power of ki and energy layers of wonders only possible in our imagination, and that makes chakra seem like a simple game as far as destructive power is concerned. An evil emperor who using the power of the Scions expanded his conquests throughout various places, but the fear of being overthrown by the Scions one day led him to search for and exterminate them all. Many years have passed since that genocide and the Scions were erased from history and considered only as legends until the Hokage found Goku and decided to protect him for his safety and the good of the village, so Anko Mitarashi became his sister and guardian, also giving him her last name. It has been heard that there are 6 of them including Goku and that Vegeta that you heard about before, but the whereabouts of the other 5 is totally unknown. Said Kakashi. All those present who only listened in silence to the half-truths so as not to tell lies from the Jounin, since the Scions were aliens from another dimension and that Goku was a highly experienced adult warrior who had faced a large number of super powerful opponents that not even in their wildest dreams they could face, but Kakashi knew that the members of his team were not ready yet to know the truth and that he would wait for them to mature a little more to tell them, especially Sasuke, who in one way or another was becoming more and more paranoid with Goku and the matter of his revenge against Itachi. Let's see if I understood correctly. Then Goku belongs to a powerful ancient clan that was betrayed by its feudal lord and was exterminated by him for possessing the Kekkai Genkai of Ki, said Sakura, who had mixed feelings at that moment, since she felt sorry for her beloved but at the same time happiness, since being from a powerful warrior family his parents would not have any but if she married him, while Naruto felt more identified with Goku since she had also grown up without knowing her parents and had lived alone for a long time, which meant that when they got married they could keep each other company. The 2 kunoichis suddenly turned red at their thoughts and decided to act. Goku, no matter what happened in your past, I will be stunned no matter what happens, said the 2 kunoichis at the same time, and then turned to look at each other in a challenging way and throwing rays from their eyes. While Sasuke only thought about the similarity between Goku's story and his own with the extermination of his people at the hands of someone they trusted, but that did not mean that with that he had already given up. He would have his revenge and would show that the Uchiha are the most powerful above those called Scions. What I told you is top secret information classified as S rank, so you can't say anything for the moment, because if you do I will have to see the painful necessity of killing you, said Kakashi with a dark and threatening voice, to which all those present, with goosebumps, promised to keep the secret. On the other hand, Goku was just silent, thinking if it was right not to have told them the whole truth, which made him feel guilty, but he had made the decision that if he couldn't tell them the whole truth, at least he would help them while he was in that world. I think it's necessary for them to learn how to use ki, said Goku, causing a great silence. But I thought your Kekkai Genkai was ki? Sakura commented, confused by the Scion's words. It's not what you think. When it comes to ki, the bases have very marked differences and similarities to chakra. Ki is the energy within all living beings and its main focus is in the center of the body, while chakra is the vital energy of the body of living beings, which is essential to perform any jutsu, and you control the elements. That's what I understood from Irika-sensei and Anko when they explained it to me. The general ideas are similar, and from what I know all living beings have ki. Since I am able to feel it, and you are not the exception, so if we train both sources of energy it will be possible to fight with ki and chakra," said Goku with a serious and thoughtful face, while Team 7 including Kakashi were very surprised by the Scion's deduction. "So we can use attacks like the one you used on that weird guy?" asked Sakura, while our hero with a serious look answered yes with his head. "This is great. If I can master both energies, then nothing and no one will be able to stop me, and when I achieve it, get ready because I will finish you off, Goku," thought Sasuke with a smile on his face as he watched the Scion. "Well, we have nothing to lose by trying. Besides, we have to prepare ourselves, since when Zabuza has recovered, he and that guy called Lezik will attack again. So Goku and I will have to deal with them while you take care of the boy with the Anbu mask who, at first glance, is much stronger than you. So rest tonight since we will train tomorrow morning," Kakashi commented in a commanding voice directed at the 3 genin who accepted the order given by their teacher. "That will be useless, you are all going to die," exclaimed a voice behind them all, which belonged to Inari, Tsunami's youngest son. "Don't be rude, these people are trying to help us," Tsunami scolded her son, who with a cold look simply turned around and returned to his room. "What's wrong with that rude kid?" Naruto asked, angry at the kid's comment. "Forgive him even if you believe him, he is a good boy, it's just that the current situation has affected us all in different ways." Tsunami apologized for her son's behavior. 10 p.m. outside Tsunade's house. Goku was sitting on the steps thoughtfully while recalling his battle with Lezik, who seemed to come from the same dimension as him. The Scion was so focused on his thoughts that he didn't notice Kakashi approaching from behind. "Goku, are you okay?" asked the Jounin. "If I only remembered that guy I fought before, he is very dangerous. When I face him, I can't let my guard down for any reason, so Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke will have to take care of themselves," Goku comments seriously. "Yes, I know, but sooner or later they would have to know what a real battle is," said Kakashi with a somewhat downcast voice as he approached our hero and sat next to him. "Goku, are you sure you want to teach them how to use ki? They are talented, I know, but being able to adapt to a new fighting style in such a short time is suicide. That needle ninja could kill them with the slightest mistake on their part." Kakashi questioned the Scion about his decision to want to train the genin. "I understand your concern, and I also agree with you. They won't be able to master ki in so few days, but I'm sure that at least with the basics they will be able to even scratch the surface of how to use ki, which means physical strengthening, which will give them more resistance against attacks, a better perception of their surroundings, and thus be able to face the needles that move at great speed, and last but not least, the increase in strength, which will make their blows a little more powerful. And if they're lucky and corner that kid, they could knock him out with one good hit," Goku explained calmly and confidently to the sensei of Team 7. "I hope you're right, Goku, because if we make a mistake many will die, and I'm not just talking about us but the entire village," said Kakashi as he got up and returned to the inside of the house. The next day in the forest near Tsunade's house, the genin were together with Kakashi ready to train. "First of all, you have to properly control your chakra flow, which will allow you to perform jutsus quickly and more safely," the Jounin explained to his disciples, who understood a little of what he was explaining to them. "But what about the ki?" Naruto asked impatiently. "First learn to walk before you want to run. If you can barely manage with the chakra, the ki will be impossible," said Kakashi wisely and trying to calm the anxiety of his students. "How are we going to improve our chakra control?" Sakura asks while raising her hand, to which Kakashi decided to show it to her while he gathered chakra in his feet and then walked little by little on the trunk of a tree without using his hands to stop on a branch, while he is upside down looking towards the genin. "Now try to accumulate chakra in your feet to climb. It has to be a precise amount because if you do it wrong you could fall. Mark with the kunais the place where you reach and then try to break your mark when you manage to reach the abyss. The ki training will continue," said Kakashi calmly, and then threw 3 kunai at him so he could mark the point. Goku, for his part, had gone to the bridge that Tsuna was building in order to help him with the construction by carrying heavy beams and heavy concrete blocks, since he had already prepared the training equipment for his companions, all thanks to the capsules that his friends from his home dimension had sent him. Hours passed, and it was already nightfall, and the Scion was taking a break when suddenly Sakura approached him to chat for a while since she had finished the chakra control training faster than Naruto and Sasuke. "Goku, Do you feel lonely being one of the few survivors of your clan? Asked Sakura, who was sitting next to the scion. Not really, since I can remember I have had many friends who have never feared or hated me for my origins, which is why I have been very happy until now. I really love all my friends very much, and of course I also love you very much, Sakura. You are a very special friend to me, like Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, and even the grumpy Sasuke. Goku answered with a loving smile as he remembered everything he has experienced since he arrived in the ninja world. Sakura had her eyes wide open and was completely blushing at the scion's words, and unable to hold it any longer she slowly approached Goku's face while closing her eyes ready to kiss him, but suddenly she received a strong blow which caused a huge bump on her head, and her eyes were like spirals since Naruto had suddenly appeared and she couldn't allow them to get ahead of her. What are you doing? You were supposed to look for Goku since dinner is almost ready, not try to take advantage of the situation and act like a cat in heat. Naruto shouted. Damn cow-breasted dwarf, how dare you interfere in this perfect moment that my Goku and I were having? Sakura complained furiously while rubbing the huge bump on her head. From one moment to another the two girls began to argue as they always did, while the scion just smiled and then took the kunoichis whom he had held by the hands to go to Tsunade's house, while they continued arguing all the way since tomorrow the ki control training would begin. The next morning in the forest near Tsunade's house, the genin were standing in front of Goku, who had in his hands blue shirts, wristbands and boots identical to his. We will begin the ki training, but for that I need you to put on these special training clothes, Goku ordered in a calm voice while the genin did what he asked them, entering the house to change, but a while passed, and none of them came out. But what happened? Why aren't they coming out? Asked Kakashi, who headed inside the house only to see his disciples who could barely stand. Kakashi-sensei, it's very difficult to walk with this on, Sakura complained. Goku, how much do those clothes weigh? Asked the jounin, who turned to see the scion. 30 kilograms each, that is, 150 kilograms in total. Goku answered calmly and without stopping smiling, which surprised everyone. We'll start with a swimming test from here to the shore near the other island, Goku demanded. But with this on we'll sink, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. There are also many whirlpools and strong currents that would drag them away if they were careless, but it wouldn't be training if it were easy, Goku answered with an innocent smile which made everyone present sweat nervously. The genin, already in the water, performed the test with great difficulty since Sakura and Naruto were dragged by the current again and again. But fortunately, Goku saved them and asked them for another try, while Sasuke sank, but his pride did not allow him to ask Goku or Kakashi for help, so he continued swimming. It was a torturous 2 hours, but they managed to complete the test. Then Goku tied them to a tree near a beehive, and after provoking the bees he ordered them to flee from the bees using only their reflexes and without the use of weapons, which the genin tried to do but couldn't because being tied up they could only run in circles and the bees wouldn't give up until they had stung them. Dash. No, ouch, it hurts, Naruto screamed desperately. Ouch, no, not in the face, damn bugs, Sakura screamed desperately. Dash. This idiot, is he really training us or is he just torturing us? Sasuke questioned. 3 hours later the genin, on Goku's orders, plowed the farmland of Tsunade's house with their hands, helped in the construction of the bridge without using tools, and ran and jumped in zigzags all over the place while they worked until sunset. Well done, Goku said happily as he watched his 3 companions on the ground panting from exhaustion. Well, this is the last test for today, Goku said as he showed a round stone with the turtle's mark written on it, which he then threw with force into the forest. You have to look for that stone and bring it to me. Whoever finds it first will be able to have dinner today. The others you can imagine, Goku said calmly while the genin had their jaws on the floor thinking that this was a hellish training, a truly out-of-this-world training. Chapter 11 Memories of the Past. The battle on the bridge begins. Forest near Tsunade's house. It had been almost a week since Goku and his team had arrived in the Land of Waves and they were training for the upcoming battle. I'm very tired, said Sakura, who was sitting on the floor wiping her sweat with a towel. Yes, I'm dead, Naruto said, lying on the ground. She had tied the shirt Goku gave her as if it were a belly button so that it would be a little more comfortable. Stop complaining, losers, we still have a long way to go before we say we're done training, Sasuke said angrily towards his 2 teammates. Sasuke is right, we're not done yet, Goku says with a smile as he approaches his team. The kunoichis quickly got up and ran quickly to the Scion's side. Goku, don't worry, we are already ready. We would even run around the world if you asked us to, said the two kunoichis who had their hands together and were blushing looking at the face of our hero who only had a drop of nervous sweat behind his neck, just like Sasuke who watched the spectacle of the two girls. Those two are a pair of idiots who are only motivated by their stupid crush on the dwarf, thought Sasuke, already resigned to his team's behavior. While in Zabuza and his team's hideout, Haku was taking care of Zabuza, who had almost completely recovered from his injuries, while Lezik was sitting on the windowsill watching the birds flying near it. You seem very thoughtful, Lezik. Do you regret having joined us? Haku said with a calm voice. No, if it weren't for you and Zabuza I might be dead. I'll be with you until Zabuza achieves his goal. Also, thanks to you I'll have the opportunity to fight a scion considered the most powerful warrior race in the universe, and if I defeat him, my name will go down in history. Lezik answered with a half-smile on his face as he continued looking at the birds. On the other hand, Haku just smiled as he watched Lezik happy about what he had said. I remember when I first got here, Lezik thought as he began to recall what had happened a year ago. Flashback, Universe 7 Outer Space. A merchant ship was being attacked by space pirates. This is dangerous, Master Lezik. Please finish off those pirates, said a gray alien who was very scared. No one gets involved, I'll take care of it, Lezik declared in a serious and confident voice as he left the control room. Already in the cargo compartment, the battle began with the pirates being killed one by Lezik, who completely dominated the battle. This can't end this way. If I can't have this treasure, no one will have it, said the pirate leader, who was on the ground with blood on his forehead and who took a kind of grenade out of his clothes, which he removed the fuse from, and between maniacal laughter. You'll all be vaporized, said the crazed pirate as he disintegrated. Moments after the grenade exploded, a micro-black hole was created which began to swallow everything around it, amidst screams of agony and people who were evaporated by the explosion. Lezik placed a force field over his body using all his power, but from one moment to the next the hole grew larger as it fed on Lezik's ki, which gradually weakened until it finally gave in and was absorbed by the hole, which consumed itself without leaving any trace that he or any life form was in that place. Flashback LL, alternate dimension ninja world outside Kirigakure. Zabuza and Haku were escaping from the Anbu forces of Kirigakure, who were mercilessly hunting them down. Hurry, Haku, we have to get out of this dump as fast as possible, Zabuza ordered. Suddenly a great flash of light which blinded everyone present showed a body which was falling at great speed and then hitting the ground hard near the Anbu, who went into defensive mode. He's a monster, kill him, ordered the leader of the Anbu, scared by what he had witnessed. The Anbu, without thinking twice, attacked Lezik, who was barely regaining consciousness, but quickly his warrior instinct put him on alert, and at high speed from one of the spikes on his shoulders he drew a sword with which in a quick movement he ended up dismembering all the Anbu, leaving only a huge pool of blood around Lezik, who fainted from the wounds caused by the explosion of the ship he was traveling in. Did you see that, Zabuza? Asked Haku, who came out of his hiding place followed by the demon in the mist. If that was impressive, he could be useful to us in the future. We should take him with us, declared the renegade ninja, who approached and lifted Lezik, who was completely unconscious, and then left for his hiding place to treat his injuries. Zabuza's hideout outside Kirigakure. Lezik slowly opened his eyes only to see himself covered in bandages and in a bed. Where am I? The alien asked himself. You're awake now, that's good to see, Haku said with a smile as he approached the alien mercenary. What planet is this? Asked Lezik, confusing Haku a little, who was still smiling. Oh, so you are a being from another world, that explains why you look so colorful, Haku replied calmly. Alien or not, you owe us a big favor and you'll have to pay us back, declared Zabuza, who had been watching everything from the shadows. Please? Lezik said doubtfully. If we saved you from dying from your wounds and seeing your way of fighting, you are a warrior, and from what I know, warriors always pay their debts whether they are favors or in battle against a great opponent, Zabuza answered with a serious voice and determined to collect Lezik's debt. You're absolutely right, so tell me, what do you want me to do to pay you back? Replied the alien mercenary. I simply want you to serve as my bodyguard until I can achieve my goal of becoming Mizukage, and I promise you riches in exchange for your services, Zabuza declared in a strong and determined voice. I'm not interested in money. If you want to give me something, I only ask for one thing, said Lezik. What thing? Zabuza asked. Fight strong opponents who prove themselves worthy of being considered rivals so they can satisfy my hunger for battles. Lezik answered with a serious voice and a cold look. If you want battles, then you will have battles. In this hellish world, that is what is most abundant, and perhaps you will be able to find the one who can free you from your hunger. Zabuza says in a malicious manner, accepting Lezik's only request to become his new bodyguard. End of flashback. You have kept your promise, Zabuza. I have finally found a rival worthy of me. Now it is my turn to keep the promise I made you. I will kill the scion and then I will take you to Kirigakure so you can be the new leader of that village, declared Lezik while he watched Zabuza lying in bed while he slept. Back at Tsunade's house, Team 7 was eating after a hard training session. Goku, it's very difficult to move without the bell making a noise, Naruto said, somewhat discouraged. Calm down, Naruto, this is just practice. The bell rings because you make unnecessary movements. It's important that you are as calm as the sky and as fast as lightning, says Goku, who had a large ball of rice in his hand, ready to eat it. It doesn't matter how difficult the training is as long as I can be by your side, my cute Goku, Sakura said in a seductive tone as she sat near the scion and rested her head on his shoulder. I told you not to approach him like that in front of the marquee, shouted Naruto, who had sat on the other side near Goku. I don't give a damn what you say, miniature cow, Sakura replied furiously. Do you want to stop with that comic hero act of trying to save everyone with a smile on your face? Inari claimed angrily, fed up with Team 7's behavior. Calm down, brat, those two meatheads always do that. It's not something you should get angry about, Sasuke declared in a serious voice while being glared at by his two teammates. That's exactly it. They're so sure they're going to win that they do those stupid flirting acts with that porcupine-headed idiot. No matter what happens, Cat is very powerful. He's going to kill them all and in the end everything will remain the same, Inari shouted. You're seriously a nuisance. If you're just going to spend your time complaining, you'd better keep quiet. I don't care about the opinion of a cowardly little boy who can't do anything but cry, Naruto said with a furious and venomous look as she looked at the son of a tsunami. Moments after hearing what he heard, the boy ran to his room while crying. Naruto, don't you think you exaggerated? Sakura said. Ha, for what I care about that brat. Come on, Goku, let's keep training, said Naruto, hugging the scion's arm as they left the house. No, not that. I won't let you get away with it, shorty, Sakura declared as she chased her two companions. Forgive Inari. He's not the same since what happened with Kaiza, Tsunade said sadly. Who is Kaiza? Kakashi asked seriously. Tsunade decided to answer by telling the story of Inari's father, who was considered a hero in the land of waves, who defended and helped all the inhabitants if they needed it, which made him loved by all the people of the place. But one day Gato appeared and decided to take control of the territory, so he decided to use Kaiza as an example for the others and that they would not oppose him, so he decided to crucify him and behead him in public, while Inari and his family watched all this, which caused a trauma in the child who had lost hope that one day Gato would pay for all his sins. All this told by a Tsunade who told it with a broken heart and sadness. Later, outside Tsunade's house, Inari was sitting crying on a step near the back door of the house as he remembered his father and what had happened while Kakashi approached him from behind. Hello, can we talk for a moment? Said Kakashi in a calm voice as he sat near Inari. You know what Naruto told you wasn't with bad intentions. It's just that she's not very good at expressing herself. She just wants you to understand that giving up is not the solution, said Kakashi, getting Inari's attention. If you really regret what happened to your father, then you have to make an effort to prove that he was right and that this world really isn't a hell like what Gato wants you all to believe, and that the world is what one wants if they try hard to achieve it, said Kakashi, surprising the boy a little. Naruto understands your pain better than anyone, since she has been alone for a long time without her parents, hated by the entire village and despised by everyone except for the teacher who cared for her as if she were his sister, and the boy who protected her and showed that there is still hope in life, and with whom, as you may have noticed, she is madly in love, explained Kakashi in a low and calm voice, trying to make the little one understand Naruto's actions, and that there is still hope. That his country would be saved one way or another. The next morning in the forest near Tsunade's house, it was 7 a.m., and our hero was asleep leaning against a tree while Sakura and Naruto slept on his lap after a long night training. The Uzumaki slowly opened her eyes and then remembered what had happened last night, and then looked at Goku's face, who was asleep. "This is like we're married. It would be great if a certain pink-haired nuisance wasn't here," thought the kunoichi, who was blushing looking at her beloved and frowning when she turned to see Sakura. "Hello, are you okay? Aren't you hurt?" asked a beautiful young woman who was there while collecting medicinal herbs. "We weren't just resting a little, we were training," Naruto replied, who from one moment to the next began to talk to the young woman, and as time passed they began to get along. Meanwhile, Goku and Sakura were waking up and stood up while watching Naruto, who was saying goodbye to the girl. "Ha, by the way, I'm a man. I hope we meet again someday, miss," said the herb collector as he went on his way, leaving the Uzumaki in shock. "Oh, Naruto, I see you already have a cute baby-faced boyfriend. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Goku," Sakura declared mockingly as she hugged Goku, who only had a question mark above his head. "Don't get confused, forehead, he's nothing to me. We just talked for a moment, Goku. Believe me, you're very special to me. I have no intention of giving you up," declared the Uzumaki with a tone of desperation, trying to show that she was telling the truth to the scion, who only smiled innocently but was very confused by what the two kunoichis were saying. While in the distance the boy with whom Naruto spoke observed what was happening while he gathered his hair and put on his most Anbu face, showing that he was Haku, Zabuza's servant, who were already ready for battle and that in a few minutes they would attack the bridge to finish off Tsuna and complete the job that Gojo had assigned them. 11 a.m. on the bridge under construction. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and Goku were helping with the construction, while Naruto had stayed at Tsunade's house as an escort for the bridge builder's family. Everything seemed to be going normally when suddenly a thick fog began to cover the place, which alerted everyone who could see how 3 figures appeared which belonged to Zabuza and his comrades. "Okay, Kakashi, as I promised, we'll finish this right now," Zabuza declared furiously. "Goku, Sasuke, get ready. Sakura, you protect Tsuna," Kakashi ordered. "Today you will die. Lezik, Haku, kill those 2 obstacles. Kakashi is mine," Zabuza shouts in a commanding voice while his companions at high speed threw themselves against their respective opponents. "Be careful, Sasuke, don't get too confident," Goku said in a serious voice. "I say the same, dwarf, you better beat that super-developed lizard because I will be the one who will defeat you," said Sasuke with arrogance and a half-smile drawn on his face. Suddenly Lezik appeared in front of Goku and connected a powerful punch to our hero's face, sending him flying towards where Sakura and Tsuna were, stopping a few meters in front of them. "Goku, are you okay?" Sakura asked. "If there's no problem, take care of Tsuna," answered the scion while Lezik appeared at high speed in front, ready to attack again, but Goku reacted and connected a right punch to the left, which sent the mercenary shooting at high speed towards the forest, causing a loud bang as he crashed into the trees and the ground. "I'm going after this guy, Sakura. If you see that things get complicated, take Tsuna and return with Naruto so you can escape if necessary," said Goku while the kunoichi nodded assertively at what her partner and love interest said, who ran off at high speed following Lezik into the forest. On the other hand, Haki used a jutsu that created a dome of ice mirrors, trapping Sasuke, who was preparing to fight the false Anbu who had entered one of the mirrors. "I'll finish this quickly," Haku said in a calm and somber voice. "Don't get too carried away. I've been training a lot and my speed has increased considerably. You won't beat me that easily," proclaimed the Uchiha ready for battle. Elsewhere on the bridge, Kakashi and Zabuza were in a fierce taijutsu battle using all sorts of moves. Zabuza, fed up with this, drew his sword and tried to hit Kakashi, who blocked it using 2 kunais. "This will end soon, Kakashi. Lezik and Haku will dismember your disciples and then we will kill the old man," declared Zabuza in a mocking and sinister deformity. "Don't think it will be that easy, Zabuza. Sasuke is the heir of the most powerful clan in all of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, and Goku belongs to the most powerful warrior race in the universe, the Scions," declared Kakashi full of confidence towards his students. "Uchiha, Scion, it doesn't matter, you are just another step towards achieving my ambition," declared Zabuza furiously as he began to throw saber slashes at high speed trying to cut the Konoha jounin. Meanwhile at Tsunade's house, Naruto was in the middle of a battle trying to defend Tsunade and Inari, who were hiding inside the house, which was attacked by 2 samurai bodyguards of Gojo who had sent them in order to kill them and send a message to the inhabitants of the place. "Come on, gorgeous, step aside. We don't want to hurt you. Besides, once we've finished the job, you could come and have fun with us. The boss will be delighted with that great body of yours," said one of the samurai in a malicious and lustful manner. "Go to hell, I don't have time to play with garbage," Naruto exclaimed furiously as she summoned an army of shadow clones ready to attack. "What the hell is this?" The other samurai shouted in fear. Attack, Naruto shouted in a commanding voice as her clones rushed at the samurai, who were unable to react and were defeated by the kunoichi. "Well done, Miss Naruto, thank you very much," said Inari with a big smile which made the Uzumaki blush, who suddenly came out of her embarrassment upon hearing the explosions in the forest and the smoke coming out from where the bridge was. "I have to go, my friends are in trouble," Naruto said with a serious face. "Good luck, little one," said Tsunade. "Good luck, miss, finish with that, you unhappy people," Inari encouraged, seeing Naruto heading towards the bridge at high speed. Chapter 12 Fierce Battle, the Destroyer of Worlds. On the bridge under construction, a bloody battle was taking place between Team 7 and Zabuza Momochi and his faithful servant Haku. "Come on, Kakashi, don't tell me this is your limit," declared the demon in the mist, who with a slash managed to scratch Kakashi's chest, causing a slight hemorrhage. "Don't brag, Zabuza, better think about how you want your tombstone to be," said Kakashi while raising his ninja headband, showing his Sharingan ready to fight. "Water Dragon Jutsu!" shouted Kakashi, creating a large water dragon behind him. "Do you think I'll fall for that again, Kakashi? Water Dragon Jutsu?" Zabuza shouted, imitating Kakashi. "Attack!" The two jounin shouted at the same time and at the top of their lungs, while the dragons obeyed them and collided with each other, creating a huge explosion which was heard throughout the battlefield. Not far from there, Sakura was with Tazuna, who was trembling from what he saw and heard. "This is crazy, they'll destroy the bridge," Tazuna claimed. "The bridge is the least of it now. If my team falls, you'll be a dead man, so stop complaining and don't leave my side. We don't know if there are more of them hiding," Sakura answered with a frown, not expecting that at that precise moment Naruto would appear. "Cow breasts, how good that you arrived. We are under attack," Sakura exclaimed happily upon seeing her partner. "I already know, forehead, Tazuna's family is already safe. That's why I'm here. Where are Goku and the others?" Naruto said with a serious look while looking for the others. "Goku is fighting the lizard man from last time, Kakashi-sensei is fighting Zabuza, and Sasuke is facing the masked boy inside that strange dome," Sakura answered seriously. "Okay, I'm going to help Sasuke. He's the one who should have the most problems, since Kakashi-sensei and my Goku can control those two without any problem," Naruto declared as she ran quickly towards the ice mirror dome. "What do you mean, Goku? Hey, come back here and repeat it, miniature dairy cow," Sakura shouted at the top of her lungs in a comical way. "And to think that the fate of my country is in the hands of these lunatics in love," Tazuna pondered with a drop of sweat on his forehead. Inside the Haku ice dome, Sasuke was being bombarded by a barrage of needles coming from all sides. "Damn, if this continues we'll lose the fight," thought Sasuke, who angrily removed a needle from his shoulder. "I must admit that your speed and resistance are much better than before, but this is over," said Haku with a calm voice full of confession, while throwing another needle to the Uchiha's neck, who this time could not dodge it. But fortunately Naruto, who had entered the dome, pushed him out of the way, saving the Uchiha's life. "Uzumaki, what are you doing here?" Sasuke asked, surprised. "Can't you tell? Helping you like this, if you don't complain and fight," answered Naruto with a serious look, and then launched herself against the mirror where Haku was and destroyed it with a strong blow, surprising Haku a little since her mirrors were very resistant. "Wow, it seems that ki training does work," says Naruto as she turns to look at her fist. "Don't be too confident, little girl," Haku said as his broken mirror regenerated. Moments later Haku decided to attack again with a great rain of needles in all directions, while Sasuke and Naruto dodged them thanks to their new speed. "But how is it possible that they improved so much in such a short time?" Haku thought curiously. "Fireball Jutsu," shouted Sasuke, who was aiming at Haku, who fled from the immense fireball that melted a few mirrors. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," shouted Naruto, who created a large number of clones which tried to hit the mirrors, destroying them, but they regenerated as quickly as they were destroyed. Damn brats, how did you get so strong? Haku claimed angrily. That doesn't matter since you're going to die here, Sasuke replied sarcastically, but while he was showing off, Haku came out of a mirror and at lightning speed attacked the Uchiha with a kunai ready to take his life. Fortunately, Naruto managed to read the movement and block the attack, also using a kunai as a shield. Don't be an idiot, Uchiha. Don't get too confident. We have to concentrate all the time to feel his movements just like Goku told us. The Uzumaki scolded her teammate, but Sasuke just ignored her and launched another fireball attack that hits Haku, who miraculously hovers near one of his mirrors and then enters it. You're crazy, you almost hit me too, Naruto claimed angrily. Calm down, I'm sure nothing would happen to you or that you don't trust your dwarf boyfriend's training. Sasuke answers with a half smile without taking his eyes off Haku, while Naruto just blushed after Sasuke's words and tried to answer but couldn't because she would get a big surprise seeing her partner's eyes. Sasuke, your eyes are now like Kakashi-sensei's left eye, Naruto said, surprised. I see, I finally woke up my Sharingan, says Sasuke in a low voice and happy about what happened. Sharingan, this will be a problem. I have to finish them off quickly or I'll be in serious trouble, thought Haku, who appeared in all the mirrors at the same time and threw a devastating storm of needles at the Konoha genin who were paralyzed by the shock. It can't be about the dwarf, thought Sasuke, who was desperately trying to help his companion. No, this is my end, Goku, I'm sorry, thought Naruto, who only saw the needles going down to where she was completely motionless and with no possibility of escape. Meanwhile, in the forest near the bridge, two white beams of light moved at great speed up, down, left to right, avoiding colliding with majestic trees and large rocks in the way, only to collide against each other, revealing that they were locked between Goku and Lezik, who had another brutal and fierce exchange of blows which released enormous bursts of electricity that reached the sky, piercing the clouds and the earth, which rumbled with each impact. Come on, Scion, give me more. It's clear that only you can calm my desire to fight, Lezik shouted with an evil look and smile on his face. It's a lot of fun fighting you, Goku said with a smile and a challenging look. What provoked Lezik more, who unsheathed two swords from the spikes on his shoulders and, mixing it with ki, launched powerful energy attacks which were dodged by Goku with great difficulty. Lezik's attacks hit the ground, creating huge explosions that raised stones and burnt trees that floated in the air due to the enormous power of both warriors who, being concentrated on the fight, did not notice the enormous mountain of rubble floating next to them, which caused terror and astonishment in the inhabitants of the Land of Waves. Village of the Land of Waves. My God, please protect us, said an old woman hiding inside her house. This is monstrous, said a villager who was hugging his wife as the two watched what happened from the window of their house. May God have mercy on our souls, said the wife of the man who could not ignore the hellish pandemonium that was occurring in the heavens of their humble lands. Tsunade's house. Look, Mom, Inari shouted from the window of her house. Inari, don't lean out so carelessly. The wind is very strong and could drag you away, Tsunami said with concern as she saw a huge tornado in the sky, blackened and flashing by lightning, with rocks and trees suspended in the air and large explosions coming from inside. Bridge under construction. This doesn't make sense. This is no longer a fight between ninjas. I don't even think they're humans, they're monsters, declared Tsuna with an astonished and terrified look. Shut your mouth, old man. Remember that one of those monsters is the one who is saving your life and is also my partner. One more word and I will cut off your head and give it to Zabuza to end this, Sakura claimed furiously, scaring the old builder even more. Back in the forest, Lezik cut through the air with madness while Goku jumped between the rocks and floating trees, dodging the attacks, and then teleported in front of the mercenary who could not react when Goku devastated him with a great rain of ki blasts that sent him eating the ground, followed by a tremendous explosion. Goku flies quickly and prepares to finish him off, but Lezik reacts quickly and throws a red beam from his eyes that luckily the Scion was able to block by placing his two arms in the shape of a cross. Dash! You're dead, dwarf! Shouted the mercenary who at super speed stood in front of Goku, throwing two sword blows that the Scion was able to catch with both hands, and with a mocking smile he broke them into 1,000 pieces, trying to surprise Lezik, who was not intimidated, and quickly gave a powerful kick to Goku's stomach, who fell to the ground at great speed, leaving a trail of destruction in his path. Dash! This will be your end! Shouted the mercenary, who with both hands together threw a large sphere of ki at the mound of rubble where Goku was, causing a huge and violent explosion accompanied by a large earthquake and causing a mushroom cloud of smoke that was seen from all sides. Tsunade's house. This is the end of the world, we're all going to die! Screamed one of Goto's samurai, who was tied to a tree near the house, watching the Armageddon that the Battle of the Bridge had become. Bridge under construction. Dash! It seems that Lezik finally got serious. The dwarf is beyond saving, said Zabuza sarcastically while he was injured and breathing with difficulty. Shut your damn mouth, ordered Kakashi, who was also hurt. You don't understand, these tremors, hurricane force winds and brutal explosions only indicate that the land of waves will be destroyed, Zabuza said with a maniacal tone, resigned to dying in that place. The only one condemned is you, Zabuza, Kakashi answered seriously, who without warning could feel an enormous power that came out of the ice dome, a totally visible red evil chakra. No, this can't be happening. The Kyuubi's seal has been broken. Naruto, what happened to you? I have to kill Zabuza once and for all, or it will be the end of us all. Kakashi pondered, fearful and desperate to reach his disciple. This energy is disgusting, it's pure evil, but it's not Kakashi's. Who is it? Zabuza wondered. I don't have time for your nonsense anymore, Zabuza, let's get this over with, said Kakashi, who had taken out a scroll ready to use. Summoning jutsu, Kakashi shouted, calling an army of ninja dogs that attacked Zabuza from behind, leaving him completely immobile. You will die with my own jutsu, that is the treatment that villains like you, the Mist Demon, deserve, exclaimed Kakashi, who was performing a hand position, gathering a large amount of electrical energy in his right hand. No, what are those? Zabuza shouted. Your final destination, Lightning Blade, shouted Kakashi, getting ready to attack the evil ninja. Back in the forest, which had become a huge rocky and desert cemetery, Lezik floated in the air looking for traces of his rival without any success. I won, a little disappointing, but in the end he is still a noble and worthy rival, weighed Lezik as he prepared to go with his teammates. But surprisingly, he was stopped by the war cry of the little scion. Haa! Goku shouted as he flew out from the rubble with some scratches and his dogi broken in some parts. Not bad, you make this interesting, Goku said with a smile and a challenging look. This is just the beginning, shouted Lezik as he threw himself at high speed against the scion, who stopped his forearm attack and then threw a kick at Lezik, who managed to dodge it. They did this over and over again, some connecting on target. Others were dodged, stopped or deflected at high speed, turning into another exchange of blows whose destructive waves could be heard throughout the place. The scion connected a kick to Lezik's chin, and he flew into the sky, out of sight. Seconds later, Goku flew at full speed after the mercenary, stopping in the planet's stratosphere. Dash! Ha 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 ha! Lezik laughed excitedly. Dash! I see you're having fun, but I'm not one to say otherwise. I was supposed to see you calm down, but now I'm the one who can't stop, Goku said excitedly. Don't forget what's happening, Scion, because whatever happens to this planet will be your fault, said Lezik furiously as he summoned from the peak of his right shoulder a huge spear bathed in ki which lit it on fire. This spear generates the heat of 1,000,000 suns. I'm going to burn you, brat, shouts Lezik, who tries to impale Goku. The Scion reacted quickly to the spear attack, and with his hands, which he had protected with a powerful ki force field, he stopped the attack, causing a huge wave of fire that could be seen from heaven to earth. Back on the bridge. Dash! We are doomed. I was wrong. They are not monsters. They are death itself, destroyers of worlds, said Tsunade, looking with terror at the blackened and burning sky as if he were seeing the depths of hell. This is getting ugly, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei. Is this the power of a god? Sakura thought, amazed by what she saw. In the sky of Planet Ninja, 2 rays of light could be seen coming down as if they were meteorites, colliding with each other, generating explosions in the sky, only to stop above the island where they were fighting before. Come on, Scion, I know you still have a long way to go to show your true power, or are you afraid of destroying this miserable world? Said Lezik with a furious and extremely animated voice towards our hero, who didn't pay attention to him because he turned to look at the bridge that could be seen in the distance. What is this? Sasuke's energy is disappearing little by little while Naruto's is increasing rapidly and violently. Goku thought as he concentrated to find out what was happening to his team when a ghostly image of a monstrous fox the color of fire and eyes as red as blood unexpectedly appeared in his head. No, Naruto, I have to help her quickly! Exclaimed Goku, who was flying at full speed towards the bridge. I won't allow it! Shouted Lezik, who stood in front of the scion ready to pierce him with his fire spear. I don't have time for this, get out of my way! Goku claimed, starting to give off a bright red aura. Die! Lezik shouted with fury and fire in his eyes. Koiken magnified 50 times. Goku shouted with great violence in what was the last clash between the two rivals that after a great and blinding flash showed them in the same position without moving a muscle. Seconds later Lezik's spear exploded and shattered as he exhaled a large mouthful of blood from his mouth and quickly collapsed to the ground uncontrollably, creating a gigantic crater while Goku, without looking back, continued on his way to the bridge. That damn kid in just a few hundredths of a second fractured 16 of my bones, broke the joints in my arms and legs and caused a large number of tears in the muscles of my body to leave me out of combat without having the intention of killing me, and he didn't even turn around. It's as if I were just a game to him. When he saw that his friends were in danger he got serious and ended the game quickly. This is humiliating, thought Lezik on the ground, seriously injured but still alive after realizing that Goku hadn't even taken him seriously. Back on the bridge, inside the ice mirror dome, was Naruto holding the seriously injured body of Sasuke, who had protected her from the needle attack by using himself as a human shield. Why did you save me? Naruto asked the dying Sasuke. I don't know, my body moved on its own. Listen, shorty, you have to live. You also have a dream and a goal like me, my revenge, my rematch with that miserable Goku, said Sasuke, who closed his eyes to not open them anymore. What happened provoked the fury of the Uzumaki, who released the chakra like fire while her eyes turned red and took the form of a feline accompanied by large fangs and sharp claws. I'm going to kill you! Naruto exclaimed with a demonic voice as she launched herself at Haku, who tried to defend himself with her needles, but it was useless since Naruto caught him by the wrist, and without stopping squeezing it tightly she threw a punch at Haku's defenseless face. I'm dead! Haku waited moments before receiving the blow which destroyed his Anbu mask and the mirror with Haku's body which was thrown through it, while Naruto followed him to end his misery with the next attack, but she couldn't do it since she was able to see the face of the enemy ninja, who was the boy with whom she had made a friend a short time ago. What, aren't you going to finish the work? Haku asked in a sad and resigned voice. But what happened to you? The girl asked only to then hear Haku's sad story. How his father killed his mother and tried to kill him for fear of the ice Kekkei Genkai they had. How he lived like a stray dog until Zabuza picked him up and took care of him without fearing his ability, but rather he needed it, and how Haku was happy about it. Plus the arrival of Lezik. It was as if they were a real family. Naruto listened to all this with sadness since she could have ended up like him, and did not want the boy to continue suffering, considering himself only a broken weapon that was no longer useful. On the other side of the bridge, Kakashi with his lightning blade in hand attacked Zabuza to end his life. No, I can't defend myself, the demon in the fog said in panic. Back with Naruto and Haku. I'm sorry girl, but we won't be able to finish our fight, said Haku, who quickly disappeared with a jutsu. With Zabuza and Kakashi. Die, shouts Kakashi, who launches his attack which when it hits something generates a huge explosion as well as a large pool of blood, revealing that Haku had placed himself between the two jounin, saving his teacher from death. Bastard, the child stood in front of you to save your miserable life, Kakashi angrily claimed to the mist demon, who was smiling under his bandage and thinking, I knew it, you are a great treasure Haku. You not only measured your life but you also measured Kakashi's. While he was preparing to brandish his sword for the last time and cut Kakashi along with Haku's body. Chapter 13. The Bridge of Hope. A new rival appears. On bridge under construction, Zabuza launched a violent blow with his sword trying to kill Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake dies, shouted the renegade ninja. Damn you, you wretch Zabuza, thought Kakashi as he watched the sword approach him, preparing to dodge it with all of Haku's body. Surprisingly, Zabuza's sword shattered as a red glow crashed into it as he sped past the two jounin. Can it be that you're here? Shouted Zabuza, who couldn't stop his surprise when he received an uppercut to the chin from our hero who had finally reached the bridge, while Kakashi just watched in amazement as Zabuza fell to the ground unconscious. "Kakashi-sensei, are you okay?" asked the scion, taking the jounin out of his surprise. "Yes, Goku, thank you, although this kid didn't have much luck," Kakashi answered sadly while holding Haku's body. "There's still a chance, put him on the ground quickly," ordered the scion while Kakashi did it, and Goku remembered the technique that Piccolo used with Gohan when he was almost killed by Freezer. The scion with his ki generated an electric shock similar to that of a defibrillator, momentarily reviving Haku, who had no salvation due to the severity of his injuries if it were not for Goku taking out a small bag full of seeds, which the scion guarded with suspicion. "Hey, let's go! I don't know if you're aware or not, but if you are, do this quickly before your heart stops again," the scion ordered Haku, who obeyed the order. A few seconds passed and surprisingly the ice ninja opened his eyes, surprised by his recovery. "Goku, what did you give him?" Kakashi asked in surprise, but before Goku could answer he was unexpectedly tackled by the little Uzumaki, who was shedding tears of happiness to see the scion in good condition. Goku, thank heavens you're okay," Naruto said happily. "If you don't worry, should I be the one asking about your condition?" Goku answered, leaving the Uzumaki a little confused, but Goku felt more relieved seeing that the evil energy she was giving off a few moments ago had disappeared. "I'm fine, but Sasuke is dead," Naruto answered sadly. "Don't worry, Sasuke will be fine. I'm going to help him while you and Sensei take care of those two," said Goku with a big smile as he pointed at Haku and Zabuza, who could no longer continue fighting, and then went to Sasuke, who was taking care of Sakura and Tsunade. "See, Naruto, it seems this is over," Kakashi declared with a smile to his student, who answered him with another smile. "But what will we do with these guys?" Naruto asked her teacher with doubt as she saw Haku, who was on his knees taking care of Zabuza, who was barely regaining consciousness. On the other side of the bridge where Sakura and Tsunade were, Sakura guarded Tsunade while taking care of Sasuke's body. "Someone is approaching," declared the kunoichi, who quickly got into a defensive position in front of Tsunade with a serious face that transformed as she saw who was approaching. "Goku!" Sakura shouted in an allergic reaction as she ran to be with her love interest. "Hello Sakura, it's good to see you're okay, and you protected Tsunade, well done," Goku declared with his typical smile. "Goku, it's good that it's you. If you're here it means that you defeated the lizard man," Sakura answered with tears of joy and blushing seeing our hero. "I see you did it, well done kid," said Tsunade, relieved to see Goku, who answered him with a smile and the V for victory. "Oh, and what happened with that destroyer of worlds and the monster you were whining about a few moments ago?" Sakura said sarcastically. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the bridge builder, who just looked away and started whistling without paying attention. "Destroyer of worlds?" Goku said doubtfully. "That doesn't matter, Sasuke died in combat," Tsunade answered, trying to change the subject. "Yes, I know, that's why I came," said Goku, who was approaching Sasuke's body to remove the needles and try to get him to eat a seed of the hermit. Returned with Naruto and Kakashi. Naruto and Kakashi began to reproach Zabuza for his cruel and inhuman actions against his teammates just because of his ambitions, while Zabuza just listened to them in silence, and then answered that that is the shinobi way to use and be used. "You are ungrateful. Those two fought for you knowing that you only saw out for yourself. In truth, you don't have even a bit of appreciation for those who were about to give up their lives just for you. Do you only see them as broken tools that are easy to discard?" Naruto scolded with tears in her eyes to Zabuza, whose face was darkened, and Haku, who just remained silent. "You talk too much," Zabuza answered with a calm and sad voice while some tears appeared on his face. "When they fought with you I could feel Haku's heart breaking. He was always very gentle with people, and Lezik with his stupid pride and honor who had fun and enjoyed the fight with the dwarf porcupine. The idiot thanked me for the opportunity to fight with that dwarf who at first glance I respected and admired, and no time did I feel that he hated the scion. Because of these unfortunates now I can also feel what they call camaraderie," said Zabuza sadly while everyone present was surprised by what the evil ninja said, including Haku, who could not believe what he heard. "Nice, very nice, Zabuza, but I think it's a little late to have an attack of conscience. So you'll have to die along with the others since our contract will not be fulfilled, and honestly, A group of thugs is cheaper than a shinobi, declared Gato in a mocking and threatening manner, who was accompanied by a large number of bandits and hired killers. I think the contract has been violated, Haku said. If that pig was planning to be like this from the beginning, answered Zabuza, who couldn't move yet. Kill them all except the women, who will be turned into slaves, Gato ordered, while the shinobi got into a defensive position even though they no longer had the energy to defend themselves. Fortunately, a sphere of ki fell in the middle of it, scaring the bandits, and surprising the shinobi, who looked at the sky. Lezik, Haku said happily as he looked at his comrade, who had only just arrived at the scene due to the severity of his injuries. Don't be afraid, that lizard is in very bad condition. Come on, finish them off, Cat ordered furiously. Dash. I don't believe it, said a voice which baffled Gato and his men, who after a few seconds were derived or flew away, while a red light passed by them at super speed which stopped in front of Gato, revealing Goku, who only looked at him with a look full of fury. No, wait, don't hurt me, please, the criminal begged for his life. Don't worry, the pleasure is for others, declared Goku, who stepped aside only to show the inhabitants of the Land of Waves, who had a look full of hatred and fury, as they approached the villain who tortured them for years. No, wait, please save me. Aren't you supposed to be the good guy in the story? Gato cried pleadingly. Don't worry, they won't kill you, they promised me it will just be an arm, Goku said with a smile. Are they going to break my arm? Cat asked fearfully. No, of course they won't break all your bones except those in one arm, so you better choose right or left, said Goku, who continued smiling innocently as he walked away from the crowd surrounding Gato. Moments later, the screams of pain and desperation of the criminal were heard as he was lynched by the population. Dash. Hello, Sasuke is back, he's fine now, said the scion as he approached the group of shinobi, who were open-mouthed after seeing the speed with which Goku defeated that entire army completely alone. Not bad, scion, I see you still have a lot of energy, declared Lezik with a smile on his face while Haku helped him settle on the ground. Goku, you are great, shouted Naruto, who rushed towards Goku, hugging him and giving him a kiss on the cheek which embarrassed the scion a little. Enough, leave him alone, shorty, ordered Sakura, who had arrived with Sasuke and Tsunade, who along with everyone else present had a drop of sweat on their foreheads watching the comical fight between Naruto and Sakura as they pulled each other's hair, bit each other, and stretched their cheeks with the intention of hurting each other. Don't fight, Goku ordered. Dash. Whatever you say, my cute Goku, the two kunoichis answered at the same time as they quickly stood next to the scion with hearts on their heads, looking at him fondly and as if they had dog ears and tails moving from one side to the other. How is it possible that we lost to these abnormals? Zabuza complained. You can't judge a book by its cover alone, replied Lezik, who had stood up with Haku's help. Dash. Well, our mission was to stop Gato and I haven't sent my report yet, so if by pure chance you guys were to disappear right now, everything would end casually and without incident, said Kakashi in a calm and friendly voice while hiding his Sharingan with his gang. Thanks for everything, Haku replied gratefully. Don't think I've given up yet, Kakashi, one day we'll finish this, declared Zabuza, who had gotten up with difficulty. Dash. Scion, I don't mean Goku, I promise you that I will train and I will be stronger than you. One day you will fall before me, said Lezik with a half smile on his face. I look forward to that moment. I will train too and become stronger, Goku answered with his typical smile and his hands behind his neck. Moments later, Zabuza and his team disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving Team 7 and the Wave Village as winners, while the townspeople and Tsunade's family celebrated the victory, and Goku, who was hugged by Naruto and Sakura on each arm, approached Kakashi and Sasuke, who smiled at him and then bumped fists in triumph. 3 days later, Team 7, already with their normal clothes and luggage ready, prepared to return to Konoha after completing the mission, being said goodbye by the entire village and Tsunade's family. Do you really have to go? Inari asked sadly. I'm very sorry, but it's time to go back, Naruto said, a little depressed. Thank you, you gave back hope to this land that hadn't remembered that word for a long time, Tsunade declared. See you, take care of yourself, said everyone from Team 7 as they walked away. Thank you very much, shouted the villagers as they watched their heroes disappear from sight. And what will we call the bridge? One of the villagers asked Tsunade. Well, as I said before them, they reminded us that no matter how difficult the situation, the last thing you should do is give up. That's why this bridge must represent that. Hope, the Bridge of Hope, answered Tsunade while all the other villagers celebrated what the builder had said. Road to Konoha. Team 7 walked calmly while chatting a little. Dash. Hey dwarf, did you say that Vegeta has the same strength as you? Asked Sasuke. Yes, that's correct, Goku answered. So how strong is that Bills guy? The Uchiha asked again. Dash. Lord Bills is so much stronger than me there's no point of comparison, and if he uses his Hokage there's literally nothing left of you, Goku answered seriously, terrifying all the members of his team. Dash. I call him Lord, that means that guy must be someone important, so that guy must be very powerful, thought Sasuke. Dash. He must be a hellish demon if he's stronger than Goku, the Kunoichis thought. Dash. If I remember correctly, Bills is the god of destruction that Goku told us about in his story, Kakashi thought, remembering when he first met Goku. Dash. Now that I think about it, I have managed to slightly feel presences of divine energy similar to those of Lord Bills and the Supreme Kaiosamus in places very far from here, similar to dimensional spaces different from that of this world. I wonder if they also have gods on this planet? Goku thought somewhat curiously. At the same time, all the genin curiously thought of asking Goku if Bills was also a descendant of the Scions, when suddenly they came across an inn that was on the road. Kakashi-sensei, do you think we can rest a little? The truth is that I'm already tired, Sakura said. Yes, I agree with the big forehead, Baruko agreed. I'm hungry, said Goku, holding his stomach as a sign of what he was saying. Well, I don't think it's a bad idea, besides there's still a long way to go, said Kakashi, accepting his team's request and then entering the inn. What would be their surprise when at the reception they met Team 8 led by Kurenai Yuhi, who were also returning from a mission. Oh, what a surprise, good to see you here, said Kakashi with his typical eye smile. Kakashi, are you also coming from a mission? Kurenai asked. It was a little harder than I thought, but it turned out well, Kakashi declared as the members of each team greeted each other. Hinata, how are you? Naruto greeted her friend happily as they held hands. Goku, long time no see, said Shino in a calm voice as he greeted the scion who just smiled at him. Wow, Sasuke, I see you're fine despite being on the same team as the Three Stooges. Kiba mocked the Uchiha who simply ignored him. Kakashi, is this the famous Goku? Kurenai asks while pointing her finger at the scion. If he is Goku, the younger brother of your crazy best friend Anko Mitarashi, Kakashi stated. Moments later, Kurenai approached the boy to lift him by the armpits with both hands, leaving a chibi version of Goku suspended in the air, who only looked at her with a tender and innocent look. It's a joke, right? How can this cute and tender creature be related to that sadistic lunatic? Kurenai said with an arched eyebrow as she looked at Kakashi, who had become nervous because of the question. Hey Kurenai-sensei, could you please put Goku down? The two kunoichis from Team 7 said loudly and at the same time surprising everyone. I'm so sorry, replied Kurenai, who lowered Goku to be next to the two girls. What is this? Kiba asked in whispers to Sasuke, who curtly replied that both the Uzumaki and the Haruna were in love with Goku, an answer that petrified Kiba along with Akamaru, who had developed a feeling for Naruto after seeing her with her new outfit on the day of the team selection. That damn dwarf, how is it possible he already has his Hexy sister, Sakura and Ino? Plus I heard somewhere that a pretty girl with brown hair and Chinese clothes was walking around the village with him, and now he's after the prettiest girl in the academy, Naruto, who if she weren't a tomboy would have had a lot of fans. The Inuzuka grumbled under his breath in a low voice. Kiba, the reason they didn't get as close to Naruto as they did to Hinata had nothing to do with their personalities, but because they were always with Goku, the most powerful student in the academy who defeated Sasuke Uchiha with a single blow and wiped the floor with you when you had to fight him, Shino said in a low and calm voice, making Kiba nervous as he remembered the taijutsu practices with Goku. Ha, taijutsu isn't everything. I'm sure I can beat that fool in other things, Kiba declared confidently. You'll regret it, believe me, said Sasuke, who walked past the two male members of Team 8 along with Akamaru, who just looked at him confused by what he had said. Moments later in the dining room of the inn, members of both teams were at the table ready to eat the banquet that the innkeeper had offered them. I hope you eat like a human this time, shorty, said Sasuke, which annoyed Naruto, who told him that eating a lot was a sign of good health and that she really liked the scion, which surprised and encouraged Kiba, who would try to beat Goku in anything other than fighting. But after 15 minutes it was shown that our hero had won by a large margin against Kiba, who could barely avoid the urge to vomit. 1 hour later in the inn's game room. Goku, I challenge you to a game of ping pong, Kiba declared. Well, okay, it seems fun. The scion happily accepted despite never having played ping pong before, and it was noticeable since in the first set Kiba crushed him without problems, until Goku's serve turn, who, using his strength, dominated the second set, and thanks to his mimicry ability characteristic of the scions, he copied and improved Kiba's movements to win the match in a tight manner, depressing Kiba, who saw Goku accompanied by the 3 girls who tenderly and lovingly congratulated and praised him for winning at something he had never played. Goku, you are fantastic, that's why I love you, said Naruto. Well, I love him too, Sakura said. Naruto, what's wrong with you? You're behaving so strangely? Hinata thought. Is something wrong, Hinata? Our hero asked. No, this nothing, said the Hyuga, blushing a lot looking at Goku. Minutes later in the inn's courtyard near the bathrooms, Kiba decided to challenge Goku to a race since the Inuzuka was very sure of his speed, but before he could even move a little the scion had already reached the finish line, followed by a trail of dust, leaving Kiba with his jaw on the ground and his eyes wide as he watched Goku accompanied by the 3 girls who congratulated him again for his victory. Wait, Mitarashi, this isn't over yet, Kiba shouted in a defiant voice. Enough, Kiba, it's clear that you can't beat Goku at anything, Sakura declared with narrowed eyes. We'll see about that, Kiba said with fire in his eyes and heart, trying to prove his worth to Naruto. Okay, so what do we do now? Goku asked. Simple, we'll solve it like men in a game of arm wrestling, shouted Kiba, who approached a stone and placed his arm waiting for the scion to do the same. The scion, with a somewhat annoyed look, approached the rock and placed his arm ready for the encounter. Okay, both of you are ready, said Naruto, who was acting as referee while Goku and Kiba were waiting for the starting signal. I don't think it's a good idea, our hero commented, somewhat worried. Come on, Goku, don't be a chicken. If you win, I'll treat you to everything you want from the inn's buffet, Kiba replied with an arrogant smile, encouraging the scion, who, upon hearing the order to start from Naruto, pulled Kiba's arm with force, who was shot at great speed against one of the walls of the inn, piercing and destroying it, causing chaos and screams from women who thought the worst of the Inuzuka since he entered the women's bathroom. Hours later, already at the exit of the inn, the 2 teams had resumed their journey to the village, of course, after repairing the damage and apologizing for what had happened. This was a disgrace. How could they do such a stupid thing? Kurenai scolded while she saw Kiba, who looked like a mummy, with everything on his upper body covered, only revealing one of his eyes and Akamaru on top of his head. I don't like perverts, Naruto said in a scolding tone while the other 2 kunoichi supported her with their heads as they continued on their way. This won't stay like this. I'll finish you off, Goku. You'll see, Naruto. I'll show you that I'm the one for you, thought Kiba as he continued walking. Already near the village, everyone was talking among themselves until Hinata asked something to Naruto, who froze after the question. I didn't hear you well, could you repeat that? Naruto said to the Hyuga, who asked again. Naruto, do you like Goku? Chapter 14. Friendship on a Snowy Day. The Great Ramen Battle. Naruto's house. Naruto was lying in her bed reflecting on what had happened during her return to the village and the meaning of what her best friend had said. Flashback near the Great Gate of Konoha Village. Naruto, do you like Goku? asked Hinata, looking at the ground while she played with her fingers. Why are you asking that? questioned the Uzumaki, who looked nervously at her friend. Well, it's not that he's bad, it's just that your way of being has changed a little since the order of the teams was decided, and well, I see that you're always with Goku and that you'd get irritated when Sakura is near him. Hinata answered a little nervous while Naruto just watched her seriously, and without showing any emotion before asking. And if that were the case, would it be a problem for you? The Uzumaki said in a calm but determined voice. No, of course not, you're my friend. Hinata answered nervously, a little surprised by her friend's response. Naruto reacted quickly, realizing she was being rude to Hinata. I'm so sorry, don't think I'm mad at you. It's just that I'm tired from the mission a little while ago and… Naruto remained silent, not knowing how to finish what she was trying to tell her best friend, which caused an awkward silence that was broken by Kakashi, who announced that they had arrived and that they could return to their homes to rest. End of flashback. But how stupid I was! I just had to be honest. It's not like I'm still trying to hide my feelings. I'm very much in love with Goku. I want to be his wife in the future and I have no intention of giving him up. I don't know why I couldn't tell Hinata. It's like I get irritated when she asks something so obvious. Thought Naruto, who was worried about her behavior and felt ashamed of her treatment towards Hinata. Meanwhile at the Hyuga mansion, Hinata was sitting on the steps outside her bedroom that overlooked the lake in the backyard of her house, also thinking about what happened during her talk with Naruto and remembering the happy moments she spent in the company of her two friends while they walked through the village, had picnics, trained together, and how Goku showed each of them the best combat method for each of them. Suddenly the image of the scion appeared in the Hyuga's head, who remembered how Goku supported her, and explained that to be strong you didn't need talent. Flashback LL Shinobi Academy Training Camp. Hinata had been practicing her Hyuga-style taijutsu on a tree to the point of exhaustion, and sitting on the grass while being watched by Goku. Let's go Hinata one more time. Goku ordered. No, I can't. The Hyuga girl answered with a tired and breathless voice. If you give up out of logic you won't be able to do it, said Goku. But I have no talent for this, I'm useless, said Hinata with a sad look, looking at the ground in shame. Hinata, I'll tell you something I discovered when I fought someone very powerful, and that is that even someone who is considered a loser, if he tries hard, could defeat even a distinguished warrior, so you shouldn't give up. You have what it takes to excel, and the only one who can stop you isn't your family, Naruto, or me, but yourself. So fight your fears and move towards a better tomorrow, Goku said in a serious voice, full of wisdom, towards Hinata, who looked at him with her eyes wide open. End of flashback LL. Hinata couldn't help but be surprised to remember that moment, while a light blush appeared on her cheeks. No, what am I thinking? Naruto loves Goku and Goku is always happy when he's with Naruto and I. Hinata thought with her gaze lowered and without fully understanding what she was experiencing at that moment, while she and Naruto, without knowing it, both remembered the moment they met. Flashback 3. 7 years ago on a snowy day in the forest near the Shinobi Academy, 6-year-old Hinata Hyuga was being bullied by some bully kids who only made fun of her eyes. How disgusting, look at those creepy eyes, said one of the children, making fun of the little girl while being supported by his two friends, which caused Hinata to cry, who could not defend herself from the mockery. Enough is enough, leave her alone, you damn Montaneros, shouted a boy with short, disheveled blonde hair who attacked the bullies, generating a pitched fight while Hinata was scared seeing what had happened. Minutes later the fight was over and the bullying kids escaped, leaving the little blonde boy with some bruises and blood in his mouth but with the satisfaction of helping Hinata. Are you okay? Hinata asked as she approached the boy. If they were just trash, the little boy answered with a big smile. You are hurt, come to my house to get better, said the Hyuga. No, I don't think it's a good idea. Adults don't like me, I don't know why, replied the boy who was making his way home. Young man, at least tell me your name, said Hinata, stopping the boy who turned around with an arched eyebrow. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I'm a girl, an answer that petrified Hinata, who thought she was a man because of her haircut, way of dressing and acting. The next day, Hinata was searching for her savior throughout the village until she found her on the head of the 4th Hokage in the Hokage monument. Hello, do you remember me? Hinata asked in a low voice to the Uzumaki, who turned to look at her. You're the girl from yesterday, Naruto said calmly. Yes, I just wanted to thank you for your help, replied Hinata, who approached and then sat next to Naruto and then began to talk with each other for a long period, about how one was rejected by the village while the other was rejected by her family, Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, Hinata's desire to be accepted by her father, which seemed to be understood by both of them, who felt a growing bond between the two. Naruto, you by chance, if it's not a bother, you wanted to be my friend, Hinata expressed with embarrassment. Of course I was going to propose the same to you, Naruto answered with a smile, causing happiness in both girls, who after that began to go out and enjoy each other's company. Naruto defended and supported Hinata, who taught her how to be a little more feminine and suggested that she wear her hair longer so as not to be mistaken for a boy. Sometime later in the courtyard of the Shinobi Academy, Hinata, you are my best friend and I want it to be that way forever. So if one day something happens that could prevent that, I propose that we talk about it. If our points of view are not the same, we have to talk about it, and if we do not reach an agreement, then we will decide it fairly but without ending our friendship. So that we know that we will always be able to count on each other, since I do not want us to end up like Haruno and Yamanaka," said Naruto, who was sitting on the same bench with Hinata that they always used for lunch. "If I promise you, you and I will always be friends," Hinata answered with a tender smile as the snow began to fall slowly around the academy playground. End of flashback 3. After remembering this, the Uzumaki and the Hyuga contacted each other via telephone to meet at a certain point and conclude their discussion. 9 a.m. at the Hokage monument, Naruto and Hinata met each other to finish the conversation that had started the day before. "Hello Hinata, thank you for coming. I wanted to answer the question you asked me properly," Naruto said in a calm but serious voice. "Naruto, I already know the answer, and since we agreed on that snowy day, I'm here to clear things up," Hinata answered seriously and without stuttering. "I like Goku too, not just as a friend but as something more. He taught me that weakness isn't something you're predestined to be born with, but rather something that one creates in one's mind and heart, that it can be eliminated if one tries hard, and that's why I'll strive not only to be stronger as a shinobi or a Hyuga but as a woman worthy of being with Goku," Hinata declared confidently as she looked at Naruto, who was watching her seriously. "Well then, I think we're clear on something," the Uzumaki answered calmly with a sigh and then smiled. "From now on we are friends and rivals, but as I told you that day, you will always be my best friend Hinata. That will never change, but," said Naruto, which was continued by Hinata, "this will be a fair and healthy competition without hard feelings and always knowing that we can count on each other in difficult times." Hinata said, "I will be Goku's girlfriend," the two kunoichis declared at the same time, and with a smile on their face which little by little turned into laughter as they sat together on the head of the fourth Hokage, their favorite place and symbol of their eternal friendship. Konoha Village weekend. Goku was returning from his morning training in the gravity chamber, which he had hidden to avoid attracting attention on the outskirts of the village. "I'm hungry. I think I'll go to Ichiraku," Goku thought as he used teleportation to reach a hidden alley behind the restaurant, ready to go out to eat. "Tucci, I want 12 bowls of ramen," Goku said happily as he entered the stand. "Sorry Goku, I can't help you today." Tucci happily. "What, why?" Goku asked sadly. "I'm sorry, cute little Goku, but Dad is organizing a ramen eating competition as advertising for the restaurant. The winner will not only get a coupon for free ramen for a month, but also free tickets for a 2-day, 1-night stay at the Konoha Hot Springs, known for being very luxurious and visited by many couples." Tucci's daughter Ayam sweetly replied. "Well then, I'm going to participate in the contest," Goku declared in a hungry voice. "There's no way, Goku. The contest wouldn't make sense if the winner was so obvious." "I'm sorry, but you can't," said Tucci, who had placed the promotional poster of the competition which in the lower corner, and in small letters said that Goku couldn't participate. "Well, what can I do? I'm very hungry, I'll have to look elsewhere," said Goku as he left the place, his head down. Who would have thought? This is my chance to show off with Goku. If I win that ramen competition, I can give him a month's pass for free ramen, and we can also spend 2 days in those hot springs completely alone, thought Sakura with a sly smile as she hid behind a light post near Ichiraku, without realizing that at various strategic points there were other kunoichis who had feelings for Goku, and who had had the same idea as her. "If I win Goku's heart, it will be mine, and I'll get rid of those obstacles," thought Tenten, who had seen everything from the weapons shop near Ichiraku. "Wonderful, I just have to win that stupid contest, and not only will we have free food, but my little brother and I will spend 2 days and 1 night full of passion and lust," Enko thought with a perverted smile, while she brought groceries for the week and heard everything by accident. "Did you hear that, Hinata?" asked Naruto. "Yes, Naruto," Hinata answered. "I know I can win easily, and if I do, Goku and I will spend a nice and romantic vacation, perfect for finally becoming boyfriend and girlfriend officially," Naruto said with joy and confidence. "Well, it won't be easy for you. I also have a good appetite, and if I win, Goku will have free ramen and will notice me," Hinata said defiantly as the two glared at each other as they left an ice cream shop together near Ichiraku. "Perfect, men are won over through their stomachs, and I'll be Goku's girlfriend in the blink of an eye with those 2 prizes," thought Ino Yamanaka, who was making a delivery for her family's flower shop and saw everything that happened. Competition day on a large stage near Ichiraku. The entire audience was waiting for the competitors and betting on who would be the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ichiraku ramen eating contest will begin today. We have more than 50 competitors, and among them are 6 beautiful girls who decided to accept the challenge. So place your bets. Who will win today's contest and take home the free ramen coupon for a month and a stay at the Konoha hot springs? Declared the contest host. But how boring! Everywhere I look there are only copies of Choji besides the original, and the only women there are those in Goku's harem, said Shikamaru in a bored tone, who was sitting next to Goku, who seemed confused about the harem, which he didn't understand due to his innocent and clumsy nature. No, this can't be. If one of those 6 wins, I'll go bankrupt, thought Tucci, who was biting his nails backstage knowing that they would give the coupon to Goku. Begin, ordered the presenter, starting the ramen battle where the 50 competitors ate quickly and without stopping. I'll win. I've starved myself for the last 3 days to be ready for this, Sakura thought as she ate quickly. The big forehead won't beat me. Until today I've only lived on water, Ino thought with puffed out cheeks while eating. I have to eat faster or those retarded people will beat me, thought Tenten, who had finished her first plate. Eat little and exercise a lot. That will ensure my victory, thought Hinata, who had also finished her plate. I live with a professional eater, which gives me an advantage over these slippery ones. I know I'll win, Enko pondered as she started her second plate. Once I win, the only thing I'll worry about is planning our first date, thought Naruko, who was already on her third plate. 3 hours after the start of the competition, time passed and the competitors fell one by one until of the initial 50 only 7 remained. The favorite to win, Choji Akamichi, and all the kunoichis who in one way or another had managed to resist with a total of 15 plates of ramen. Secret weapon time, Tucci said from behind the scenes as he placed more ramen than usual on the plates, accompanied by a strong spicy sauce which was given to the kunoichis, who quickly realized the trap but would not give up as Goku was watching them. 30 minutes later, the big favorite Choji Akimichi had fallen defeated and sick after a terrible mistake by Tucci, who had used wasabi in the genin's food by mistake, which guaranteed his bankruptcy since only the 6 girls who would surely give the prize to the scion remained. No, how could I have been so stupid? That dish was for Naruko, thought the owner of Ichiraku with mistake after mistake. I don't feel well. I think I'm going to throw up. Choji thought with a disgusted and completely purple face while he was taken out of the competition on a stretcher. Just a little more, and they'll fall soon, thought the 6 girls, whose stomachs were swollen and they could barely stay conscious after reaching the beastly figure of 26 ramen dishes and were already on the 27th. This is already disgusting. How can some women do something as strange as this? Shikamaru thought with a look of discomfort, watching the strange spectacle, which caused discomfort and faces of surprise and repulsion on the part of the audience who saw what was happening. Come on girls, you can do it! Goku shouted in support of all of them. Goku, you've gone crazy, don't say that or you'll end up killing them, said Shikamaru in an alarmed manner, confusing the scion. Meanwhile, the 6 kunoichis, already staring into space, continued eating desperately, their cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. Enough is enough, this is getting out of control. I can't allow these young women to die for a simple contest. That's why I declare a tie between the 6 girls, declared Tucci, who had entered the stage loudly, which generated a great applause from all the spectators and the fainting of the 6 girls who could not resist any longer upon hearing the verdict. All of them will have a double pass to the luxurious Konoha hot springs in exchange for the ramen quota, Tucci declared excitedly. But Dad, that will cost us an arm and a leg, Ayam whispered worriedly. Believe me, daughter, this is much cheaper than you think, answered Tucci, who saw Goku among the audience, and later observed the 6 girls fainted next to him. I'm free from that, Tucci thought, sighing in relief as he left to prepare for the awards ceremony. 1 hour after the awards ceremony, the 6 kunoichis were crouching in front of Goku with the hot spring tickets in their hands, apologizing to Goku for not being able to give him the free ramen coupon, and at the same time asking him to go to the hot springs together. Thank you very much, girls, you are really the best. It's the first time that someone gives me something like that hot springs, and don't worry about the ramen. Your effort is more than enough for me, said Goku with a big smile and joy for the action of his friends, who after hearing the words of the scion outlined a big smile and redness in the cheeks accompanied by a shine in the eyes which only showed our hero. "Goku, you are the best!" exclaimed the 6 girls, who hugged Goku tightly. "Girls, you're hurting me, I can't breathe," Goku said with difficulty while being squeezed by the kunoichis, who quickly let go of him upon realizing this, and after seeing his reflection in one of the store windows. "Haa!" The 6 of them shouted at the top of their lungs when they realized they were overweight. "Goku's life is so boring, it's a real pain," said Shikamaru, who saw everything from afar. "And you can say that, I still have heartburn," Choji agreed, rubbing his sore stomach. The next day at 5 a.m. around Konoha, the 6 girls could be seen running around the entire village desperately trying to recover their respective figures. "Let's go one more lap," ordered Anko, who was sweating buckets. "But we've already done 160 laps," Ino complained. "Shut up, pig! If we don't lose weight by the weekend, we won't be able to go to the hot springs with Goku, and he might just abandon us because we're such balls of butter," Sakura shouted desperately while thinking of the worst. "No, we will not allow another cat in heat to do what my Goku does," shouted all the kunoichis at the same time as they accelerated and continued with their reductive training. "They really train, I can't stay behind," said Goku animatedly while floating in the air and seeing his friends exercising in the distance, before quickly taking off towards where his gravity machine is. Chapter 15 War in the Hot Springs, Goku and the Perverted Sage. Konoha Village Park, 6 a.m. Goku and Anko were waiting for the others to leave for the Konoha Hot Springs, an extremely luxurious vacation center in the village of Konoha. "But how boring! Let's get ahead of those failures, I mean, your friends should already know the way," said Anko in a bored voice, eager to leave the place. "Don't be mean, Anko, we agreed that we would all go together," Goku replied with a frown. "Yes, that's fine, but let it be clear that I'm only doing it for you," Anko complained at the scion's words and then focused on her thoughts. "Once we arrive, I'll get rid of those bores and Goku will be completely mine from today and forever," Anko thought with a sly smile that came out of her thoughts when the others arrived at the place with some suitcases which were carried by Kiba, Choji, Shino, and Shikamaru. "Hey girls, I see you brought your boyfriends," Anko said mockingly. "Ha, don't talk nonsense, these jerks were begging us to bring them, and since the tickets were for 2 people, we took advantage of the fact that at least they were useful and carried our things," Ino answered sarcastically. "Whatever, it's time to have fun," Naruto declared cheerfully, supported by everyone, and then they left for the vacation center. Konoha Hot Springs entrance. Goku and his friends had arrived at a beautiful building which demonstrated exquisiteness and luxury wherever you looked. It was located on the shores of Konoha and was protected by large mountains and a gorge that gave a view of a nearby lake. "Wow, how luxurious!" Tenten declared with a smile as Anko headed to the reception to select rooms. 3 p.m. later, Goku, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, and Choji were in a large suite getting ready in robes to go to the hot springs. "This is great, this is the time to have fun," Kiba said with a mischievous smile. "But I'm already having fun," Goku answered innocently. "You're still too young to understand, Goku, but you'll understand when we get there," Kiba declared with a lustful smile, which left Goku confused but worried the other genin who imagined the Inuzuka's plans. On the other hand, the kunoichis were on their way to the women's section ready to enter the hot springs. "But how horrible! I was supposed to be with Goku, not with you," Ino complained angrily. "Well, I'm really sorry, you pig, but there are no mixed bathrooms here and we won't allow you to get ahead of us with Goku just like that," said Sakura angrily, who was supported by the others as they all entered the bathroom changing room. Open-air bathroom, women's section. The 6 kunoichis, already naked, began to scrub their bodies to be clean and ready to enter the hot water. "I can't believe Anko's breasts are gigantic. You can tell she's a total woman, don't you think, Naruto?" Sakura murmured in a low voice to the Uzumaki, who continued to scrub herself without paying much attention. "What do they have?" Naruto asked with a bored look and without understanding what Sakura said, who then looked closely at Naruto and noticed her large breasts which competed with Anko's, which caused a waterfall-shaped cry in Haruno. "Oh, don't cry, don't worry about your body," Naruto said, trying to comfort her. "If the dwarf is right, it's too late for you to start growing soon." Anko supported the Uzumaki. "Besides, I don't know what you're complaining about, my back hurts because of these things," Naruto said. "Shut up, big-tit Nomo," Sakura shouts. Don't blame others for your flaws, big forehead. Ino declared with an arrogant voice while she was in the water showing off her nice figure. Please, please, please don't fight, said Hinata, who was entering the water. Wow, Hinata, you really hid them. You have a very beautiful figure and your skin is as white as snow, declared Tenten with a mischievous smile while she was massaging the Hyuga's breasts, who couldn't defend herself and only complained slightly. This is bad. Those Uzumaki girls and the Hyuga are very well endowed. In the future, when they have matured more, they will be rivals to fear, thought Anko, who was worried about the genin and their chances with her brother. I hope the boys are having a good time, Tenten said, and I hope they don't try anything. Ino replied distrustfully. No, I don't think so, Kiba, you're not perverted, right? Naruto said. Meanwhile, in the men's section, Well, it turns out I'm that perverted and even more so, declared Kiba, who was listening to everything that happened on the women's side using a glass cup on the wall as an amplifier. The dams are in place, said Kiba, who was followed by Shino and Choji, who were a little excited. But what a pain, you're going to regret it, leave it already, complained Shikamaru, who was sitting in the hot springs near Goku, who wasn't paying attention because he enjoyed the moment of relaxation. Don't bother, Shikamaru, those beauties are crying out to be seen, exclaimed Kiba, who used a small drill to make a hole in the wall, being surprised to notice that under the wooden wall there was a metal one. I told you the inn owners were ninjas, so they prepared everything in case of idiots like you. Shikamaru complained about Kiba, who didn't give up and used a periscope similar to that of a submarine while he sat on Choji's shoulders. Kiba, this feeling behind my neck feels horrible. Hurry up, Akimichi angrily complained. You'll thank me when you see the best of your life, Kiba replied, not counting on the fact that a Saban needle fired from an automatic device placed at a strategic point would destroy his periscope. Damn it, Kiba shouted, frustrated, who then tried to search for a blind spot of the inn's defensive weapon without any success, and with some needles stuck in his body. Already at dusk and at dinner time, everyone was enjoying a great feast. Kiba and the others ate with their heads down and concentrating on a new plan for later. Shikamaru ate quickly and then retired to the playground to look for a shogi opponent among the guests, and Goku ate happily with all the girls sitting around him who were blushing and with many hearts floating over their heads. Come on, eat more, Gokusuto. There's no more tea, let me serve you more, Ino said happily while she served tea to Goku. Goku, you are very tense, let me give you a massage, said Sakura as she began to rub the Scion's shoulders. Poor you, this pillow is very uncomfortable. Let me find another one for your back, declared Tenten, who placed a plushier pillow behind the Scion. Honey, I don't mean Goku, try this delicacy, said Hinata without stuttering and extending her chopsticks to our hero's mouth, who ate it with a smile. Goku, I'm cold, let me warm up a little with you, said Anko, who hugged the Scion, placing her chest on Goku's neck, which protruded from the neckline of the robe. Well, I'm cold too, said Naruto, who sat comfortably on Goku's lap, who was a little taller than her and could continue eating comfortably. How kind you girls are, you are the best, I really appreciate you a lot, declared Goku with his typical smile, which dazzled all the girls, who blushed even more. Goku, you are the most perfect man in the world, all the kunoichi shouted at the same time while they formed a big group hug towards the Scion, who couldn't breathe but couldn't say it. Goku is really lucky, said Choji calmly, who was supported by Shino with his head that then turned only to be surprised to see Kiba, who was grinding his teeth and crying tears of blood. Damn, Goku, their hearts will be yours, but the one who will see them first as God brought them into the world will be me, thought the Inuzuka furiously, who had already developed a spy plan using the forest and the gorge as points to see the women's bathroom. 2 hours later, in the rest area, Let's go, it's time for action, ordered Kiba, who was followed by the others reluctantly. Kiba, are you going to take a bath? Asked Shikamaru, who was resting in a massage chair. Yes, why don't you come and join us to the Garden of Eden? Kiba said. No thanks, enjoy your ordinary bath, and I said ordinary, replied the Nara boy, leaving the others who were leaving the place to spy confused. Already in the forest near the gorge, the genin were walking steadily until Choji accidentally stepped on something strange, which everyone quickly recognized. A mine, this is an explosive mine, Choji said worriedly. Why are there mines here? Shino asked. It must have been that bastard Shikamaru. He's always been a good friend of Goku and planned this from the beginning. Kiba replied as he looked for a stone to replace Choji's foot. But a mistake caused an explosion which was seen in the distance in the girls' area where Naruto and the others were bathing, wondering if they were fireworks. No, I will not give up! Kiba shouted furiously as he was followed by his two friends who were running at high speed through the minefield and the automatic weapons that fired Senbon needles. But an explosion tired Shino, who fell exhausted while he was the target of a needle weapon ready to finish the job. Near Shino, Kiba shouted, using his body as a shield to protect his friend. Kiba, Shino, are you okay? Choji said worriedly, seeing Kiba with a needle stuck in his butt. Run, Choji, let's go. You are our only hope. Go and watch well even if your eyes burn, so that future generations know that this was not in vain. Kiba shouted in an emotional and inspiring way to Choji, who did what Kiba ordered and gained superhuman strength and agility, destroying all the Senbon weapons with his kunais and shurikens. I really see it, now I understand, thanks friend Kiba. Choji thought bravely as he ran at full speed and then made a powerful jump from the gorge to the outside bathroom ready to see the girls. But as he fell he landed on his head between Shikamaru's legs, who calmly told a petrified Choji that the outside bathroom after 10 p.m. was for men only, ending Kiba and the others' plan in a resounding failure. Meanwhile in the inn's planters, Goku walked around the place accompanied by the kunoichis who forcibly took him around the entire place. This is very beautiful. We should go back on our honeymoon, Sakura said in a seductive tone to the scion. In your dreams, bubblegum head, Tenten responded angrily. It's true, if he marries me it will be with me, Enko declared presumptuously. Degenerate, aren't they supposed to be siblings, and I'm the one? Ino claimed. I'm not a degenerate and love knows no boundaries, I only have eyes for my Goku. Enko shouted. Stop fighting, besides, Goku will be my husband in the future, said Hinata. And what if I'm painted? Naruto said angrily, which caused a big argument between the 6 girls while Goku just watched them with a smile. They really are very good friends, thought the scion, who from one moment to the next put on a serious face and slowly moved away from the girls. I feel a very powerful presence. It must be as strong or perhaps stronger than Hiruzen, thought Goku as he walked in search of the owner of that power. Near the women's restroom, Goku found an old man leaning against the bathroom wall, laughing lustfully while riding a giant frog. What are you doing? Goku asked innocently. Don't you see, kid, I'm spying, investigating for my job, the perverted old man answered. Wow, that's the same thing my master used to say when I did dirty things trying to spy on women, Goku declared as he remembered Master Rashi. Sure, be quiet. I'm not spying. Besides, from what you're saying, I think your teacher and I would be good friends, the old man replied with a perverted smile, imagining what they would do if they met. Who are you? Goku asked. I am the great wise tamer of frogs, my name is Jiraiya, answered the perverted wise man, trying to surprise Goku. Ah, okay, Goku answered without any emotion. What's wrong with you, kid? Don't you see I'm someone famous? Jiraiya complained, frustrated by the young man's reaction, who then reacted a little. Oh, I call it a deal. You wrote those pornographic books that the Hokage and Kakashi-sensei read. Shut up, kid. They're not pornographic, they're erotic. They're different things, Jiraiya shouted angrily. If anything, a brat like you will never understand what it's like to be around a beautiful woman, said the perverted sage, trying to make fun of Goku, who just puffed out his cheeks angrily before answering. That's not true, I have many pretty friends, Goku declared as he pointed his finger at the 6 kunoichis who were still arguing among themselves, surprising Jiraiya. Wow, kid, you have a harem and all of them have a killer body. Especially the little blonde with pigtails who at first glance is like a miniature Tsunade. When she grows up I'm sure she'll be an F cup or maybe bigger, said the perverted wise man in a lustful way, who little by little was recognizing the girl and quickly hid in the bushes with Goku. Hey kid, why didn't you tell me you were Naruto's acquaintances? Jiraiya asked the scion, who was confused by the old man's action. I'm supposed to train her for the Chunin exams, which will be soon, by order of the Hokage, Jiraiya said in a whisper. I didn't know you were Naruto's acquaintances, Goku replied. So are you Son Goku, the star warrior that the old Hokage told me about when I went to visit him? Jiraiya asked the boy, who confirmed it with a smile and an affirmative nod. Listen, please don't say anything to Naruto, It is still necessary to check how much she has improved so far in order to later train her in the art of frogs," asked the perverted sage as a favor to the scion, who quickly accepted, knowing that it was for Naruto's benefit. "Although who would have thought that Minato's daughter would be so hexy, and with that pair of melons, she looks a lot like Kushina when she was young, only blonde. If she weren't my goddaughter and were 35 years younger, I would court her without hesitation," thought the old pervert with a lustful smile and a slight nosebleed. "You really are like Master Rashi," said Goku, who despite his innocence could read the old man's thoughts. "Shut up. Attractive boys surrounded by beautiful women who walk around with a harem of 6 girls will never understand the feelings of us lone wolves," Jiraiya shouted with comical tears of blood, envying our hero who only saw him with cold eyes like those of a dead fish. "This guy is crazy," Goku thought without noticing that the 6 girls were approaching where they were looking for their beloved. "Goku, who is your friend?" Anko asked the scion who introduced him as the author of the ICHA novels, who was only researching his work. That response provoked anger and sharp glances from all of them who knew the book and knew that the old man had come to spy on the women. "You're dead, you dirty old man," the 6 declared at the same time. "Don't wait, at least let me explain it properly," said the old man pleadingly, who used a wind jutsu to introduce himself in a spectacular manner. But because of his nerves, Jiraiya didn't realize that the jutsu was stronger than normal, which suddenly lifted the girls' robes, who were completely naked underneath them, revealing themselves to Goku and Jiraiya, who gave the impression of observing their soft and smooth skin, well-turned and exercised figures, legs and hips as thin as porcelain, breasts and buttocks equal to those of professional supermodels, and above all, the areas forbidden to anyone other than her future husband caused a large nosebleed in the old man, which made him fall on his back. "Haya!" all the girls shouted at the same time as they quickly and furiously covered themselves, and without thinking twice they beat the old pervert. "Damn you wretch, my naked body is only for Goku's eyes!" Anko shouted furiously. "Yes, disgusting old man," Ino agreed. "You bastard! Tenten claimed, kicking the sage on the ground while Sakura, Naruto and Hinata, without saying anything but very furious, hit him with their closed fists while Jiraiya accidentally grabbed Sakura and Naruto's butt and breast, who were surprised and then, red with anger, stepped on the pervert's head, embedding it in the ground. "What are your last words?" Naruto said in a serious and dark voice. "Well, this first of all thank you, and second it seems that your friend's pink hair is natural," answered Jiraiya, putting his hands as if he was praying happily, which infuriated the girls even more, especially Sakura, who understood the vulgar and dirty comment of the old pervert who accidentally saw the most private part of her body. After a few seconds the old pervert flew through the air, leaving a large trail of smoke and dripping blood in his wake as he screamed, "I don't regret anything." All this being observed by Goku, who had a huge drop of nervous sweat on his forehead, and kept thinking about Master Rashi, who did the same with Bulma and number 18 ending in the same way. Girls, are you okay?" the scion asked somewhat nervously as they turned around and returned to their cube mode with our hero. "Yes, why wouldn't we be?" they all answered together with loving looks. "But remember what you saw, Goku, because you will have to act responsibly since what you saw is only for your eyes," declared the 6 kunoichis as they hugged the scion and continued with their walk, leaving Goku confused, who felt a slight déjà vu since those words reminded him of when Milk and he got engaged by accident. The rest of their vacation was quiet. Kiba and the others were depressed the whole time. Shikamaru enjoyed several games of shogi, and Goku was with the girls the whole time, excepting when they had to sleep, since they watched each other to avoid unauthorized approaches to the scion, and ending with a noisy and fun vacation in hot springs. In the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen and the Jounin team leaders were in an important meeting which would decide the fate of many genin, and not only those of Konoha but of the rest of the villages. "Well then, we agree that preparations for the Chunin exams begin," ordered Hiruzen in a serious and commanding voice. Chapter 16: The Chunin Exams. A new challenge begins. On a street in the village of Konoha, Team 7 had finished a mission to paint a fence, and were preparing to take their canine home. "Leave, see you tomorrow at 8:00 am, said Kakashi, who disappeared in a cloud of smoke. "Well then, see you at 12:00 am, said Goku, who was supported by his entire team, who already knew their master's punctuality. Goku, why don't we have a date? Sakura said happily as she hugged the Scion's arm. If it sounds fun, near Ichiraku there is a very nice ice cream shop with very tasty ice cream, said Naruto, who hugged Goku's other arm, causing a face of discomfort in Sakura and a smile in the Scion. You're idiots, instead of flirting you should train, Sasuke complained with a serious face. Bah, what are you complaining about if thanks to Goku and his training we can do this? Declared Sakura, annoyed, who had pulled out a light pole with one hand as if it were a flower. If it's true. Naruto supported her as she surrounded a large rock and with her finger made it explode into thousands of pieces. Shut your mouths, losers! I won't rest until I finish you, Goku! Shouted Sasuke, who then continued on his way. That lunatic couldn't even lay a finger on Goku if his life depended on it, Sakura said mockingly. He's a poor devil, Naruto supported in the same tone. Girls, don't be rude. Sasuke puts a lot of effort into training, and even if it's for the wrong reasons, we can't laugh at our teammate. The Scion scolded his two friends, who lowered their heads in shame. Why don't we leave it like this and go to that ice cream shop? Goku proposed with his typical smile, trying to cheer up the kunoichis, who quickly recovered their spirits and hugged Goku's arms to take their way, which was unexpectedly stopped by Konohamaru, who came out of a square rock accompanied by Udan and Moegi, friends and colleagues from the academy, who approached Naruto, whom they saw as a boss, and asked her to play ninjas since she did it with them almost all the time, but this time she refused flatly since she would have a date with Goku, which bothered Konohamaru, who began to make fun of the three genin. Bah, let's go guys, let's let the porcupine, the milk cow and the marquee forehead have their date, said Konohamaru in a mocking and annoyed tone. This enraged the two kunoichis, who with a murderous look and a large vein on their forehead ran after the little boy, who ran afraid of what they would do to him if they caught him, while Goku, Udan and Moegi watched them with a nervous smile as they turned a corner where later Konohamaru's scream would be heard, full of fear, alerting Goku, who quickly ran to the place accompanied by Konohamaru's friends, only to find the boy being violently held by a ninja dressed in black with a hood with cat-like ears, an object tied in bandages behind his back, and wearing strange makeup on his face. He was accompanied by a beautiful girl with ash blonde hair and a huge fan behind his back. Damn kid, now you'll pay for hurting me, said the strange ninja cruelly. Leave it alone, Kankuro, we don't have time to play with this brat, the girl said seriously. Get him down now, Naruto and Sakura demanded at the same time. Oh, that will be a pleasure, answered Kankuro, who prepared to slam the boy's head on the ground with all his strength, generating terror in the Konoha kunoichis. Fortunately, Goku appeared in front of Kankuro and quickly took Konohamaru, avoiding the tragedy. But what the hell? Asked Kakakuro, who couldn't finish speaking because the Scion with his hand in front of his chest pushed him slightly, which sent Kankuro flying against the wooden fence, breaking it immediately, surprising the kunoichi who was accompanying Kankuro and causing the cheers of the Konoha girls, who had hearts in their eyes, and this included Moegi, who was next to Udan, who only looked at them with a drop of sweat on his forehead. Damn, how dare you! Kankuro shouted, getting up at high speed, but a rock hit him in the head, knocking him out. That dwarf is my prey. I won't allow trash to interfere with this, said Sasuke, who was resting at the top of the wall. Oh my god, they are so handsome. No wonder the boss didn't want to play with us today, thought Moegi, who looked at Goku and Sasuke extremely blushed. Enough, Temari, Kankuro are embarrassing our village, said a serious voice which came from the top of the tree that was next to them. Reacting quickly, they noticed a red-haired boy who was standing on his head. He had his eyes shadowed by dark circles and a kanji mark which meant love on his forehead, as well as a large pumpkin which rested on his back. Wow, that's interesting. He also has two different energy signatures just like Naruto, but what impresses me is his bloodthirsty look. It's as if Kid Buu were in front of me in terms of bloodthirst. Since he's only a little stronger than an average genin, he's still not the right opponent for me, thought Goku, who looked seriously at the boy, who got down from the tree and politely apologized for the behavior of his teammates, and then left. Wait, what are you doing in Konoha-san ninjas? Asked Sakura. Dash. What are you, silly? We came for the Chunin exams. Temari replied mockingly. Wait, the one with the pumpkin, what's your name? Sasuke asked demandingly. Dash. I'm Sabaka no Gaara and I'm also interested in you too, what are your names? Gaara said coldly. I'm Sasuke Uchiha and the porcupine is Goku Madarashi. Sasuke answered with a proud and defiant smile, while Goku just smiled innocently with his hands behind his neck. Dash. They are both very attractive, but the little one has a charm that God, I don't know what to say. Temari thought, who had blushed slightly while looking at the scion. Dash. Get ready because next time you will all die, Gaara said with a macabre voice as he walked away with his team by his side. Then Sasuke stood next to Goku and asked his opinion of those three, to which the scion only replied that they were interesting, especially Gaara, but surprisingly they were interrupted by the little Moigi, who took them by the hands and innocently asked them to be her boyfriends, which petrified the two female members of Team 7, who quickly took Goku by the arms and pulled him while glaring at the girl, causing a duel of glances and laughter from everyone except Sasuke, who only sketched a slight smile. Dash. Stay away from Goku, little girl, he's ours, Sakura said angrily. Nobody gives me orders, cart front, said Moegi, whose gaze slowly darkened and took shapes similar to the eyes of a shark about to attack its prey, which scared the two kunoichis a little. Dash. Come on, let's stop fighting, let's continue with our date, Goku said happily, taking the hands of the two girls, who decided to ignore Moegi and continuing on their way. The next day, on a bridge near the Hokage Tower, Team 7 was waiting for Kakashi, who, as always, arrived late, causing Naruto and Sakura to get upset, but they calmed down when Kakashi gave them the necessary paperwork to be able to take the Chunin exams, which made all the members of Team 7 happy, who, thanks to Goku's training, felt they could pass them without problems. 2 days later at the Shinobi Academy, Team 7 headed towards the entrance ready for the exam that would take place in room 301, but surprisingly the door was blocked by two boys who did not allow passage, even using force, which annoyed Sasuke, who, tired of the joke, made it clear that his genjutsu was useless and that it was better to let them pass, which encouraged one of the bully boys, who undid the jutsu, showing that the room was 201, and threw a kick at the Uchiha, who did the same, but both kicks were stopped by a boy wearing green lycra. The Konoha sash as a belt just like Goku, bandages on his arms and orange anklets, a bull-type haircut and big eyebrows. His actions surprised the entire Team 7. Dash. What happened? We weren't going to pretend so as not to attract attention, claimed a boy with long brown hair who wore the Konoha headband and had eyes like Hinata's. I'm so sorry, it was a reflex, said the boy in green as an apology to his companion. Dash. Let's leave it, what's done is done, said Tenten as she approached her team, who upon noticing Goku's presence couldn't control themselves and rushed towards him to hug him. Dash. My prince, are you also going to participate in the exams? Tenten asked excitedly to the scion, who confirmed it with a smile and a nod. On the other hand, the boy in green approached Sakura very blushing, introducing himself as Rock Lee and asked her to be his girlfriend, to which Sakura quickly rejected him, leaving him crestfallen. But a second later he saw the pretty Naruto, who was just as attractive or more than Sakura, and tried the same, being quickly rejected again by the Uzumaki, leaving him sad and with a shadow over his head. Dash. Why did they reject me so quickly? Asked Lee with a waterfall of tears in his eyes. Dash. It's very simple, Lee, those two are madly in love with Goku, Tenten answered in a low voice in her partner's ear. Dash. But I thought that Goku guy was your boyfriend, Lee asked in a low voice. Dash. Yes, he will be my boyfriend and future husband, but those two ticks, plus another 3, are trying to take him away from me, Tenten declared angrily. Dash. Who are you calling a tick, a gun-addicted cockroach? The two kunoichis shouted. Dash. Don't fight, Goku ordered seriously, while the 3 girls quickly and completely blushed stood in front of him, obeying the order. Dash. Well, more than girlfriends, they look like pets, thought the long-haired boy, who imagined them with dog tails and ears. Dash. Enough, let's go, ordered Sasuke, who was followed by Goku and the girls, who followed him reluctantly since they disliked Sasuke a lot and felt like the leader of the team. It seems the first test was a success, said one of the bullies who was hiding with his partner, who unleashed a transformation jutsu showing that they were sensors testing the genin's abilities. Now on the second floor of the academy, Team 7 was stopped by Lee, who challenged Goku to a fight, but before he could answer, Sasuke stood in front of him and decided to take the Scion's place. "Enough, Sasuke, we don't have time," said Naruto. "Shut your mouth, this will only take me 5 seconds, declared Sasuke arrogantly as he ran to confront Lee. "He acts like a spoiled little boy. I can't believe I had feelings for him some time ago," thought Sakura, frowning as she watched Sasuke and Lee fight. Sasuke quickly attacked Lee, but the ninja with the big eyebrows disappeared and reappeared on top of the Uchiha. Dash! Hurricane of the Leaf! Lee shouted, kicking him in the head, which knocked him down. Dash! This kid has good speed. Goku weighed in, his arms crossed, and he had a serious face while he watched the fight. Dash! This is a perfect opportunity. You will be my guinea pig, said Sasuke, who had turned on his Sharingan, launched himself into the attack again, trying to read Lee's techniques, who showed no surprise and, worse still, lifted Sasuke into the air with a kick to the chin, causing him to fall with a crash. Dash! You don't understand, right? My technique is neither genjutsu nor ninjutsu, it's simply taijutsu, said Lee, who quickly began to beat up Sasuke, who desperately tried to use the Sharingan as his only weapon against Lee. Dash! Sasuke, you are an idiot. If you stopped depending so much on your Sharingan eyes and remembered what I told you about feeling your opponent's movement with your body, you could win, but you are so surprised by that boy's agility that you don't know how to react now. Goku thought, somewhat disappointed by what Sasuke is doing. Dash! I will show you that effort can overcome natural talent, Sasuke Uchiha, declared Lee as he kicked Sasuke, who was suspended in the air, followed by Lee, who was preparing to finish him off while the bandages on his arms tried to return to Sasuke. But Sasuke quickly disappeared in front of Lee, who, surprised, landed on the ground only to see Sasuke lying on the shoulder of Goku, who had saved him. Dash! Enough is enough, don't you think it's enough? You've already won, Goku said seriously. Dash! Don't get involved, he was the one who accepted the challenge. Goku Mitarashi, prodigy student of the last Genin generation. I know everything about you. I will investigate you and show you that effort is better than natural abilities, shouted Lee, who quickly and with his great speed tried to hit Goku from behind, but the Scion placed his hand behind his neck, catching Lee's fist and subsequently throwing him against the ground with force. Dash! Damn, how did he know I was behind him? Lee thought as he was on one knee and could see Goku hit his forehead with one of his fingers, sending Lee sweeping the wooden floor with his body until he crashed into the academy wall, leaving a few cracks. This can't be, are you a monster? Asked Lee, who was in pain and out of combat. Dash! Don't be rude, Goku just showed you one thing. Effort can overcome talent, if that's clear, but effort mixed with talent is unstoppable, said Sakura while frowning. If it's true, even if you don't believe it, Goku releases 100 times more than us. He doesn't only rely on his talent. Naruto supported Sakura. I guess you already understood that not all prodigies are the same, right, Lee? Said a voice that both Goku and Lee recognized, and then a cloud of smoke showed Mato Guy, who saw everything that happened, and after scolding Lee he apologized to Team 7 and then greeted Goku, who returned the greeting and thus ended the small conflict, while they were secretly watched by Tenten and her other teammate. Dash! You see, Niji, Goku is the real new Rookie of the Year. Only due to technicalities they didn't name him that, said Tenten, full of pride towards her love interest. If he is someone to be feared, they also have that Uchiha. Team 7 is very dangerous, Niji answered coldly and calculatingly while he watched Goku, who was being scolded by Sasuke for continuing to carry him on his shoulder, as if he were a sack of potatoes. A few minutes later, in the Rio Room 301, the 10 rookie genin met again, ready for the exam, while Kiba bothered Sasuke that he would demonstrate the progress he had gained after his training. Sakura, Naruto, and Hinata argued with Ino for getting on our hero's back and then trying to kiss him on the mouth, something that they managed to stop and causing a ruckus in the process. Dash! Hey, don't you think you should turn the volume down a little? Don't be offended, but your rookie's just out of the academy. If I were you, I wouldn't make a fool of myself, said a boy with glasses and gray hair wearing the Konoha headband as he approached the genin. Dash! Who are you? Ino asked, offended by what this guy said. Dash! I am Kabuto Yakushi, and I think you guys would be careful if you didn't look, said Kabuto to the genin who watched all the other aspirants who glared at them. I see, so you're already an expert? Sakura asked. Kabuto told them that it was his 7th attempt, and besides telling him about the reasons for the Chunin exams and their importance for the friendship between nations, he also showed him his info cards which had detailed information about the exams and the applicants, which caught the attention of Sasuke, who asked for information about Rock Lee, Sabaka no Gara and Goku Midarashi. Surprising and annoying the Kunoichis as he was trying to spy on his own teammate while Kabuto, using his cards, gave them information about Lee, who was an expert in taijutsu, his teammates and the missions made by them, most of them D rank with 20 and 11 C rank. Then he went to Gara, who had carried out 8 B rank missions, completing them all without receiving a single scratch, and finally Goku, who was a mystery. Not much was known about his past except that he was the younger brother of Anko Midarashi, who had to take over his guardianship after distant relatives could no longer take care of him. Considered a complete good for nothing in many things except for the fight, where he was classified as a genius according to the attitude tests done on him, in addition to the rumors that he could not be named Jounin because of his young age despite having the level of 1 demonstrated after defeating a Jounin in a test conducted by the Hokage himself. As well as another rumor that says that he is a kind of leader of a sect where he is worshipped as a god, and that all the members of this are women who have performed insane acts throughout Konoha in his name. This information froze everyone present, and not only the rookies but all the aspirants, the male genin who, when they saw Goku, believed that it would be very dangerous to fight with him in the exam, while the kunoichis of other nations looked at him with fear since they believed that he would try to recruit them for his cult, causing a drop of nervous sweat in Goku, who saw all the reactions towards his person. What is a cult? Goku asked. Don't ask, dwarf, said Sasuke with a sigh and a drop of sweat on his forehead. Later Kabuto told them about the village of sound, which was very small and unknown, which bothered 3 genin of sound who listened to everything said by Kabuto and decided to attack him. One of them, who looked like a mummy, prepared his weapon, which was in his right arm, and which could perform sonic attacks, appeared in front of Kabuto ready to attack him, but Goku with his super speed stopped him by the arm. Hey, calm down, we're not thinking about the exams yet, said the scion seriously. Shut up, stupid brat, shouted the sound mummy, trying to get out of Goku's grip, who simply threw him hard against the wall before the astonished gaze of the sound ninjas and the other aspirants. You degenerate child faces, shut up at once, ordered a voice, followed by a cloud of smoke which showed a man with a trench coat and a black scarf with the Konoha badge, and his face had several scars. In addition, behind him were several men with the Konoha badge and uniformed with clothes similar to gray military, who had an evil smile. I am Ibiki Marino, your censor and your nightmare from now on. The newly arrived man introduced himself evilly and then asked the genin to take their respective assigned seats. Thanks for helping me, Goku, said Kabuto with a smile. It was nothing to me, it's easy to feel hostility and evil, Goku answered with a look that slowly became serious as he looked at Kabuto, who had become nervous and then went to his seat. Do you think I didn't notice? I could feel your evil power. This room has several people who have evil ki. I have to be careful, thought Goku, who for the moment would keep a low profile as he sat down. Well, let's start with the written exam, declared the censor Ibiki, which left Goku and Naruto stunned, and they screamed at the top of their lungs. Not written Nua. If I remember correctly, they were the 1 and 2 most idiots in the class when it came to writing, Sasuke thought nervously. The rules are simple. They will be graded with a point reduction system. Right now everyone has 10, but for each question answered wrong they will lose a point. They will be evaluated by teams, so if one of the team gets a 0, everyone fails. The sentries who are sitting to their left and right will be watching them, because if they cheat they will lose 2 points. If they are caught 5 times, the entire team is eliminated. Also, the 10th question will be asked at the end. That's all, start now, Ibiki said strongly and in a commanding voice to all the genin, that after listening to the rules they began the exam and would quickly realize how difficult it was. Sasuke would quickly recognize the truth of the exam, which was nothing more than a test of espionage and information gathering without being discovered by the enemy, Sasuke was not the only one to realize since everyone began to use all kinds of techniques and jutsus to cheat. Damn, I guess I have no choice since if I get a 0 everyone will get mad at me, thought Goku as he placed his palm on the head of the person sitting in front of him and began to quickly read his mind just like he did with Krillin on Namek. Goku's palm alerted the boy in front who turned around angrily to know what happened, to which our hero showed him the palm of his hand with a dead mosquito in it. I'm sorry, I was just bothering you, Goku said with a smile, to which the other boy just turned away without saying anything. Okay, let's get to work, thought the scion who quickly began to write all the answers on his exam. Well, perfect, the dwarf must have used some key technique for the test. Now the problem is Naruto, thought Sasuke, who used his Sharingan to copy the movement of the pencil of the one in front of him. On the other hand, Naruto was biting her nails and decided to take a risk with the last question. All or nothing. 1 hour later, the censors had already been discarded from several teams that failed to copy properly and were caught in the act. It's time for the last question. Of course, each and every one of you is free not to participate, since if you do and fail you will never be able to participate in the Chunin exams again, said Ibiki in a threatening and sadistic way, which caused fear in many participants who resigned taking their teammates between their legs, which scared Naruto and Sakura, who worried about her teammate that although they were rivals also came to consider her a friend and did not want to see her fail in her dream of being Hokage, so she decided to raise her hand, but a war cry came from the Uzumaki. I'm not afraid of you, I'll never give up, I'll be Hokage even if I remain a genin forever, Naruto declared with fury and fire in her eyes, which encouraged all the other examinees who followed her example and didn't give up. Well then, for those who stayed, congratulations passed, Ibiki declared, which surprised all the genin who did not understand what was happening, to which Ibiki explained to them the reason for the exam, which in addition to information gathering and espionage was to test their courage, their determination in the face of what appears to be suicide, and not back down. That is what is necessary to be a Chunin, which was understood by all those present who felt relieved to pass the test, while Naruto celebrated wildly having passed, and was observed as a freak by the others. But Naruto's joy didn't last long, as something broke the living room window and quickly, with some kunais stuck in the ceiling and placing a presentation poster, Uncle Madarashi appeared, putting on a show. Okay worms, there's no time to celebrate. I'll be your next censor for the second test, so everyone follow me, Anko shouted, her fist in the air, in a scandalous manner. No, why her? Thought the 5 kunoichis who already knew her. Well, it is scandalous, it's no wonder the dwarf likes those retarded girls so much, thought Sasuke. I knew this would happen even though I asked him at home not to use the sign. Goku thought, a little embarrassed as he looked at Anko. Flashback. Day before the exam, Anko department, 9 p.m. Goku and Anko were taking a bath together while talking about the Chunin exam. Hey Anko, I can really carve myself, said Goku while Anko carved his body, wiping off the sweat after training. No, it's not my job to take care of you, said Anko, who was naked next to Goku while she rubbed his back. And your towel? Goku asked innocently. It's more comfortable this way, and I'm no longer ashamed to show myself to you, since we're family, said Anko with a seductive voice, while Goku just smiled happily at what Anko said, ignoring the double meaning of what she was saying. Are you ready for the exams? I heard you'll be an examiner, Goku said calmly. Yes, I even made 2 posters, one for my entrance and another for when you finish the second test, Anko said happily. That sounds a little embarrassing, better not use them, said Goku somewhat embarrassed. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you, said Anko, who slowly began to rub Goku's back with her large breasts, which she had already covered with soap. It's better to embarrass yourself when we're alone, Anko said in a cheerful and mischievous tone. Ha 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 ha, no Anko, you tickle me, said Goku between laughs while he continued playing with Anko, who continued rubbing against the scion. Chapter 17, Snake Eyes, Forest of Death. Chunin Exam Day 2. Outside the Trill of the Forest of Death. All the teams that passed the first round were right in front of Anko Madarashi, who with a sadistic smile handed them a consent form for the next test, since some would not return alive, and if they did not sign it then it would be her responsibility, which scared several genin. Well, the rules are simple. Get the scrolls of heaven and earth. Each team will have a different one, in what we would call a survival battle. Once you have the 2 scrolls, you must go to the tower that is in the middle of the forest. You are prohibited from seeing the contents of the scrolls. You also have 5 days as a limit, and try not to die if you do," said Anko with an evil and intimidating voice. 1 hour later, all the teams, with their respective scrolls, were in front of the doors, which opened, marking the beginning of the second test. "Okay, let's go quickly, we have to finish this soon," said Sasuke, who was jumping between the giant trees accompanied by his team. I have a problem," said Naruto, which stopped the team. "What's wrong?" asked the Uchiha. "Well, this Sakura, do you happen to have one?" The Uzumaki began to speak in a low voice in Sakura's ear, who smiled and handed a bag to Naruto, who quickly ran and hid among the trees and undergrowth. "But what happened?" Sasuke asked furiously. "Shut up, Uchiha, it's women's business," Sakura answered angrily. "Oh, he's going through those moments," Goku said in a calm voice and without any emotion, surprising Sakura, who thought that Goku was too innocent to know that without knowing that Goku was already married and also lived with Anko, so he understood well the physiological functions of women. A few moments later, Naruto approached her team ready to leave, but she was attacked by Sasuke, surprising Sakura, who couldn't say anything since Goku quickly appeared behind Naruto and with a karate chop knocked her out, revealing an enemy rain ninja who used a transformation jutsu, surprising Sakura. Her transformation was pathetic. Her kunai case was on her left leg when Naruto is right-handed, said Sasuke seriously, who then decided to look for the scroll among the fainted ninja's things. Seconds later, the real Naruto appeared, who was a little bewildered to see her team with an enemy ninja. "Thanks, Sakura. Who is that?" Naruto asked. "No one important. Besides, it seems that he doesn't have the scroll. We better continue," said Goku calmly while putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder, who was still confused but decided to follow Goku and the team's challenge without asking clearly after leaving the unconscious enemy tied to a tree. During the journey, Team 7 split up in search of rival teams, but their search was fruitless as they found nothing, except for the Uchiha who saved the life of a red-haired kunoichi with glasses who was attacked by a giant bear. But noticing that she did not have the scroll, he showed her the way to the forest's retreat gate. "Go straight ahead and you'll find the exit. Stay there until the test is over or you might get killed," Sasuke said seriously but kindly to the girl. "Thanks, but why are you helping me?" asked the kunoichi. "I don't know either, I just felt like I had to help you," said Sasuke, who decided to continue on his way, leaving the kunoichi watching the gallant Uchiha walk away. Minutes after what happened and everyone gathered next to a gigantic tree, Sasuke proposed the use of a key to know if it was them and not disguised imposters. Goku and Naruto could not understand the key at all, but they did not say anything so as not to anger Sasuke. Everything seemed calm when suddenly a powerful wind hit Team 7, who were holding on to whatever they could, but it was useless as Naruto was sent flying screaming. Goku, who was the only one withstanding the wind, saw Naruto disappearing from sight through the forest, so he quickly jumped to her aid. "Wait, Goku, damn, he's an idiot," said Sasuke angrily. Somewhere in the forest, Goku was looking for Naruto's presence, which he was able to quickly detect inside a huge snake, which enraged the scion, who threw himself at the snake that attacked him at great speed, but our hero hit it with fury, killing it instantly. He then placed the sacred staff in the snake's mouth to open it, and be able to enter to look for his friend. A few minutes later, Naruto opened her eyes and saw that she was on Goku's back, which quickly made her blush. "It's good that you're awake, are you okay?" asked Goku with a smile. "Yes, I'm fine, but I'm just causing you problems," Naruto replied, her head down. "Naruto, I already told you, I will protect you. I will not allow anyone to hurt you again, and to be honest, I am one of those who most wants to see you as Hokage. That is why you do not have to feel bad," Goku answered calmly and with an understanding look, which caused the Uzumaki to blush even more, who in a low voice, almost in a whisper, asked, "So you would like to fulfill my second dream? What? I didn't hear you, say it louder," said Goku, who hadn't heard Naruto well. The girl was about to ask him again when suddenly a loud explosion could be heard near where Sasuke and Sakura were. "No, it can't be, we have to hurry," said Goku with a serious voice, to which Naruto with a serious look affirmed it, with her head holding tighter to the scion, who accelerated. In the place where Sasuke and Sakura are, Sasuke and Sakura were facing a ghostly grass ninja who was beating them both physically and psychologically, to the point that Sasuke, frightened, proposed an exchange of the Sky Scroll for their lives, which the grass ninja accepted with an evil look and planning to do something else after obtaining the scroll. As she approached to take it, but surprisingly a kunai prevented her from taking it, which made her as well as Sasuke and Sakura volley, only to see Goku and Naruto cheering Sakura, who told them that this ninja was the one responsible for the hurricane wind and that she disguised herself as Naruto with the intention of stealing the scroll. Then there's no reason to hold back, declared the scion, who quickly appeared in front of the enemy, who was amazed by the boy's speed and couldn't react to Goku's powerful attack that with a punch sent him against a tree, splitting it in two, while Goku followed closely and began to riddle her with a shower of blows. "That's it, Goku, you can do it!" The two kunoichis cheered, while Goku continued with an attack similar to that of a machine gun, hitting the grass ninja, who couldn't even react to the attack. "Damn, who is this brat? He has impressive speed and power. If I don't do what I came to do, I'll be in trouble," thought the grass ninja, who was embedded in the cracked ground. "It's over," Goku declared furiously as he launched the final blow that connected with the enemy, who screamed in agony and accompanied by an explosion creating a huge crater and a large cloud of dust which could be seen throughout the forest of death. "I did it," said Sakura animatedly. "Yes," Naruto answered with a big smile. "Damn, he always has to show off." Sasuke thought angrily and jealously at what he saw, but without realizing it, the head of the enemy ninja emerged from the ground near where the other genin were, as if it were a snake, and proceeded to bite Sasuke's neck, who lamented and in agony held his neck, where a curse mark of 3 black blades appeared on his neck while he was helped by his friends. "I did it, haha," said the enemy, who couldn't finish her celebration because Goku had given her a powerful kick to the face that unearthed her from the ground and sent her flying near some bushes. "Girls, take Sasuke and take him to a safe place so I can take care of his wounds while I take care of this girl quickly," ordered Goku, who had a serious look. The girls obeyed the order without saying anything and quickly left, while Goku, after seeing his friends leave, flew at high speed in search of the enemy. Thicket's forest of death. The body of the grass ninja lay, her face destroyed, showing nothing more than a simple mask, revealing a man with pale skin and eyes like a snake. "I found you," Goku said seriously, looking at the enemy, who was watching him with wide open eyes. "Awesome, truly impressive, you can fly," the enemy said in surprise as he slowly stood up and watched as the boy descended to stand face to face with him. "But that won't save you from my next attack," declared the enemy ninja, who tried to use a genjutsu loaded with killer instinct, trying to paralyze Goku, who just stood still. Die, shouted the enemy while transforming his legs like a snake. He attacked the scion with a sword in his hand that was centimeters from Goku's face, and stopped abruptly as Goku connected a right punch to the enemy's abdomen, who was spitting blood and saliva. "Damn, how were you able to resist my genjutsu?" asked the enemy painfully. "Your trick with illusions doesn't work on me, and if we're talking about killer instinct, I've fought to the death against enemies who were more bloodthirsty, cruel, and crazy than yours," Goku declared seriously, followed by a scissor leg kick that sent the enemy to the ground. The enemy began to crawl with his arms, trying to get a little away from our hero. "What happened? Is that all you can do?" Goku asked with an arrogant smile. Ha 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 ha. The enemy ninja on the ground began to laugh while Goku just watched him confused. Youth, power, agility, speed, and the ability to soar through the skies, as well as resistance to genjutsus. What is your name, young man?" said the enemy, full of emotion. "I am Goku Madarashi," the boy answered in a serious voice. Wow, Madarashi, it's been a while since I heard that name. Well, Goku, I am Orochimaru and I decided that you will be my new body," said Orochimaru, shouting the last part, while stretching his neck trying to bite Goku just like he did with Sasuke. But Goku reacted quickly and launched a large sphere of ki at Orochimaru, who screamed after exploding with it, leaving him mutilated in one arm and both legs, as well as bleeding heavily in a blackened crater. While the scion, after hearing the name Orochimaru, He began to remember the happy and loving face of Anko who was with him in a moment of joy, and later remembered an image of Anko crying with sadness and despair while holding her neck, and he witnessed that. I know you. Anko told me about you. You were her teacher who used her as a guinea pig in your crazy experiments. The Hokage realized and ordered you to be exterminated, but it was too late. You had already escaped from the village like a coward. But it's a good time to finish the job that Hiruzen left pending, said Goku furiously as he saw the wreck that Orochimaru had become. You are really impressive, Goku. I would really like to continue playing and talking with you, but if you don't hurry up your friends will die, declared Orochimaru in pain but with a devilish smile. What do you mean? Goku asked. Right now some acquaintances of mine went to finish the job. If you don't hurry you'll only find carrion and vultures, or would you rather kill me and see them dead? Said Orochimaru, who started laughing madly. Goku, without thinking twice, ran at high speed in search of his teammates who were in danger. Don't let him pass! Shouted Orochimaru, who had summoned 2 giant snakes that stood in front of Goku and attacked him mercilessly, but Goku disappeared and reappeared in the middle of the heads of both snakes with his arms outstretched. They're in my way! Goku shouted furiously as he fired 2 disintegrating ki attacks at the snakes, and then quickly flew off in search of his team. I really want it! I really want that body, and if I mix it with Sasuke's eyes, my goals and ambitions will not only be dreams but a reality, ha ha ha. Orochimaru weighed and used a jutsu with which he vomited a copy of himself without any wound or mutilation made by the scion, and then vanished into the undergrowth, leaving the place. In another area of the Forest of Death, a battle was taking place between Team 7 and the Sound Team composed of Dosu, Zaku and Kin, who tried to kill Sasuke, but Naruto and Lee, who had arrived at the place by chance, were fighting against Dosu, the mummy of the Sound Team. While Sakura received a beating from Zaku and Kin, despite her new strength, she did not have long-range attacks and therefore lost the match as she was knocked down by Zaku's cutting sound attacks. Damn! If only I could use the Kamehameha that Goku has been teaching us these last few days correctly, this wouldn't be happening. Sakura thought, frustrated and annoyed with herself for the helplessness she felt. Sakura was held by the hair by Kin, who mocked her for being so careful with it. But the Konoha kunoichi, tired of this, cut her hair with a kunai, freeing herself from the grip of the sound kunoichi who held her. Careful, Zaku! Kim shouted, trying to warn his partner. Sakura attacked Zaku, but tiredness and wounds prevented her from attacking properly, while Naruto and Lee panicked seeing that Sakura would lose the fight, but they couldn't help her because if they were careless, Dosu with his sonic attack could knock them out. But fortunately, Team 10 appeared and saved Sakura, and then the rest of Team Guy appeared, leaving the Sound Team surrounded but not defeated, as they were confident of beating them all. Don't despair, we can still win, we just have to divide these cockroaches, Dosa said in a commanding voice. But to everyone's surprise, Sasuke, who had regained consciousness, got up with the Sharingan activated and covered in black marks all over his body and releasing a great power full of violence and ferocity which left everyone present totally stunned, who did not react until the Uchiha hit Zaku, who quickly got up and tried a cutting sound attack fired from his 2 arms, but Sasuke threw his fire jutsu in which shuriken were mixed in, the attack which ended up sticking in Zaku, who screamed in pain after. The attack of the last Uchiha, who with his great speed stood behind Zaku and began to destroy his arms, while Sasuke laughed maniacally and cruelly, scaring everyone. That's enough, Sasuke, you're going to kill him, said Sakura with fear. That's what it's all about, bubblegum head, Sasuke replied with a voice full of madness. Fortunately, something similar to a meteor fell in the middle of the battlefield, causing a gigantic shock wave that sent all the genin in the place flying. They were very scared, seeing the crater that, when the smoke cleared, showed Goku, who had Zaku and Kin holding onto their shirts, completely knocked out. Back off now, ordered the scion, who had a serious and penetrating look while his eyes showed a slight emerald color, terrifying Dosu, who asked to exchange his scroll in exchange for their lives, which was accepted by Goku, who now he and his team had the 2 scrolls, while the sound ones fled with their tails between their legs. Goku, it's good that you're here, said Sakura as she approached the scion, who only looked at her with sadness because of her injuries. Sakura, your hair, Goku commented as he ran his hand through Sakura's hair and then placed it on her injured cheek, which made Sakura blush, who hugged Goku and began to cry, which was allowed by Naruto, Ino, and Tenten, who understood Sakura's pain after losing her long hair while trying to defend Sasuke. Madarashi, who told you to get into this? Asked the Uchiha with fury and hatred that took the path towards the scion who was still embraced by Sakura. Sasuke, I'm not in the mood right now, so calm down. Goku answered without turning to look at him, which enraged Sasuke, who, still possessed by the curse mark, attacked Goku, who fired a ki blast at Sasuke at the speed of light. When it hit the Uchiha, it sent him against a tree and left him unconscious, causing the marks covering his body to disappear, surprising Team 10 and Team Guy, who were seeing Goku's power for the first time. He is really terrifying. It is better to get out of his way or there won't be enough coffins for all of us, thought Niji, who quickly ordered his team to retreat to continue their search for a scroll, an action imitated by Team 10, who said goodbye to Goku and the others, especially Ino, who had hearts in her eyes and continued watching Goku as she and her team disappeared among the trees. Later, more calmly, Naruto helped Sakura by fixing her hair and healing her wounded face so they could continue on their way to the watchtower, while Goku carried Sasuke, who was still unconscious. Meanwhile, in the darkest part of the forest, Orochimaru was talking with his spy Kabuto Yakushi and asked him for all the information on Goku, and despite the fact that the rumors about the sect made him nervous, he decided to ignore that information and focus on the rest, which did not convince him since he seemed to have abilities far superior to those of any Jounin, and Anko was no exception. So he decided to investigate on his own and also ordered Kabuto to watch Goku since he had become his main target. Already at night, in an area of the Forest of Death, Anko was combing the area in search of Orochimaru after being informed by the village security group that they had found 3 grass ninjas dead and with their faces torn off, which alerted the Jounin, who quickly went in search of the S-class criminal who she found at the top of one of the trees and causing the conflict where Anko, using her speed and her snake summoning, cornered the criminal who turned out to be just an earth clone jutsu. Then Orochimaru used the curse mark on Anko, which left her out of combat and at the mercy of the criminal. What a way to greet me, Anko, said Orochimaru as he approached the kunoichi. What are you doing here, Orochimaru? Asked the pained Anko. I only came to recruit a very promising prospect. You must know him, Sasuke Uchiha, although I didn't expect 2 for the price of 1. Which surprised Anko, who didn't understand what her former master had said. If I just met your little brother, I must say that he is like a big diamond in a huge mountain of coal. He is truly exquisite and appetizing, said Orochimaru with an evil smile as he ran his hand over Anko's face. Damn you, if you come near Goku, I'll... Anko couldn't finish her threat since the pain was almost unbearable. Who would have thought, Anko? After all, you didn't turn out to be a complete failure as I had thought, since you gave me the best super weapon with which I will not only destroy Konoha but all the shinobi villages in the world. So take good care of it until I personally go to pick it up, said Orochimaru, who disappeared from Anko's sight amid mocking laughter, leaving the kunoichi on her knees and very worried about her beloved Goku. Watchtower. 2 days after the start of the second Chunin exam test, Anko, who had been helped by Anbu ninjas, was waiting for the Hokage to inform him of what had happened while she watched the teams arrive one by one and was nervous about not seeing Team 7. Calm down, Anko, I'm sure your brother will be fine, said an Anbu next to the kunoichi, who angrily tried to answer, but a huge explosion that shook everything around her alerted them and they ran to the outside window of the tower to see what happened, being shocked at what they saw with their eyes since all the huge trees had been completely erased, and in their place was a path that looked like it had been dug with a large excavator. At that moment you could see Naruto, Sakura and Goku, who had Sasuke, who was still unconscious, on his back, calmly walking through that path. Come on, I told you it would be easier if we just flattened the path, said Goku with a smile, who had used the Kamehameha to open the way. On the other hand, Sakura and Naruto just walked next to the scion, blushing, with a smile and hearts floating over their heads. See, I told you it would be fine, Anbu stuttered. I'm a fool, I didn't have to worry, my little prince wouldn't fall to that viper, thought Anko with a big smile on her face as she watched Team 7 enter the tower. Now inside the tower, Goku and the rest of his team opened the scrolls that after a cloud of smoke were revealed to Iruka, who was in charge of receiving them and happily announcing that they had passed the second test, which was celebrated by everyone except the unconscious Sasuke, who was taken to the infirmary by Iruka, while the rest of Team 7 decided to rest inside the tower. Goku, thank heavens you're okay! Shouted Anko, who appeared out of nowhere hugging the scion, and began to examine him for scars, wounds, but above all the curse mark. I'm fine, don't worry, Goku answered happily, which caused Anko to hug him tighter, accompanied by a tear in her eyes, an act that was frowned upon by Sakura and Naruto, who had a large vein on their foreheads and glared at Madarashi. Goku, we need to talk, said Anko seriously as she looked at Goku, who answered her with the same expression. Yes, I'm sure I know what you're going to ask me, Goku commented, which didn't surprise Anko, who would take Goku to the control room where Hiruzen was waiting for the report, while Naruto and Sakura met with Kakashi, who was waiting for them. Watchtower control room. Hiruzen heard firsthand from our hero everything that had happened since the battle with Orochimaru, the mark on Sasuke's neck, his strange transformation, the attack of the Sound Team who seemed to be accomplices of the criminal, in addition to Anko complementing Goku's information with her own, and that Orochimaru intended something with Sasuke and also had his eyes on Goku, which alerted the Hokage. I understand, the situation is serious, but we cannot fall into despair for the moment. We will continue with the exams as planned, but we will maintain security in the village in Red Code. It is necessary to catch or kill Orochimaru by any means, ordered Hiruzen seriously, which was obeyed by all the ninjas present. Goku, I'm counting on you to protect the village and all its inhabitants, said Hiruzen with a calm voice and a gentle smile, which Goku quickly accepted, and with a big smile, the Hokage later passed his hand over the Scion's head and told him to join the rest of his team, which he obeyed. I have a bad feeling, but the will of fire will always lift me up from any challenge that is put in front of me in this village, thought Hiruzen, completely alone in the room and expectant of Konoha's future. Chapter 18. Preliminary battles begin. Goku's harem attacks again. Inside the watchtower of the Forest of Death, the Hokage, accompanied by the Jounin in charge of teams and the previous censors of the exam, were in a huge room placed right in front of the teams that passed the second test, which were a total of 7 of the 26 teams that entered the Forest of Death, and a total of 22 genins, since one of the teams was of 4 members. The Hokage congratulated the teams for passing the test and gave them a speech about the importance of the exams and the friendly competition between nations, which would be held in front of the state leaders, feudal lords, and in the presence of the Kazekage. Therefore, a preliminary tournament would be held for the selection of the genin, who this time would be judged individually, and those who did not feel ready could resign, something that was taken advantage of by Kabuto, who withdrew from the test. Let's see what you can do, Porcupine Head, show me that power that Lord Orochimaru so desires, thought Kabuto, who as he walked away from the place saw Goku with an evil look, and then hid from everyone's sight and watched the fights comfortably. Later the Hokage ordered the censor and referee Hate Gecko to come forward and announce the rules, which were very simple. At the moment their names appeared on the screen, they would have to go down to the field and fight. Everything was allowed, but if the referee saw it convenient, he would stop the fight. Also, since there was an extra genin, one of them would have to fight an extra fight. These rules excited Goku, who knew that among the candidates there were good opponents, and if they no longer had to limit themselves, then they would fight with everything. The first match would be between Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akato, who would have to remain on the field while the rest would go to the upper part to be able to watch the fights. I don't really remember what happened in the forest after that grass ninja bit me, but I'm sure that idiot Goku did something to upset me, so I can't lose until I meet him in the tournament, Sasuke thought seriously while looking at his rival. Stupid Uchiha boy, your last name won't save you this time, Yoroi weighed with arrogance and a burst of self-confidence. The fight began, and Yoroi seemed to have the advantage since Sasuke was very weakened by the pain caused by the curse mark that did not allow him to use his Sharingan, which seemed a sure defeat for the Uchiha, but using his intelligence and great ability to learn the movements of others, Sasuke copied the movement of Dancing Leaf of Rock Lee and created his own version, the Lion Flurry, with which he won the fight, but ending up very sore, forcing Kakashi to take him to a safe place in order to perform a sealing ritual for that curse mark, but he was stopped for a moment by the Uchiha who watched his team. Listen, Goku, you better not lose until we fight. You and I still owe me my revenge, said Sasuke with a pained smile as he said goodbye to the scion in his own way. Yeah, okay. Our hero replied with a half smile as he watched Kakashi and the Uchiha continue on their way. The second fight was between Shino Aburame and Zaku Abumi, which was easily won by Shino, who used an army of carnivorous ants and managed to cover the holes in Zaku's hands, preventing him from using his special technique. Shino, using his speed, ended Zaku's misery with a powerful blow to his face. Meanwhile, in a hidden room in the tower, Kakashi had finished sealing the curse mark, leaving Sasuke too exhausted that he fainted after the ritual. You've grown so much that Kakashi can now use sealing jutsus, said a malevolent voice, putting Kakashi on alert. Orochimaru, Kakashi answered, surprised and nervous. Kakashi, your efforts are useless. That boy only has one idea in his head, and that is revenge for what will come from my power, Orochimaru said sarcastically to Kakashi, who was protecting Sasuke. I won't let you pass, you damn wretch. Sasuke won't fall for your tricks so easily, answered Kakashi, who had prepared his lightning blade ready to attack. Calm down, Kakashi. Sasuke is no longer my priority. I have found a better prospect, but unfortunately for you, he is also your student, Orochimaru commented calmly. Don't tell me you're talking about Goku? If that's the case, he's truly appetizing, replied Orochimaru, who licked his lips thinking about Goku. Damn degenerate, if you come near any of my students I swear I'll kill you, Kakashi shouted furiously. Come on, Kakashi, you already have part of the Uchiha power. What's wrong with me also wanting a bit of that power? Plus there's this new jewel whose DNA could be as valuable as Hashirama's. But if you want it so badly, we can fight, Orochimaru answered mockingly and threateningly, paralyzing Kakashi, who was still in an attack position. I just came to say hello today. I hope the next time we see each other it will be under better conditions, my dear Kakashi, Orochimaru said between laughs as he disappeared into the darkness of the shadows of the room, while Kakashi was sweating buckets but relieved that Sasuke was safe. Back to the preliminaries. The fight between Kankuro and Misumi was taking place. Misumi had tied Kankuro up with his arms and legs, which he had previously dislocated, and with the use of his chakra he turned them into a kind of rope, but Kankuro, using his crow puppet that had previously replaced him, caught Misumi and absorbed all of his chakra, leaving him dying and giving Kankuro the victory. As Kankuro walked up the stairs to join his team, the board announced the next match. The next fight will be Dosei Kinuta vs Goku Mitarashi, Hate announced, encouraging our hero, who started stretching. Okay girls, 1, 2, 3 now, shouted Anko, who was supported by the other girls. Come on Goku, you can do it. Goku, you are the best, shouted 6 of the 9 kunoichis present, who were together with orange phosphorescent lamps and fans with the Scion's face printed on them, and behind them a large blanket with the legend Goku the Prince of Konoha. That's the second poster Anko told me she would bring when she finished the second test, Goku thought a little sadly as he went down the stairs. It can't be, I knew this would happen, but not so soon. Goku's harem is up to their tricks again. This is annoying, complained Shikamaru. Goku's harem? Kurenai asked. Don't you know them? They are very famous, 6 beautiful but completely crazy girls who have caused all kinds of conflicts, from fighting among themselves in an eating contest, violent altercations and destruction in 2 inns, screams and scandals in public at 6 o'clock in the morning while they run an exercise, and a fight in the local village pool, has made them very famous throughout Konoha, answered Choji, surprising Kurenai, who had already heard some rumors. So they are the group of gang members that have been causing a scandal in Konoha lately, the sect that is led by the sadist's brother? Kurenai thought with her eyes wide open as she watched Naruto, Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Anko, and even her own disciple Hinata, who, when talking about the Scion, her personality changed completely, becoming more aggressive and scandalous. Anko, you're crazy, he's not supposed to be your brother, Kurenai shouted. Nah, to hell with morality, Goku is my predestined man, replied Mitarashi, who after what was said continued to support our hero while Kurenai had her jaw on the ground. Bah, they're stupid, commented Kankuro, who was petrified when he saw Temari blushing and holding a fan with Goku's face on it while she moved it a little because she was nervous and embarrassed. When did he get that? Baki weighed with a drop of sweat on his forehead. Back in the ring and with the referee's permission, Dosu quickly attacked Goku, who stopped the attack of the sound ninja who used the sonic weapon on his arm to try to damage Goku's ears with low-frequency sonic waves which went directly from the eardrums to the brain, trying to unbalance the scion. But Goku realized and pushed Dosu, trying to get him away from him. Dosu then performs a powerful sonic attack resembling hurricane force winds that destroy the ring floor while Goku protects himself using his two arms in the form of a cross. "Ha! He hit him directly, that dwarf is lost," mocked Kankuro, who was watching the fight. Back in the preliminary match, Dosu throws himself at Goku. "You're dead, brat!" exclaimed the mummy of the sound, who after a moment showed eyes full of terror at what he saw in front of him. Goku lowered his arms and showed a very serious and penetrating dead look. Dosu, who could no longer stop, carried out his attack, causing a huge explosion. But Goku appeared a meter away with his back to Dosu, who, even with his metal arm extended, laughed a little. Then his steel arm exploded into 1,000 pieces while Dosu fell unconscious with blood in his mouth, leaving everything momentarily in silence, which was interrupted by Hate, who declared Goku the winner, and then asked for a stretcher while he checked Dosu's condition. "Quick, get a stretcher, this guy is in very serious condition," Hate said, alarmed, as he looked at the sound mummy's vital signs. Meanwhile the scion, with his gaze lost for a moment, reacted with a slight emerald color. "What did I do? I attacked him for real." The scion regretted what he did since he attacked him for real, since the sonic wave in his ear disoriented him a little and he instinctively attacked him. "His battle instinct is terrifying, it's as if he was born to fight," Baki said in a low voice, looking at the scion. Meanwhile Gaara also saw him, but with emotion and madness in his eyes. "Finally the perfect sacrifice for my mother." Gaara weighed with eyes full of madness and bloodlust. Kankuro gulped, thinking about the fear of fighting Gaara, who is a psychopath, or Goku, who showed such brutality in his fight, while Temari blushed and smiled happily. On the other hand, Goku's fans shouted, celebrated and cheered for our hero as he climbed the stairs and received a huge group hug that turned him blue from being unable to breathe. "Poor you, Goku, having to fight with that trash who had the audacity to hurt your ears," said Anko while rubbing her chest in our hero's face. "Damn mummy," said Tenten as she hugged the scion's left arm. "Yes, just wait until the preliminaries are over. We won't let you leave the hospital alive for what you did to our Goku." Naruto, Hinata, Sakura and Ino shouted at the same time while the defeated Dosu was taken out of the place on a stretcher. "Those 6 are really crazy. I'd better put security in that sound guy's room since those crazy women are capable of carrying out their threat," said the Hokage in a very low voice while the Jounin and censors seemed nervous because of what the girls had said. Now, more calmly, the next fight was Sakura versus Ino, who fought with everything to show who was the best, not only to be Goku's girlfriend but also as Kunoichi's. "In hand-to-hand combat she'll tear me to pieces. I have to keep my distance and use that strategy. Plus she's tired from the fight with those crazy sound guys," thought Ino. Sakura had an advantage in physical strength and speed due to Goku's training, but she had been affected by the fight with the sound ninjas who attacked her in a 2-on-1 match, weakening her physically so that the fight was very even. In addition, Ino's mind possession jutsu was her trump card, but Sakura managed to get close enough to Ino to hit her in the stomach and knock the wind out of her. But Yamanaka carried out a kamikaze plan using a light bomb, momentarily cutting off Sakura. "No, I can't see anything," Haruno complained. This was taken advantage of by the Yamanaka, who cut off her long ponytail and threw it in Sakura's face. Sakura was surprised when Ino's hair, which was covered in chakra, tied her up, leaving her immobile and ready for Ino's jutsu. "Your mind possession jutsu," Ino exclaimed furiously, "which I used by entering Sakura's mind and ready to give up, but the spirits of Team 7 and especially Naruto's screams that demanded more effort from her rival enraged Sakura. "Shut up, busted dwarf, I won't lose to you or the pig," Sakura shouted with fury that managed to get out of Ino's jutsu. A few moments later, and ready for the final attack, the two girls connected at the same time with a blow to their faces, leaving them out of combat, and hate declaring a tie while Sakura and Ino were picked up and taken to their teams by Asuma and Kakashi, who had recently returned to watch the fights. Right after that, Sakura and Ino woke up sitting next to each other while being congratulated by Goku. "Do you think the same as me, big forehead?" Ino asked with a smile. "Yes, pig," Sakura answered as she quickly took Goku's hands and pulled him tightly before quickly giving him a kiss on each of his cheeks, which shocked the other girls, who began to yell at Sakura and Ino, who were just laughing just like they did when they were still friends, and it seemed their friendship had been reborn once again. "Well, say it was on the cheek, since next time it will be in the mouth and it will be with tongue," said Sakura and Ino while they continued laughing, which made the others even angrier, who were about to attack them if it weren't for the announcement of the next fight, which was between Temari versus Tenten and was dominated from start to finish by Temari using her gigantic fan-caused powerful air currents, rendering Tenten's weapons useless, who was caught in a tornado created by Temari, which when stopped caused the fall of the Konoha genin, who did not hit the ground thanks to Temari catching her in her arms, carrying her bridal style, surprising Tenten and the Sand team, who were expecting a cruel act from their kunoichi. "Why did you help me?" Tenten asked. "Very simple. If I had hurt you, Goku would have gotten angry with me and possibly hated me, and I don't want that," answered Temari, releasing Tenten, who fell on her but on the ground, causing pain in her rear end, and then she began to rub herself, and upon noticing the worried look of the scion, decided to greet him, showing that she was okay, making Goku happy, while Temari climbed to the top with her team after being named winner by Hate. Then the board showed the next fight between Kintsuchi versus Shikamaru Nara, who went down to the ring, the kunoichi with an arrogant smile, while the genin looked bored and annoyed. After the order to start by Hate, they began to fight. Kin used saban needles with bells which she moved with thin, barely visible cables that with their sound tried to affect the nervous system of the Nara boy, who pretended to fall into the trap, even letting himself be stuck with some needles, and using the cables of the girls. Shikamaru used his shadow possession jutsu controlling Kin's movement, and then with a trick while throwing a shuriken he managed to make her hit her head hard against the wall, rendering her unconscious and giving the victory to Shikamaru, who won by his brain, not by his strength. The next match would be between Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka, which saw the Uzumaki with a smile and declaring something strongly. "Listen carefully, Naruto. I challenge you to a challenge. If I win, you will become my girlfriend, and if you win, I will be your slave forever," said Kiba while pointing at Naruto with his finger. "Your girlfriend?" Naruto answered in a questioning tone. "I really like you, Uzumaki, and I won't give up on you," declared Kiba, who after saying it looked at Goku defiantly. "Oh wow, Kiba, your declaration was very manly and cool," Naruto said with a smile, which made Kiba happy for a moment. "But I'm really sorry. I like Goku and I intend to be his girlfriend and in the future his wife, so I'm sorry but I can't accept your proposal. Please give up," said Naruto, who politely bent down while rejecting Kiba, who petrified and cracked as well as his jaw on the ground at the answer. "Stop the nonsense and start fighting," Hate ordered, starting the fight. Kiba tried to win thanks to his Falun-Fang technique that he used with Akamaru, who had become a copy of Kiba, and together they attacked Naruto, who used a transformation jutsu copying Akamaru's image, and after receiving the attack managed to deceive Kiba, who attacked Akamaru thinking that Naruto had transformed into a copy of him, eliminating Kiba's dog. "I wasn't wrong," Kiba said in a panic. "Your mind dog breath," exclaimed Naruto, who returned to normal. The Uzumaki then attacked Kiba, who had difficulty dodging the girl's attack. The girl accidentally tripped and placed her breasts on Kiba's chest. Upon feeling them, he was shocked and defenseless, since Naruto took advantage of Kiba's confusion and attacked him with the technique that Goku taught her. "Jan Kenpon," said Naruto, who poked the Inuzuka's eyes and then with the open palm of her hand hit him in the face, and sent him flying against the wall, leaving a hole in the shape of Kiba's body. "The winner, Naruto Uzumaki," said Hate as Naruto jumped happily for her victory while she reunited with her team and hugged Goku tightly, who began to drown between the breasts of the girl, who did not let go despite the dagger gaze from the other members of Goku's harem. "What, jealousy? It's not my fault that I have a woman's body while you all look like ironing boards." The Uzumaki mocked the others, who continued to glare at her. "I won't give up, Naruto. You'll be my woman no matter what it costs me," Kiba said in a low voice as he was taken out of the place on a stretcher, and was attended to by a nurse since he had lost a few teeth due to Naruto's attack. The next fight would be between Hinata Hyuga versus Negi Hyuga, who tried to scare the kunoichi, who was not intimidated by her cousin's words, and after activating her Byakugan attacked him with everything, surprising Neji, who blocked Hinata's attacks with great difficulty since her soft blows in the Hyuga style were very different from normal. They were very powerful and ferocious, thanks to the training and advice she received from Goku. Flashback. Training camp. Hinata, the weak point of your technique is the lack of power in your blows. You need to improve that, said the scion, who placed some very heavy steel bracelets on the arms of the Hyuga girl who could barely move her arms. I need more power, thought the girl, who began to train as she always did. End of flashback. The kunoichi's blows began to scare Neji, who, seeing himself cornered, had no choice but to use his secret weapon, the rotation, surprising Hinata, who managed to block Neji's counterattack with great difficulty and sending her flying against the wall. But Hinata, despite the pain, quickly recovered and began an exchange of blows with Neji, which lasted a long time until both fighters separated with labored breathing. Hinata improved a lot, Goku thought with a smile as he watched the fight that continued for more than 30 minutes. Neji used his rotation again, hitting Hinata, who flies and falls to the ground. But she didn't faint, she managed to sit on the ground with a tired smile. I give up, his technique is still too advanced for me, said Hinata with a proud smile, which left Neji as the winner of the fight, but he had a bad taste in his mouth since Hinata put up a lot more of a fight than he expected, and while he was leaving, Hinata walked with difficulty upstairs to join her team and was applauded by her friends and spectators who saw her effort. You did very well, Hinata, said Goku with a smile, blushing. The girl who kissed the scion's cheek and quickly ran to Kurenai, leaving Goku confused and the other girls angry. Afterwards, Hate declared that the next fight would be Rock Lee versus Sabaku no Gaara. Yes, I'm safe, Choji shouted happily, receiving a slap from Ino. Don't be a coward, Choji, said Asuma. Although I understand it a little, I would also be nervous if I had to fight with that sand rat, that eyebrow-wielding guy, or with Goku, who almost killed that sound mummy. Shikamaru said in a bored tone. That's logical, no one can stand up to my boyfriend, Ino declared with great pride. What do you mean, your boyfriend Ino is a pig? The 5 girls of Goku's harem shouted loudly and began to argue and fight comically, pulling each other's hair, biting and stretching their cheeks, and tearing off pieces of their clothes, showing more flesh than they should in certain very striking or private areas, all of them in a large cloud of smoke against each other. This is getting very strange, and to think that Goku has to put up with them every day, thought the Hokage, who saw the horrendous spectacle of the 6 girls with a drop of sweat on his neck. Oh my god, they fight like cats in heat, thought Kurenai, who felt ashamed that the tender Hinata she had cared for since she was little had become part of that circus of terror. Back in battle, Lee attacked Gaara using his extreme taijutsu, but Gaara's sand shield defended him masterfully. Lee began to despair when Gaara used his sand to try to catch him, but the frowning genin dodged it, and with an elegant jump stood on a sculpture that adorned the hall. Lee, take them off, Guy ordered his disciple, who smiled after listening to his master and removed some ankle weights that, when they fell to the ground, created 2 craters, impressing everyone present. Impressive, he also trained with weights, thought Goku with a big smile as he continued watching the fight that went to another level since Lee with super speed attacked Gaara, who could barely block him until Lee managed to connect an aerial kick to Gaara's head and subsequently a punch to the face of the sand boy, who fell to the ground, who slowly got up and showed a look and smile full of madness and evil. This is bad, Gaara is losing his mind, thought Baki. No, if this continues like this, that lunatic will kill us all, thought Kankuro. Terrified Temari was scared, but when she saw Goku she calmed down a little. There is no doubt that this child's thirst for blood is similar to Kid Buu's, thought Goku, who looked at Gaara seriously. Back in the ring, Lee, with his super speed, positioned himself underneath Gaara and with a kick to the chin sent him flying through the air. Lee then wrapped him in his bandages, ready for his final attack. Take this primary lotus, shouted Lee, spinning like a top and hitting the ground, creating a huge explosion on the floor of the ring. Lee moved away a little to see the result of his attack while Gaara lay on the ground in a catatonic and motionless state, but to the surprise and horror of the boy with eyebrows, Gaara had used a substitution jutsu with a sand clone, appreciating behind Lee with an evil smile. Lee was tired from that last attack but did not give up and tried to use his speed, but Gaara hit him hard with his sand. Lee decided to use his last card, the release of the 8 gates being its limit, the 4th gate of pain, so he concentrated his chakra and pulsed all his power. I'm not a genius like Neji or Sasuke, and I'm not as powerful and charismatic as Goku, but this is my ninja way. Lee shouted loudly, ready to attack Gaara one last time. With bestial speed he began a fierce and wild attack, treating Gaara as if he were a punching bag, hitting him from one side to the other. That technique is impressive. It's similar to Kaioken, said Goku with his eyes wide open. So it's the same as what you did against Zabuza? Kakashi asked. Yes, in fact, this is similar to the first fight I had with Vegeta, Goku answered, not leaving the fight behind. And with that technique you defeated Vegeta? Naruto asked nervously. Well, what if my friends hadn't helped me at that moment? I would have died in that fight. To be honest, Vegeta should have won the fight, Goku answered, which terrified Kakashi and the Kunoichis, who couldn't believe that Goku had ever lost a fight. Back in the fight, Lee grabbed Gaara's sash and threw himself hard against him. Hidden Lotus, Lee shouted as he hit the ground with Gaara, leaving a great trail of destruction, but unfortunately for Lee, Gaara cushioned his fall by turning his gourd into a mattress of sand and prepared to kill Lee, who could no longer defend himself. Gaara shattered Lee's arm and leg with his sand coffin and prepared to finish him off, but Guy appeared and saved Lee at the last moment, automatically disqualifying the Konoha genin. Gaara, fed up with what he had seen, left triumphantly while he crossed paths with Goku, who challenged each other with their eyes for a few moments. But Goku quickly went down and gave a seer seed to Guy, telling him that once he woke up he should give it to him, and he would recover, which pleased Guy, who carried his disciple to the infirmary himself a few minutes later. The last fight will be Choji Akimichi versus Goku Mitarashi, Hate declared, which terrified Choji. Come on Choji, get down, if you do I'll buy you all the meat you can eat, said Asuma, trying to cheer up the genin. It's no use, the result will be the same, he said. Ino supported Goku even though Choji was his partner. Ino, your bra can be seen, Shikamaru said, embarrassing his classmate who was covering her chest since her clothes had been torn just like the other girls in the previous pitched battle they had. Already in the ring, Goku and Choji were looking at each other. Start, ordered Hate. To hell with it all, expansion jutsu, shouted Choji, who inflated himself like a ball and spinning like one he threw himself at Goku, who stopped Choji with one hand. I'm so sorry Choji, but I have to win, said Goku calmly, and then strongly pushed a large sphere of meat against the wall, raising a bit of smoke and revealing Choji already knocked out with his eyes like spirals. The winner is Goku, declared Hate, ending the preliminaries. I won, pay me, Tenten said happily while the other 5 angry girls gave her money. What are you doing? Kakashi asked with an arched eyebrow. It seems that these crazy women bet on how long it would take Goku to win the fight, Shikamaru replied. They are truly insane now. They even bet among themselves and not on the fight but on the time it will take for Goku to win, as if they truly believed that he would never lose. Wade the Hokage, who ended the preliminary of the Chunin tournament. Chapter 19, Goku and Jiraiya style training. They are my girlfriends. Inside the watchtower of the Forest of Death, 8 of the 9 genin who won their fights were in front of the Hokage, who after congratulating them announced that the final tournament would be held in a month, so they would have to prepare and train for the fights that would be decided by a draw, while Anko passed by with a box with numbered papers inside that were taken out one by the genin determining the fights. Fight 1, Naruto vs Neji. Fight 2, Shikamaru vs Temari. Fight 3, Goku vs Gaara. Fight 4, Kankuro vs Shino and Sasuke would wait and fight the winner of Fight 4. Well, that would be all for now. You can leave, ordered the Hokage while the genin obeyed him. How lucky I was! I won't fight Goku until the finals, Naruto said happily. Yes, since you would lose, since Goku won't fall for your trick of pressing your enormous breasts against him like that degenerate Kiba did, Sakura declared mockingly, which angered Naruto. It's not my fault they're this big, Naruto shouted. Naruto, is it me or have your eyes grown longer lately? Hinata asked, which left all the kunoichi stunned. No wonder she felt like her bra and shirt were getting tighter lately, Naruto said in shock. How tall are you, dwarf? Anko asked curiously. I'm 1.42 centimeters tall, answered the Uzumaki. You're almost 13 and you haven't grown an inch since we left the academy, and from all I can see, you've only grown in front, said Sakura suspiciously, while the others were enraged by jealousy and fear that one day Goku would fall because of the sexual attraction that Naruto was developing. On the other hand, Goku wasn't paying attention to his friend's conversation as he was challenging Gaara with his eyes. After a moment, he decided to leave the room accompanied by Kankuro and Baki. Even though he's just a kid, this fight will be interesting, Goku thought, smiling defiantly without noticing that someone was approaching him. Excuse me, Goku, this is me. I just wanted to tell you that I admire you a lot and I think you are very attractive, and I hope that you, said Temari, who was very embarrassed while trying to start a conversation with the scion, who thanked her, showing his typical and charming smile, which made Temari blush more, and she gathered the courage to tell her something else. You would like Goku, of course, if you want to be my girlfriend, said Temari, who couldn't finish the last word because Naruto and the others pounced on her and complained. Hey sand rat, don't do anything to our Goku, the 6 girls shouted. Well, I don't see your names written on it, and besides, I'm the most suitable for him since you're just a bunch of little girls, an exhibitionist old woman in a mesh suit and a busted blonde loli, Temari answered furiously, which further angered Goku's harem as they got into attack position. Anyway, I don't have time to play with trash like you, said Temari, who was on her way to meet up with her team. Anyway, once the plan is carried out, I'll just have to take Goku with me to Tsunade, thought Temari, waddling like a peacock while the others glared at her. But how boring, Goku, let's go, I'm very tired, declared Shikamaru, taking the scion with him while they were closely pursued by Goku's harem. And if you 6 have any modesty, fix your clothes, since at first glance I can tell that Hinata and Ino wear the same brand of underwear just by looking at them, said the Nara boy as he stopped and looked at the kunoichis, who saw themselves. God, how embarrassing, they all shouted while covering their bodies after remembering that they fought and tore their clothes before. On the outskirts of Konoha, a few days after the end of the preliminaries, Goku was inside his spaceship with gravity equipment, training hard in a gravity increased 10,000 that of Earth, trying to prepare a new technique which he had devised for the multiversal tournament. No, I don't need to concentrate yet. I need to use all the strength of my legs and hips when releasing the blow, thought Goku as he tested his technique on a dummy made of Keishinkeo, the hardest metal in Universe 7, the only material capable of resisting the Scion's powerful attacks. Phew! I've been training here for several days without stopping. I think it's time to go to the village and see how things are going there, said Goku as he left the spaceship, which he then stored in his capsule and headed to Konoha. Konoha village, on a lake near the village public baths. Goku was walking calmly near the lake when he suddenly heard Naruto's scream near where he was, which alerted him, and he ran to her aid only to find the blonde in the water, who was accompanied by Jiraiya, who was teaching her how to walk on water. Come on, girl, I told you that you had to concentrate your chakra in your feet and calibrate it constantly, Jiraiya scolded Naruto, who was coming out of the water with a frown that when she got out showed her sensual figure in a black bikini with orange edges. Gihi, she really is like a short, blonde succubus. I wonder how she would react if by some accident her bikini bra came loose? The old pervert thought with a lustful smile and blood coming out of his nose. Oh, you're Master Rashi of the Frogs, Goku said with a smile, which scared Jiraiya, who turned around to see Goku behind him. Don't scare me like that, little porcupine, Jiraiya claimed. Ah, Goku, my prince, shouted Naruto, who ran and hugged the scion tightly, which caused Jiraiya to cry as he saw what happened. Oh Goku, how do I look, am I hexy? Asked the Uzumaki, who modeled her bikini to our hero, who smiled at her. Wow Naruto, you look very beautiful, said Goku, which made the girl happy. Well, don't go away because very soon this will be yours, Naruto answered with a slight seductive tone that left a question mark in the scion's head, who answered with a few thanks to the girl, while the old pervert tore off part of his vest with his teeth out of anger and jealousy. What are you doing here? Goku asked. Training, boy, don't you remember what I told you at the inn? Replied the wise man, reminding the boy that he would be in charge of training Naruto for the finals of the Chunin exams. I remember now, but why the swimsuit? Asked Goku. You expected him to wear his normal clothes for a water workout? The old pervert replied sarcastically. But he could have used the academy swimsuit, Goku said, which petrified the old man for a few moments before he screamed. Shut up, you're young and handsome. One day you'll have the succulents in your bed. But I'm old and ugly, so being on a diet doesn't mean not being able to see the menu. Jiraiya answered with a filth full of emotion and perversion in his eyes, who quickly received a blow to the head with a large rock from the angry Naruto. The rock crumbled on the old man's head, leaving a huge boner and a knocked-out Jiraiya, while Goku just watched what happened with eyes like those of a dead fish. The Master Roshi of this world is very vulgar, Goku thought as he poked Jiraiya with a stick to see if he was still alive. A few hours later, Naruto had completed the training of walking on water, so Jiraiya decided that it was necessary for her to learn to control the power of the Kyuubi and be able to maximize her attacks, so he explained it to Naruto, who had difficulty understanding what the old man said. I got it, Goku said excitedly, surprising Jiraiya and Naruto. It's very simple, Naruto, look at this carefully, said the scion, who got into position and then said the key words for the girls' training. Ken! Goku shouted, causing a large red flash that surrounded him, lifting the rocks and creating a slight tremor which surprised the Sannin and the Uzumaki, who looked at Goku with hearts in their eyes. He is really powerful. The old man wasn't lying when he told me everything, Jiraiya thought seriously. Goku, you are great, that's why I love you, Naruto thought as the scion stopped his technique. Maybe if we mix your ki with the fox's chakra we can create a variant of the Kaiken that only you could use, Goku commented with a smile, which excited Naruto, who took Goku's hands and asked him to help her with her training, which the scion accepted with joy. This kid is a real box full of surprises, thought the perverted old man with a sly smile. Already at dusk, the old pervert asked Goku to stay a little longer to talk about what he had done while the girl returned home. Kid, can you really train the brat? No offense, but I need to see more proof of your power, said the old pervert. No problem, said the scion, who took a capsule out of his pocket which he threw, and when it exploded it showed a huge sphere which was his spaceship with gravity control. What is that? Asked Jiraiya. My spaceship, come inside this one, you can train with a gravity increase thousands of times that of Earth, said the scion as he entered the ship followed by the Sannin. The Earth's gravity is 9.8 meters per square second. How much does this thing increase? Asked the old man. 10,000 that of the Earth. The gravity of the Earth, Goku answered. That's crazy, it's the same thing that produces a black hole, said Jiraiya, surprised without noticing that the scion turned on the gravity machine increased 10 times that of the Earth, bringing the old man to the floor of the ship, while Goku remained calm. When did you start training like this? The Sannin asked. A few years ago, with gravity increased 100 times that of Earth, Goku answered. Fine, anyway, let's train for a while, you and I, old man, what do you think? Said the scion, while the perverted old man decided to play along and start training. 30 minutes later, already outside the ship, the old man was breathing heavily while Goku stood beside him. I couldn't believe that gravity increased 100 times because I was so tired, said the old man. Hey, that was just a 10-fold increase, Goku replied, leaving the Sannin completely stunned. You're joking, you really are a monster, said the old pervert, still tired. What will you teach Naruto, old man? Goku asked curiously, trying to change the conversation. I will give you this scroll of the toad summoning jutsu from Mount Myaboku, with which you can summon a giant toad that will help you when you need it, answered the old man. Wow, hey, show me how to do that, Goku said excitedly. Yes, of course, but it will be until after the Chunin exam, since our priority for now is the brat, said Jiraiya, which was accepted by the scion, who knew that the old man was completely right. The next day, all the genin were spread throughout the village training and trying to get stronger. Niji trained with Tenten and Lee, who had miraculously recovered thanks to the seed that Goku had given him. Sasuke trained in a rocky and arid area with Kakashi, who taught him his most powerful technique, the lightning blade. Shino was practicing with Kurenai and Kiba during a practice match. Shikamaru was slowly training with Azuma, developing all kinds of mental strategies for his fight. Sakura, Ino, and Hinata practiced with Enko, who trained them sadistically since they did not want to be left behind despite not having passed the last elimination round. On the other hand, Goku had Naruto sitting in a lotus position training her mind so that she could maintain control of the chakra Kaioken without losing her mind. Well, Naruto, it's time. Thanks to the training of the perverted sage, you have already exhausted your normal chakra, and now we will use the fox's chakra mixed with your ki, and you will try to break these 2 rows of 10 rock pillars that I placed in front of you one by one. Do not neglect your speed. Also, you have to stay in control, because if you lose control this will get ugly," said Goku in a commanding voice, who was next to Jiraiya, who was expectant to see that variant of Naruto's Kaioken. Later, Naruto concentrated the Kyuubi's chakra and tried to mix it with her ki, which generated a reddish flash similar to Goku's technique, and launched herself against the pillars, destroying them one by one. "Okay, Naruto, you're doing well," shouted Jiraiya. Suddenly halfway there the girl stopped, and with a demonic look with red eyes and sharp fangs turned to see Goku and the Sannin, whom she attacked ferociously, which scared the Sannin, who knew that Naruto lost control of the fox. But before a tragedy could happen, Goku quickly hit the Uzumaki in the stomach, knocking her out. "Wow, that was close," said Goku, holding Naruto and laying her down near a tree. "And you say that this is the second time this has happened?" replied the Sannin. "Yes, but little by little she is achieving it," says Goku animatedly, which caused a smile to appear on the old pervert, who was confident that Naruto would achieve her goal. The days passed and Naruto's training continued until she managed to complete the destruction of the pillars without losing control. "I did it! I really did it!" the girl cried excitedly. "Yes, Naruto, congratulations, you finally mastered the Kaioken," Goku answered, happy for his friend, who out of excitement ran and planted a wild kiss on Goku, leaving a line of saliva on his mouth, shocking Jiraiya, who saw everything. "I'm so sorry, Goku. I got excited and got carried away. I'm sorry." Naruto apologized to Goku, who didn't seem bothered in the least. "Don't worry, nothing's wrong," Goku said with a smile which calmed the Uzumaki. "Wow, this is the same as what Trunks did with his friend Mai when Vegeta and I went to help them. If I remember correctly, Vegeta told me that this is done as a show of affection between very close people," thought Goku. "This Goku, what I did you like it?" asked Naruto, blushing a lot. "Yes, of course," the scion answered with an innocent smile, generating a big smile on Naruto's face. "So would you like to do it again?" Naruto asked seductively, but before Goku could answer, the old pervert interrupted them with a scream. "Enough, don't you see that I get jealous? I mean, we're in the middle of an important training session," claimed the Sannin, who was separating the 2 genin. "I'm sorry," said Goku, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Gee, damn old green tail, just when I was going to ask him to be my girlfriend he interferes," Naruto thought with puffed out cheeks and frowning. "Remember, Naruto, you can only duplicate the Kaioken at most. If you overuse it, your body will suffer the consequences," warned Goku, to which the Uzumaki accepted with a nod and a serious expression. Later the Kunoichi continued with the training while Goku and Jiraiya watched her from afar. "Hey kid, I know that in the village many people say that you are the owner of a harem, but who of them is really your girlfriend?" asked the Sannin, leaving Goku confused. "What is a girlfriend? I remember that my son Gohan called Vidal that word before they got married, but honestly, I already forgot what it meant. I really don't pay much attention to what doesn't matter to me or seems interesting to me," the scion questioned, which caused the Sannin to fall on his back, who recovered and screamed loudly. "Don't be an idiot. A girlfriend is someone you have a loving relationship with, especially if you intend to be with her forever." "Oh, so what's that?" "Well, all of them love me very much and I love them too, and we don't want to separate, so I guess all of them are my girlfriends," Goku declared with a confident smile, which caused the Sannin's jaw to drop. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen heard what Goku said, seeing everything that had happened through his crystal ball. "Yes, perfect, everything has gone as I planned. As soon as the Chunin exams are over, I will move on to phase 2 of my plan," thought the Hokage with a sly smile. A few days later, Naruto, after hard training, managed to finish the creation of the Kyuubi Kaioken, so Jiraiya decided to give her another weapon, the scroll of the Toad summoning jutsu of Mount Myaboku, which would help her even more in her next fight. Naruto signed the contract with her blood and later began to practice the summoning jutsu, calling only tadpoles at first, then they were small frogs, followed by slightly larger toads that could talk, which amazed Naruto, who with all her strength managed to summon the gigantic Gamahiro. The giant toad challenged her that if she stayed on his back for a while without falling off, then she would faithfully obey him, which Naruto accepted. Gamahiro then moved from here to there everywhere, trying to throw the girl who did not let go, winning the bet and gaining the loyalty of the giant toad, who disappeared in a large cloud of smoke. On the other hand, Naruto was lying on the ground, breathing heavily but proud of himself for what he had achieved. "Well done, brat, with this you are ready for the tournament," said the perverted sage with a smile. "Yes, thank you for all the time you took to train me," Naruto replied respectfully to the old pervert. "It was nothing, just that," Jiraiya said, blushing. "Only what?" asked the girl with narrowed eyes full of distrust. "Only that you would make me very happy if you paid me for the training," declared the Sannin with a perverted smile. "I don't have money," Naruto answered. No, I don't want money, I just want I want you to show me that thing you call Hexijutsu where you're completely naked, and you don't have to be embarrassed since I saw you without clothes once," said the dirty Sannin. Is that all you wanted? You should have said it before, I thought he would ask me for money," answered the Uzumaki, who smiled while joining her fingers to perform the jutsu. Yes, Gihi, I knew you would understand," said Jiraiya with a perverted laugh. Suddenly a loud bang was heard and the Sannin could be seen on the ground with his head stuck in a hole in the ground, while Naruto held a half-split log with a blood stain on the end of it. "Not even in your dreams would I show myself naked in front of you, you disgusting, filthy, bastard old man," shouted the Uzumaki with a comical, angry face. "I knew that this would happen," said the old pervert with his head still in the hole as if it were an ostrich. "Hey girl, where's your porcupine boyfriend?" Jiraiya asked while still inside the hole. "He said he had to finish developing his new technique, so he's training inside the forest," Naruto answered, still angry with the old man. Suddenly a huge explosion accompanied by a powerful tremor shook all of Konoha. "But what was that?" Jiraiya shouted. "I don't know, but look at that," Naruto answered, alarmed, as a huge golden dragon could be seen ascending into the skies and could be seen throughout the village, in the surroundings of the entire village of Konoha. "It's a monster," Ino said, nervous about what she saw. "It's not really a dragon," Sakura answered, also scared. "But weren't dragons supposed to be just a myth?" Hinata asked nervously at what she saw. "Ha ha ha ha!" Anko began to laugh, which caught the attention of the other girls. "Goku has finally finished creating his new technique," said the snake Kunoichi with a tone of joy and pride, which pleased the other girls, who turned around to continue watching the enormous golden dragon that crossed the skies. Elsewhere, Tenten and Niji watched the same spectacle, Niji with fear and Tenten with a smile on her face. "That's the power of youth!" A gay shout was supported by Lee. "Finally, my love has achieved it!" Tenten waved proudly. Team 8 was also able to watch the spectacle in amazement, as well as Team 10. Meanwhile, at the hotel where the arena team was staying was also visible. "But what is that thing?" Kankuro asked, terrified. "That is my destiny that will prove my existence, the greatest challenge I have had on my bloody path of death and the greatest trophy for my mother," Gaara answered with a maniacal smile which scared Kankuro and Temari even more. "It seems that Goku has already finished his training," said Kakashi, who was on top of a barren mountain next to Sasuke, who was in shock seeing what happened in the sky. "Damn Madarashi, don't think you've already won once my training is over. I swear you'll be the first victim of my Chidori," Sasuke thought with a serious and cold look as he continued with his training. Mine, that power will be mine," said Orochimaru with excitement and madness as he saw everything from a rooftop in the village, releasing a dark and evil aura around him. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was in his office. "Goku, I think you went too far this time. But it doesn't matter, since you and your offspring will be the future of this village, and that will be glorious," thought Hiruzen with a big smile on his face, who didn't know that another person in the shadows of the same building also saw what happened and only had one idea in his head, and that is power. That man was none other than Danzo Shimura, who intended to investigate what his eyes witnessed. Back with Naruto and Jiraiya, They had run to the place where the dragon came from and found a gigantic crater where Goku was standing next to a molten metal doll. I did it, Naruto. Jiraiya, I have finally finished my own technique, which is not a copy of anyone else's, the dragon punch, said Goku with a big smile, while Naruto ran to his side and hugged him. Whatever happens, I'll be with you forever, my dear Goku, thought the Uzumaki as she hugged the scion. He is a living god. Now I understand what Hiruzen-sensei plans, Jiraiya said as he looked at the gigantic crater. Chapter 20 Invasion during the final tournament, Golden Warrior roars. Day of the Chunin exam finals, Konoha Stadium. The finals were about to begin and the excitement was almost palpable by both fans and participants. Bets were running between feudal leaders as well as wealthy people who were there, with Sasuke Uchiha being the big favorite to win the tournament, followed by Sabaka no Nara and Niji Hyuga. This will be great. Who did you bet on? Asked one of the many fans to Tucci, who was sitting next to him. I bet a lot of money on Goku. He is my champion, answered the owner of Ichiraku. Don't worry, Dad. You'll see that the cute and tender Goku will get the victory, Ayam said to her father, who was sitting on the other side next to him. Well, he better, because if he loses we'll be in a lot of trouble. And besides, how's that for cute and tender? Daughter, I don't want you to get close to Goku. He's a strange magnet for women, but the strange thing is that the ones who notice him change a lot. Or what, do you want to end up being part of Goku's harem? Asked Tucci, pointing with his finger where the kunoichis were. Hinata, Sakura, Tenten, Ino and Anko were getting ready and daring and revealing orange cheerleading outfits and a blanket with the legend Goku we love you. Come on Goku, you are the champion, Goku, the prince of Konoha. The girls shouted at the top of their lungs, supporting their beloved. My God, they are very exhibitionist, said Ayam, who turned to look at her father and was surprised to see him with a perverted smile and blushing. Dad, don't you have any shame? Ayam shouted to Tucci, who was coming out of the trance. What, like you can't blame me for this, daughter? Just look at those revealing and sensual outfits. It's a shame Naruto wasn't eliminated, otherwise she wouldn't be there, Tucci said in a low voice at the last part. Degenerate pedophile, Ayam answered angrily, leaving the owner of Ichiraku crying comically. Meanwhile, at the top of the stadium, the Hokage could be seen, who was accompanied by the Kazekage, who had arrived to watch the fights, especially the one between Goku and Gaara, since the latter was the young promise of his village. Listen carefully, at this moment the finals of the Chunin exam will begin. I am Ginma Shiranui and I will be the referee of the matches, declared Ginma, who was in front of all the participating genin except for Sasuke, who had not arrived yet. Well, we'll start with the first fight, Naruto Uzumaki vs Niji Hyuga. Please everyone else go up to the top and wait your turn, Ginma ordered the genin, who obeyed. Good luck, Naruto, Goku said to the blonde, who smiled and answered. Don't worry, I'll win, I promise, said the Uzumaki full of confidence while she held Goku's two hands. Hey, don't be abusive, shorty, shouted all the girls interested in Goku. Hey, did you say something? I didn't hear you because I'm talking to my boyfriend, so get lost, Naruto answered mockingly. What do you mean your boyfriend is a damn blonde flea? Sakura shouted angrily. That's enough, you blonde, it's time to fight, Ginma ordered while the girl obeyed. What they don't know is that Goku and I already had our first kiss on the mouth, which gives me an advantage over them, Naruto thought, smiling and sticking out her tongue mockingly, mentally laughing at her rivals. Moments later both Naruto and Niji were ready. Well, start, ordered Ginma, to which Naruto threw herself with speed against the Hyuga, who dodged the first attack that, when it connected with the ground, created a huge crater, surprising everyone present with the girl's great strength. Surprising, she is a living déjà vu blonde, with big breasts and with enormous strength. Could it be that this old man decided to continue with my genetic experiments and clone Tsunade? Thought nervously Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Kazekage. Are you okay, Lord Kazekage? Hiruzen asked. Oh yeah, I was just surprised by that girl's strength, Orochimaru replied, trying to keep up appearances. Back in battle, Naruto violently attacked Niji, who, fed up with this, used his rotation to reflect Naruto's attack, causing her to fly and crash into the wall after receiving an attack with the same force as the one she threw it with. I already won, thought Niji with a confident smile as he looked at the girl lying on the ground and then looked at his uncle and his cousin Hanabi, who were watching everything that had happened seriously. Surprisingly, Naruto got up as if nothing had happened and decided to attack Niji again, who furiously used the 8 trigrams 64 palms, hitting Naruto in all her chakra points and knocking her down in the process while Niji walked triumphantly towards the stairs, believing himself to be the winner. Your destiny was to lose to me, the Hyuga prodigy thought arrogantly. This isn't going to finish, declared Naruto, who stood up with difficulty. Come on, brat, fight, Anko shouted. You better not lose, miniature succubus, or I'll pay for it. Sakura shouted, supporting her rival and teammate back in the fight. I have no choice. I need to perform a powerful attack to break through the rotation shield, thought the Uzumaki, who then made a statement. Get ready, Niji. I'll finish this once and for all, said the girl, accompanied by a battle cry. Kyubi, Kio Ken, creating a large reddish glow from Naruto that shot out quickly. Don't brag so much, shorty, your destiny is already decided, said Niji as he used his rotation once more. But Naruto broke through Niji's defense and hit him on the chin, sending him flying through the air, followed by Naruto, who with super speed hit the Hyuga as if he were a high-caliber machine gun. I can't move, this D-dwarf is riddling me with blows, I'm going to lose, thought Niji, who could hardly stay conscious while he fell through the air, defenseless. Later Naruto caught Niji's inert body with a hand extended towards the sky, leaving everyone present in silence while the referee, who reacted quickly, said, The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. A few moments after her declaration, the shouts and cheers of everyone present were heard. I won, I really won, Naruto shouted happily as she ran to where Goku was. Congratulations, Naruto, congratulated the scion to the girl, who after listening to him hugged him and tried to kiss him on the mouth but was stopped by Temari, who had grown tired of Naruto's behavior. Enough, you empty-headed dwarf, the sand girl demanded. Don't get involved, besides he and I have already kissed before, Naruto answered angrily, which alerted Goku's entire harem that appeared in a blink of an eye surrounding the Uzumaki. How did you kiss him? They all asked. Yes, and it was with tongue, Naruto answered proudly, without noticing that all the kunoichis, including Temari with red eyes and showing her fangs, were flying through the air in slow motion towards where she was standing and attacked her, causing a huge curtain of dust and a brawl of screams, hair pulling, bites, and even spitting. Aya, help, a pack of dogs is attacking me, the Uzumaki screamed. Who are you calling an idiot dog? Sakura shouted furiously. Damn cow tits, Anko yelled. You unhappy man, you must have forced him to kiss you, Hinata shouted. You damn bitch, Ino, Tenten and Temari at the same time. That's enough, all of you. If you don't calm down, you'll be expelled from the competition and from the state, Genma shouted furiously, calming the girls' spirits as they stopped while they all grabbed each other, trying to rip each other off. But how annoying! Not only is it my turn to fight, but because of your girlfriends we are already way behind. Get them under control once and for all, Goku, Shikamaru complained to the scion, who smiled nervously and pulled the girls from one side to the other, trying to separate them and calm them down in the process. That was a very effusive show, don't you think, Lord Hokage? Asked the Kazekage nervously, which made Hiruzen blush with embarrassment at the actions of the 7 kumoichis. Yes, Lord Kasuke, it's been a long time since I saw a free-for-all battle, Hiruzen said nervously. A pitched battle between contestants and spectators, that's really strange, and all the ones fighting are women, said the Kazekage in a mocking tone, while Hiruzen tried to change the subject by offering him something to drink. A few minutes after the scandal, the fight between Shikamaru and Temari took place, which he had been confident of winning easily, but the Nara boy, using his great intelligence, boxed Temari, who was in great psychological stress trying to guess Shikamaru's strategies. Using a parachute created with his shirt and a kunai, he managed to extend the range of his shadow possession jutsu, trapping Temari, who could no longer defend herself and was at the complete mercy of Shikamaru, who surprisingly gave up since he had already consumed all his chakra and also did not want to continue fighting in the tournament. Giving the victory to Temari, who seemed upset since despite winning the fight she lost the war with the Nara boy, although she was a little happy since Naruto would be her next rival and wanted revenge for stealing the Scion's first kiss. A few minutes later, well, the next one will be the third fight between Goku Mitarashi versus Sabaka no Gaara, said Genma, which excited everyone present. Come on Goku, Dad needs new shoes, shouted one of the spectators supporting the Scion. Come on, Claw, crush that idiot, I bet everything I had on you, shouted another spectator. Goku, if you win I'll let you eat for free for a whole day, Tucci shouted, squeezing his betting slip. Goku, you are the champion, if you win the tournament we will give you a great prize, shouted the girls of Goku's harem at the top of their lungs, still dressed as cheerleaders, while Goku greeted them, which caused even greater support for him. Today you're going to die Goku, you're the perfect food for my mother, Gaara said gloomily. Your mother? But I don't even know your mother? Our hero asked confused. All set, begin, ordered Genma, starting the fight. Gaara quickly created multiple sand tentacles that began to attack Goku, who, once close to the Scion, turned into sharp points that tried to impale the little Goku, who quickly dodged the attacks centimeters close to tiring him out. Come on Mitarashi, dance for me, Gaara shouted sadistically. Meanwhile Goku quickly teleported behind the sand genin. I've got you, said Goku as he threw a punch at Gaara's back, which was stopped by the sand shield with great difficulty, but Goku quickly used an aerial kick that connected with Gaara's face, which sent him flying against one of the walls, but his shield saved him at the last moment, surprising everyone as Goku not only dodged all of Gaara's attacks, but with a single blow he almost ended the fight. This can't be, Gaara was cornered and it was just a blow, thought Kankuro, terrified. Goku, you are great, maybe you are the one who can give Gaara his humanity back, Temari thought seriously. Well, who would have thought it, Lord Hokage? Where did you keep this young promise hidden? Asked the Kazekage. It's not what you think, Goku is the greatest revelation of his generation. Konoha counts on him a lot for the future, Hiruzen answered with a smile. Back in the fight, Goku with his super speed moved from one side to the other just like Lee did in his fight with Gaara and appeared in front of him and connected a right hook to the pit of Gaara's stomach, who held his stomach while taking a few steps back as he became more and more enraged. I'm going to destroy you, damn it, said the sand genin, who slowly encased himself in a sphere of sand. This guy has created a sand barrier to protect himself, but in addition his evil ki is increasing exponentially and very aggressively. If this continues like this fight will be more violent than I had anticipated, thought the Scion. This is bad, Gaara has completely forgotten the plan, Baki thought, terrified. It's best to take to the winds or we'll all die here, thought Kankuro. This is bad, I have to follow the plan, but would this mean fighting Goku? No, I don't want that, what can I do? Temari thought, confused and afraid that at any moment she would give the order for the coordinated attack between the Kazekage village and Otogekyur to destroy Konoha. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Goku seized with a brutal rain of blows against the sand sphere that defended itself with an endless number of tentacles that Goku dodged in the air elegantly. He has a very good defense, but he will sedate very soon, I'm sure of that. I just have to keep attacking, thought our hero, who continued with his rain of blows on the sand armor. That's it, Goku, finish off that psychotic from the sand, Sakura shouted. It seems that Goku will win the fight, said a voice behind the Kanuchis, who turned around and saw Kakashi accompanied by Sasuke, who changed his clothes for a black suit and with a bandage on his left arm. Come on Kakashi, what did you expect? My prince wouldn't lose to that sand rat under any circumstances, Anko declared proudly. Goku, you better win since your next rival will be me, thought Sasuke, who watched the fight seriously. Back in the ring, Goku created a sphere of ki that he threw against the arena dome, creating a huge explosion, which surprised the fans and the girls in love with the Scion, since they had already assumed the Scion's victory. But they would get the surprise of their lives when a huge figure of a monstrous raccoon began to emerge from the smoke, growing little by little. Dash. Wow, it's a huge, monstrous raccoon! Goku exclaimed in amazement. Dash. No, it can't be, it's a Biju! Shouted Kakashi in alarm, unable to contain his surprise and fear as explosions began to be heard throughout the village, which was under attack while the Hokage was kidnapped by the Kazekage, who, upon removing his Kage hat, revealed himself to be Orochimaru. Dash, now, ordered the devilish Sannin, who was surrounded by the four of the Sound, his elite squad that created a dark force field around Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Dash. No, they're attacking us, everyone quickly, this isn't a drill, defend the village. Enko ordered the girls, who began to fight against Sand and Sound ninjas who had entered the stadium, creating total chaos. Dash. Hiruzen, don't worry, I'm going to save you! Exclaimed Goku, who was quickly stopped by the giant raccoon better known as Shikaku. I won't leave you even though we haven't finished our fight! Claimed the enormous dress. Dash. Goku, the tournament has been suspended, attack him with everything! Shouted Kakashi to the Scion, who upon hearing this quickly lit up a white aura around him and began a fierce attack against the raccoon that was lifted into the air by the beating given by the Scion. Shikaku, furious, created a Baijidama which he threw at Goku, who received it fully, crashing against the wall of the stadium, destroying it after a huge explosion which sowed even more chaos in the place. Dash. And oh, Goku! The kunoichis shouted worriedly, seeing what happened while Shikaku approached the rubble ready to create another Baijidama and finish the job. But he was hit in the head by an electric attack from Sasuke, who entered the battlefield trying to help Goku. Dash. Stop, monster, that idiot is a member of my team and I won't let anyone hurt him! Shouted Sasuke, who was accompanied by Naruto and Sakura. Dash. That's how you talk, king of depressives! Supported the Uzumaki. Dash. Yes, whoever messes with Goku messes with me! Said Sakura animatedly. Dash. For the love of God, aren't you ashamed of dressing like that, in front of a marquee? Said Sasuke, seeing Sakura in her cheerleader outfit. Dash. Shut up, besides this is not for you but for my beloved Goku, and if you have time to see me, better fight! Sakura shouted that from one moment to another they ended their discussion when Shikaku made a powerful jump, leaving the stadium towards the forest near the Shinobi Academy that served as a refuge for civilians. We have to stop him, Naruto said worriedly. Dash. But what about Goku? Sakura asked. Dash. Don't worry about the dwarf, he'll be fine. Remember what he did in the Land of Waves? Sasuke replied, supported by his team, who quickly ran after the evil raccoon. Meanwhile, outside the stadium, Enko and Hinata found themselves in a fierce fight against 50 Sound ninjas. Dash. This is bad, there are too many of them! Hinata exclaimed nervously. Dash. Yes, I know, just kill as many as you can! Enko shouted, not counting on the fact that a powerful air current would blow away all the enemies, revealing Temari. Dash. Why are you helping us? Hinata asked. Dash. Very simple, because I'm an idiot. I preferred to follow my heart and my love over my loyalty to my village. Which brought a smile to Enko's face. Dash. Well, welcome to the club, girl, said the snake Kunoichi, who, after saying that, continued with the fight accompanied by Hinata and Temari. In the streets of Konoha, an army of Sound ninjas was accompanied by two giant two-headed snakes causing destruction, while Kakashi accompanied by Guy tried to stop these beasts. Meanwhile, Kiba, Shino and Choji were evacuating the premises around them when a third snake suddenly attacked the place. Dash. No, we're all going to die! Shouted Choji, who was covering himself from the attack of the snake, which spontaneously exploded in front of the genin, who were stunned as a large curtain of mist covered the place while the Sound ninjas fell one by one dismembered and some of the sand froze. Dash. Couldn't it be? It's you! Said Kakashi, surprised seeing the mist team composed of Zabuza, Haku and Lezik, who came to the rescue. Dash. Don't get your hopes up, Kakashi. We were just passing through here and decided to have a little fun, Zabuza said fiercely. Dash. What Zabuza means is that it's time to pay our debt to you, said Lezik with a half smile on his face. Time to get to work, Haku said as he and his two friends jumped at high speed, massacring the invaders. Dash. What is this? Was the last thing a Sound ninja shouted as he exploded into thousands of pieces, creating a great shower of blood and goggles all over the place while Lezik descended near the body. Dash. It's no use, you're all already dead, it's just that you didn't know until now, said the alien mercenary coldly, who fired another ki blast at the enemy ninjas who were screaming in a pandemonium of pain and total suffering. This is so much fun, nothing better than feeling the flesh and bones being torn apart by my sword, said Zabuza with a macabre and sadistic voice while he tore apart 10 enemies with a single blow and dyed the streets of Konoha red. Dash. Come on guys, control yourselves a little, we have to be more measured and clean when working, said Haku, who walked calmly among the frozen corpses of the enemies that he easily defeated. Dash. This is great, are we your friends? Guy asked Kakashi, who only answered with a smile before continuing the battle. Dash. It's impressive, those 3 monsters are tearing apart hundreds of enemy ninjas, said Shino calmly but very surprised. Dash. And you can say that lizard man is killing them very efficiently and accurately, Choji said. Dash. Thank heavens they're on our side, Kiba thought, somewhat scared, seeing the bloody and brutal spectacle that the Fog team was giving in the streets of the village that were completely red with blood from the floors to the walls and ceilings of the houses and premises surrounding the place of conflict. Dash. Come on, fight, show that your miserable existences are at least useful to satisfy the hunger of my sword, shouted the demon of the mist, which sowed a feeling of fear and suffering in the shinobi of sound and sand who were near him. Back to the stadium, Lee, Tenten, Shikamaru and Ino had almost finished off all the enemies inside the stadium. Dash. Damn, what a pain! How long will we continue with this? Said Shikamaru, annoyed. I don't know, but this is a good exercise, Lee replied cheerfully. Dash. Goku, will he be okay? Ino asked worriedly, looking at the rubble where the scion was buried. Dash. Well, I hope he's already woken up and can help us here, Shikamaru answered, making Taunt and Ino angry as they glared at him. Meanwhile, inside the dark barrier, Hiruzen engaged in a bloody battle with Orochimaru, who had used a forbidden jutsu known as Edo Tensei, which could revive the dead and put them under the user's control, reviving Hashirama Senju the first Hokage, Tobirama Senju the second Hokage, and Minato Namikaze the fourth Hokage, who in a zombie state attacked him. But surprisingly, Hiruzen, despite his advanced age, could fight it as an equal, but his old age was slowly weakening him. This was taken advantage of by Orochimaru, who, moving stealthily like a snake, drew his sword Kusanagi, and cowardly stabbed Hiruzen in the back. But the old Hokage would not give up without a fight and managed to stop Orochimaru's movements momentarily to use his last option, the Shiki Fujin. Dash. It's time to end this madness, my former disciple, said Hiruzen, spitting blood from his mouth. Dash. No, damn old man, you will die alone, Orochimaru answered furiously while the zombies of the 3 Kages tied up Hiruzen, who flew away dying and thinking about one thing. Goku, I ask you to protect the village. Meanwhile, in the rubble of the stadium, a thought could be heard in the darkness. Dash. Goku, I ask you to protect the village, followed by 2 shining emerald eyes that illuminated the dark place, accompanied by a roar of fury and a monstrous tremor. Dash. What is this? Asked Anko, who had entered the stadium with Temari and Hinata. Dash. It's shaking, Shokamaru answered, frightened, just like the kunoichis who observed large bursts of golden electricity coming out of the rubble that exploded brutally while the ground was cut into pieces by the golden electricity, generating a bit of smoke that, when cleared, revealed a large column of golden light which was seen throughout the village and reached the clouds. Dash. What is that? Haku asked, surprised. Dash. Ha, you finally got into action, no Goku, thought Lezik with a smile full of emotion. Dash. Look at a big column of light, Sakura exclaimed. If something must have happened, let's hurry up, ordered Sasuke, who was followed by the 2 girls who were chasing Shikaku. Back to the stadium. A shot of energy came out of the column of light which impacted against the barrier created by the 4 of sound, which exploded, sending the 4 invading ninjas flying, revealing Orochimaru, the 3 zombie Kages, and Hiruzen lying on the ground. It's impressive, Shikamaru said quietly, without blinking. Dash. If he is so hexy and believe that he couldn't be even more handsome, said the kunoichis, screaming while they had hearts in their eyes and they saw Goku, who had spiky, blonde hair, emerald eyes and a serious penetrating look, and he was bathed in a great golden glow almost divine to the eyes of the others. Could this be Goku's Kekkai Genkai? Because if so, it's impressive, said Shikamaru. Meanwhile, at the top of the stadium, Orochimaru admired the scion and his majesty without blinking and with a few tears of joy coming out of his eyes. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. A god, he is a god, I will become a god, said Orochimaru with emotion and without stopping crying. Meanwhile, Goku watched him seriously, demonstrating the power of a Super Saiyan, teleporting behind him along with Hiruzen, to whom he gave some of his energy, reviving him. Go Goku, said the dying Hokage, who quickly received a seed from the recluse, saving his life. Breast Hiruzen, I will exterminate Orochimaru, said Goku, who laid the Hokage down and turned to glare at the Sannin. Goku, your body and the Sharingan, you don't know how much I decided this moment. I dream of you every night, said Orochimaru, licking his lips in front of Goku, who showed no emotion. Finish him off, shouted the Sannin, which was obeyed by the 3 zombie Hokages. But Goku shouted furiously, This ends here once and for all, Orochimaru. I will be merciful and eliminate them quickly, said the Super Saiyan seriously. This is great, don't you believe it, my dear boy? You always act like you're above everyone else. Everyone is below you, because that's what being a god is, right? The great spirits of the elements, the Bijus, Rikuta Sannin, Mitarashi Goku, or should I say Son Goku, you have no idea how much it cost me to find out that little information about you, said Orochimaru maliciously. The gods are simple totems whose names change over time. People pray to them and hope for their protection even though they have never seen or heard of these beings. Although right now one is right in front of me, and you will give me the honor of becoming one more of the pantheon of divinities by giving me your body, my dear Goku, said the Sannin of the snakes in a sickly and crazy way, while Goku just looked at him coldly without saying anything. Aya, lighting his golden aura with great ferocity and violence, sending the Hokages into the air, stunning Orochimaru, who was protected by the 4 from the sound. This is a joke, right? In my damn contract they didn't tell me that I would have to fight against a god, said the red-haired girl of the group, who trembled before the power of the Super Saiyan Goku.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.